IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It is bye week for the Notre Dame football team, and so we thought, we could talk about some topics, but you know what I wanted to do today, Trevor? So I made the executive decision, because I can, that we're just going to do a full buy-sell hold today, man, because we've got so many great submissions every week. And, it's funny, like a lot of times the things I want to talk about are things that people will put into buy-sell holds anyway. So, I was like, maybe we'll just, okay, we're going to do buy-sell hold only. I was like, well, there may be a couple topics I want to talk about. So I'm going to mix it up a little bit. And then I started looking at the buy-sell hold questions, like, no, that's one. Yeah, we're just going to do a buy-sell hold today because the submissions are so great and you guys hit all the key stuff. I'm joined by Trevor Trowbridge, everybody. I'm Brian Driscoll. Y'all know who we are. And Trevor, man, I tell you what, buddy, midweek, going to be some good football games on this weekend, just breaking down film. Got a run game breakdown. Broke down duo, broke down the inside zone touchdown run that Notre Dame had against Navy. Some really interesting stuff in there. And I explained why the run game was so efficient against Navy in that performance. You can check that out. That's why you got to be a member at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All 22 film. It's about a 26-minute long breakdown of the Notre Dame run game against Navy. Have a pass game breakdown coming out later tonight. Going to break down about 8 or 9 plays there, all 22 film. Going to be a ton of fun. You guys should definitely check that out, but you got to be a member at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Before we get started, folks, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit that notification bell. Trevor, man, we got tons of great submissions. Are you sure you're ready for this, Trev? Are you sure? Are you sure you're? I mean, I know you're still new at this, man. You ready to rock and roll on today's Buy So Hold?
Listen, Brian, I'm always ready. I was born ready,
right.
Stay ready, never have to get ready, right? You know how that goes.
Love it.
Thank you.
Well, just a reminder to people this week, we're going to do Buy So Hold only today. We'll have IB Nation Sports Talk tonight at 5 o'clock. Tomorrow, Trev and I are going to dive into some things that we want to see from the offense and defense here in the final 4 games of the season that will let us know that this team is not only able to win the next 4 games, but is really building towards being a team that contend in the postseason. And then, of course, a little after 2 o'clock, I'll be joined by Bill Bender to preview this weekend's big game. So going to be a fun week, Friday mailbag. Going to be a fun week at Irish Breakdown. But, of course, things start, Trevor, with Buy So Hold.
And speaking of buy, sell, hold, speaking of buys, one thing that I'm buying into, my bookie. Man, if you haven't checked it out yet, if you're anything like me, you like to throw down some bets on some football games, something that I do habitually every football season.
You and Vince,
you got to check out. Me and Vince, we've been getting along real well with my bookie, man, but it's been great. Basically, it's a sports book, and I'm sure those of you who throw down any bets are familiar with different types of sports books, but my bookie is up and coming, and it's awesome. One thing that you guys can do is if you go create an account, use promo code IRISH, IRISH. What that's going to do for you is it's going to give you a 100% deposit bonus, which is awesome, okay? Now, one thing that I've been doing a lot of this season is I've been taking the over on rushing yards of any running backs in the NFL that are running behind a stout offensive line. We watch Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price do it every week.
Ooh, yeah.
So might as well start turning that into some cold hard cash. Am I right? So you compound that with the MyBookie risk-free Thursdays, and it all makes for an exciting Thursday night football, which is something that I'm excited for tomorrow. You can also enroll in their loyalty rewards program, which is going to just give you extra cash for literally just playing the game, right? So be sure to check out MyBookie. It's a sports book that gives you control and rewards you for every moment of play.
Trevor, it's great stuff, man. There's college football on literally every night this week. I was watching the Louisiana-Texas State game last night. There's games on tonight. I think NFL Thursday night, right? College football Thursday night, college football Friday night. Man, there's so much good football on. And then my wife's going out of town this weekend, so she's going to be on a little ladies retreat, which means I just get to sit there with Rita and Sadie, chilling, watching football all weekend, man. So it's going to be exciting. So, hey, Trev, without further ado, man, let's jump into the buy so holds. And the first one, Trevor, is specifically for you from I Am Tenzin. Says, for Trev, now that you've had a couple weeks since my first Lawrence North question, buy so hold. They are the Class 6A favorite for the title in Indiana.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I Am Tenzin. So I went through and I did a little bit more research this time because it was a great submission the first time you asked me, and I'm going to apologize right now. I was not as prepared for a high school football question in Indiana. So Lawrence North, they're off to 9-0 so far. I think sectionals start this Friday, I believe. They have a really good win over Warren Central, which is another top 6A school in the state of Indiana. And similar to how we're talking about, Notre Dame's margin of victory, and we've brought up IU's margin of victory before, Lawrence North is playing games and they're not close. They're hanging 48 on teams. I saw them throwing a 60 ball on a team earlier this week. So right now, Lawrence North is rolling. I would say in contention for them. Crown Point, they're also undefeated. I know they're also 6A. They're rolling. Avon is 8-1. They have a really good win over Westfield, which is another top 6A high school. But for Lawrence North, I am buying that they are the team to beat, and they are the favorite for the state title in Indiana. Yes, sir.
Crown Point has a really good quarterback. I think he's committed like Miami of Ohio or something like that. Short guy, really good passer. Really good passer. I've actually watched him a little bit this year. Have not watched Lawrence North yet.
Another buy-sell hold from I Am Tenzin. The defense will eventually end up holding teams below 10 points per game by the end of the season.
Oh, I'm selling that. That's a bar too high. I mean, I think when you're playing the teams that Notre Dame is playing down the stretch, they're none of them are great teams per se, but they can all score a little bit. I mean, Army's scoring over 40 points a game this season. They're at 40.4. USC still scoring over 30 points a game. Virginia's 26 points a game. Florida State's really the only bad offense. Trevor, have you actually looked at their numbers?
Not in depth.
Dude, they're averaging 14.9 points per game. They've played 8 games so far. They've only scored 119 points. It is so bad. Their offense is averaging 272.5 yards per game, 4.5 yards per play. It is so bad. Their defense is actually not terrible now. I mean, it started off poor, but it's not terrible now. They only gave up 180 yards to Duke. And Clemson went for 500 on them, but a lot of that came like they were just worn down because their offense just kept putting them back on the field. They're such a bad offense. It's so they could hold them. I mean, they may hold some teams under 10, but as far as like points per game, that's that. Not only that, I mean, it's like we've seen this season, Trevor. It's like you're gonna have teams get points off the backups. You know what I mean? Like, Notre Dame's given up, what did we say yesterday? Like 12.4 points per game this season so far, 12.1 points per game. They had 7 points. So they've given in 8 games, Notre Dame has only allowed 97 points on the entire season. 24 of them came in one game. But if you take off, like, let's say the garbage touchdown that Purdue had, and you take away the garbage touchdown that Georgia Tech had, Stanford's touchdown came early. I mean, that's 77 points. That's still not, that's 9.6 points per game. If I did that math correctly, I don't actually think I did that math correct. 97 minus 13. So that's 10.5. And, I mean, it's just, I'm selling that. That's a little too much, but I don't think it's just the way that they've played so far, Trevor. I don't think that's a crazy submission. I just think these next couple this next 4-game stretch is going to have a couple offenses better than what they've seen since Louisville. USC's going to be of the traditional teams, so like the non-option teams. USC's going to have maybe the second or third best offense they face this year. Right. I mean, Army's going to have, just scoring points wise, right now, I think Army's might actually be the best offense they faced all year, maybe second best offense, because the fact that our Navy played Notre Dame. They're actually tied both at 40.4. And that's because Navy played Notre Dame. They were at over 44 prior to the Notre Dame game. So, so I mean, they're going to play some teams that can score better than what they've played. I mean, yes, Notre Dame played great against Stanford and Georgia Tech. Those aren't exactly like the world on fire offenses, especially without Haynes King. Stanford's averaging 19.5 on the year. Georgia Tech's at 27.7. They scored 19 total points in the 2 games they've played without Haynes King. Notre Dame still would have won that game. I think Notre Dame probably would have scored more in that game if they would have needed to score more in that game if Haynes King would have played. But, I mean, you can't sit there and say, oh, well, I like Joe Pyron or Zach Pyron. I do. I think he's a good quarterback, but he's not Haynes King yet. So, of course, their offense would have been better. But, yeah. So I'm selling that, but I he's not completely off, Trevor. He's not.
No, I don't think it's going to be far away from 10 points per game. That's just a tall ask. I mean, last game of the season, you're going up against a team that put up 30 points at home against a pretty solid Penn State defense. And Army is averaging over 40 points per game. Another thing to factor in as well is there's going to be opportunities for Notre Dame to get their second and third string defenses in some of these games. I could see that happening against Florida State, depending on what happens with Army. And if it shapes out similar to what the Navy game looked like, you could see it then. They're going to try to roll out as many seniors that don't play as much on senior day against Virginia. So, what the numbers tell us is Notre Dame is going to average giving up more points when their starters aren't in the game. So as much as I would love to buy it, I'm Tenzin, love where the heart's at. I'm going to have to sell it.
Yeah, I mean, and you talk about USC, they scored 24 points on Michigan. Michigan's defense isn't nearly as good as Notre Dame's, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
And they held them to they scored 24 on them. So again, not as good as it was last year, but it's still a solid defense. I mean, Michigan's given up 21.5 points per game. Part of that's because of how bad their offense is.
Yeah.
I mean, the defense just on the field all the time, which can, it's going to make it a little bit tougher to keep the points down and keep the yards down. So, they're not nearly as good as they were last year, but they're still pretty good this season. So, I mean, if they're around 14-15, I'll be happy with the play of the defense down the stretch. I mean, if they hold these Final Four teams to 14-15 points per game, it's a really good performance when you consider who they're playing. So, I'm selling that one. And then we got buy, sell, hold. Jordan Faison ends up leading the receivers in catches the last 4 games simply based off Navy. He obviously led them with 4 catches for 52 yards in that game.
I am going to sell this one. Trend for the Irish offense. It's almost like it's a flavor of the week almost. There's a good amount enough of weapons in the Notre Dame receiving room that I think it's just going to be very game to game who it's going to be. Averaged out, it could be Jordan Faison based on what he can do after the catch. I like Jordan Faison on the tunnel screen concepts that their offense likes to run, but I still think from a receptions and a yard standpoint, I still think it's probably going to be Bo Collins because that's Riley Leonard's go-to guy. But I think Jordan Faison is going to compete with him a little bit. I do think Jordan Faison is going to start ramping up those numbers because of what he did against Navy, leading the receivers. I think Mitchell Evans had 4 catches against Georgia Tech. Bo Collins led against Stanford. Chris Mitchell, I think, had 4 receptions against Stanford. So we'll see. I think Jaden Greathouse had 3 or 4 against Louisville. So we'll see. Notre Dame's offense does a really good job of spreading the football around to their playmakers. So, but I could see Jordan Faison competing for leading the receivers in catches for sure.
Well, I definitely think they're making a concerted effort right now to get him back into the flow of the offense. And I think that was something what we saw against Navy. So we'll see if that continues that way. But I mean, I could see it, but he's got to show he can stay on the field too. He's got nicked up a couple times this season. Yeah. Hopefully he can, because he gives them an element that they don't have a lot of else outside of him.
Right.
So I'm going to sell that because I still think it'll be Bo Collins, maybe Jaden Greathouse or Mitchell Evans, but he'll be in the conversation.
Buy, sell, hold from Balpine Shillelagh. I think I recall Denbrock saying at some point that we shouldn't expect to see the true capability of his offense until the 7th game. Regardless of if I remember this right or not, buy, sell, hold this being an accurate assessment.
I don't know that he'd said 7th game, so let's work off the assumption that he did say later in the year, and he did say that. Because the thing with Coach Denbrock, he understood early in the year how much they missed not having Riley Leonard there during the spring, how much they didn't have Bo Collins during the spring, and the fact that you've got a brand new looking offensive line that's very young. And that's something we warned about. We warned that the offense was going to be better in the second half of the year than early in the year. What I did not anticipate, Trevor, so I'm not trying to be like, I called that the offense was going to play like it did earlier in the season. I thought they'd be better in the second half of the year. I thought the baseline would have been higher to start the year, however, than it was. And I don't care how many guys are injured. You've got to be better. Your second string offense should be able to score more than 14 points on Northern Illinois. Just facts, right? I mean, you just played bad that game. But obviously since then they've started to figure it out. and they're about a 40-point offense the last 4 games. So, actually, let's see here. Let's see where they are since the Northern Illinois game. Notre Dame as a team is scoring. Let's see here. So they scored 66 against Purdue, 28 against Miami of Ohio, 31 against Louisville, 49 against Stanford, 31 against Georgia Tech, 51 against Navy. So that would be 6 games. Since the Northern Illinois game, game 2, Notre Dame is averaging 42.7 points per game since that game. And we're now in game 8, so you can't just keep using the Purdue game as the anomaly that kind of padded that number a little bit. Since then, they've had a 51-point game and a 49-point game since then. And because I remember a buddy of mine and I were talking about, like, going into the Louisville game, you'd only scored over 30 points once all season. Well, that was a bad sign at the time, but now you've only scored under 31 points once in your last 6 games. And that was 5 games ago, right? So they're definitely trending in the right direction. So buying that this was a very accurate assessment. And it was always kind of obvious. What I think surprised me, Trevor, and I don't know if it did you as well, is I still thought the floor of what the offense would be against teams like Northern Illinois and Miami would be higher than what it was. And I think the Purdue game is evidence of it should have been even better early on than it was.
Yeah, the floor should have been higher from just a pure talent standpoint, right? But as far as the statement goes, I'm definitely buying it. It's accurate. You look at all the ingredients of what this Notre Dame offense was made up of in the early part of the season. It's a new offensive system, right? Riley Leonard, starting quarterback, who was essentially without a doubt QB1 since he got to Notre Dame in December of 23, right? You have him. You have a new running back who's taking over bulk of the load. Jeremiah Love went from a complementary piece to a focal point of the offense. You have,
I'd argue two backs that are kind of new to being lead guys.
Absolutely. You have 3 transfer portal receivers who came in and really outside of, Jaden Greathouse may be an argument for Jaden Thomas, became like your 3 main targeted pass catchers in Bo Collins, Chris Mitchell, and Jaden Harrison through the first couple games. Your left tackle gets injured before the first game of the year. So I'm not saying that Denbrock did it on purpose to set the stage for, to give himself or Notre Dame like kind of a room for error of like, hey, it's going to get better later in the season. I think just logically you can say when it's a new system, it will just progress and get better as the year goes on. Because if there was a regression, that would be an entirely different problem entirely. But yeah, I buy this being an accurate statement. If you just look at new offensive system, transfer portal quarterback coming off of an injury, 3 transfer portal receivers, injured left tackle, you needed time to get your offense jump for sure.
I don't presume to speak for Mike Denbrock because I don't know how he would feel about it, but I'd be willing to bet you a lot of money that even within saying that, he would agree with us that, yes, I knew we'd get better in the second half of the year, but I did not think we were going to be what we were against Northern Illinois and Miami of Ohio, teams like that. Right. I can say that with some confidence that that's not exactly how he felt about it. We did have a buy sell hold. We did have a super chat. So as you guys remember, the way that buy sell hold works is this show is for premium members only in regard to bringing up the shows. If you do want to get one done in, however, you can do a super chat, and Braden McHale has one in, and I believe Braden is also a member of our message board. He says, Trevor, buy, sell, hold. Thank you for the super chat too, by the way, Braden. But he says, buy, sell, hold. There will be 2 Big 12 teams in the college football playoff.
I'm going to sell this based off of the things that are going to happen outside of the Big 12. Right now, I think BYU is the clear-cut favorite to get the bid from the Big 12 right now with them being undefeated. But then you start looking at, I believe Iowa State's still undefeated, correct?
Correct. Iowa State's undefeated. BYU's undefeated. K-State only has 1 loss, but K-State somewhat controls its own destiny because they have a head-to-head with Iowa State at the end of the regular season.
Okay.
So all 3 of those teams are in control of their own destinies at this point in time when it comes to the Big 12 title game.
Okay.
All 3 went out, they're in. Meaning you can't have all three win out. It's not like the Big Ten where it's like you could have Oregon undefeated, Indiana undefeated, and Penn State undefeated because they don't play each other. Here, two of those three play each other, so technically they all control their own destiny, but not all three can win out. If that makes sense. So any of the three winning out gets them a bid because they'd be undefeated.
Right.
You know, two of them would be undefeated, or the other one would have one loss, which would be tied with another team in the league. But that would get them the tiebreaker because of the head-to-head.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm still going to sell it because of the things that are going to go on in the SEC and for what you just explained in the Big Ten. Because there's a chance, albeit a small chance, but a chance in the Big Ten that going into conference championship week, you could theoretically have three undefeated teams in Oregon, Penn State, and IU. And then in the SEC, you have Texas A&M right now. You still have Texas in the hunt. You have Georgia in the hunt. You could probably throw Alabama and LSU in there since they still have to play each other at the end of the year. So I think when you compare resumes, when you compare quality wins, I think there's just other conferences with teams that are going to be outside of the winner of the conference championship that will knock out a couple of the Big 12 teams. What about you, Brian?
I'm going to buy that it's possible, but I'm going to sell that his submission that there will be. The reason I'm going to sell this possible because I do think there's still a lot of potential annihilation that these conferences are going to go through. I think the thing that's hurting the Big 12 right now is twofold. Number one, I believe that right now they're the fourth best of the four Power Four conferences right now, and with the ACC being number three. So with what's going on in the ACC has similar situation going on to what is happening with the Big Ten, where you have right now three teams, actually four teams in the ACC that are undefeated in league play. They don't all play each other, you know? So like when you look at, because right now Miami's undefeated and they do not play. They've already beat Louisville, but they do not play Clemson. They do not play Pitt, and they do not play SMU. The three other undefeated teams, or top undefeated teams in the league right now. Clemson and SMU obviously have losses in the regular season, but they both lost non-conference games. SMU to BYU, and then when you look at SMU and what their schedule is the rest of the way. So let me pull up SMU's schedule. SMU has a loss that was to BYU, but they've beaten Louisville on the road. They beat Florida State and they play Pitt, but they don't play Clemson. And then when you look at Clemson's schedule, they play Pitt, but they don't play SMU or Miami. So there's a chance that in that league you're going to see. There's a conceivable notion that three teams in the ACC could finish the regular season undefeated in league play. And that team's going to probably have a better. So let's just say hypothetically that somehow SMU and Miami winning out gets them in the ACC title game over Clemson. So Clemson's going to be sitting at home at 11-1. Their only loss being the season opener to Georgia, and since then they will have beaten Louisville. They will have beaten Virginia Tech on the road, who's a good team. They will have beaten Pitt on the road, and they will have beaten South Carolina. They're going to have a much tougher, better resume than whoever the number 2 or number 3 team is in the Big 12. Because why? What did Clemson do non-conference? They played Georgia and South Carolina. What's killing these teams in the Big 12, Trevor, is they just did nothing in the non-conference. BYU played SMU. That's the only good non-conference game outside of, you could maybe argue Iowa State playing Iowa but I'm like, Iowa's a very mediocre Big Ten football team, and you needed a comeback to win by a point. You know what I mean? Like, and right now Iowa's 5-3. They got to play Wisconsin, at UCLA, at Maryland, and home against Nebraska. Maybe if they run the table, that becomes a better win. But right now, I don't think that's a great win. And then, of course, Kansas State, who I love as a program, but the fact is you scheduled soft out of conference. You scheduled Tennessee Martin, you scheduled Tulane, and you scheduled, I'm trying to look and see what their other non-conference game was. They have 3 non-conference games, right? What was their other non-conference game? I'm looking at it right now. Maybe they only had 2 non-conference games. Iowa's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One of their games was the Arizona game not considered a conference game. Didn't K-State play a game that was considered a non-conference game because it was scheduled before the teams jumped in the league? Isn't there something like that happened?
Yeah, it was something weird like that.
So, I mean, but you're looking at it, Trevor, and that's your non-conference. So when that's what you guys play non-conference as a league, don't expect to get respect, because if you look at the ACC, there's a lot of crossover games with Big Ten and SEC in that league where they won those games. I mean, North Carolina is a middle-of-the-road team in the ACC, and they played on the road a middle-of-the-road Minnesota team and beat them. Miami went on the road and smacked an SEC team, right? I mean, we've seen multiple SEC teams take losses. And then the fact that Notre Dame is considered affiliated with the ACC, they're all going to look, that league had to play Notre Dame 5 or 6 times. You know what I mean? And so that's just going to hurt the Big 12. The scenario in which I could see something happening is if BYU runs the table, goes 12-0, Kansas State runs the table, goes 11-1, and then K-State beats BYU in a really close game in the rematch. That's how I could see a scenario playing out. If K-State runs the table, maybe they could. If they win it all, maybe then BYU still gets in. But I don't think a loss to Iowa State is going to necessarily look as good as a loss to Kansas State. I don't think. But those are 2 scenarios that could still get a second team in. I mean, if you get 2 12-0 Big 12 teams, and the championship game's decided by a close point, and you've got 3 lost SEC teams, there's going to be a lot of debate about whether or not you should have that Big 12 team in. But the pushback is going to be, look who Georgia played non-conference. Let's say Georgia has 3 losses. Let's say they get upset by Ole Miss, and let's say Tennessee knocks them off, and they're 9-3. They're going to be sitting there saying, we have better wins than all 3 of your best Big 12 teams, multiple better wins. And what would your schedule look like if you had to play the schedule that we played, with Georgia Tech and Clemson in the non-conference, and we had to play Bama on the road, Ole Miss on the road. They had to play Texas on the road. They had to play Tennessee at home. You know what I mean? And so that's going to be the problem for the Big 12, is if you want to get more respect, schedule better. Don't play such soft non-conference games. That's why they needed a team like Arkansas, Oklahoma State to be really good this year, because then they could say, hey, we played an SEC team on the road and we beat them. I mean, that's what would have worked for Oklahoma State. But the rest of the league, the rest of these top contenders, they have really soft non-conference schedules, which is why I think it's going to be tough for them to get to. And the chaos that we were thinking is going to happen has happened to a degree, but not to the strong degree that we thought it might. Some teams are settling in a little bit after dropping some early games, and they're rolling, and Georgia going on the road and beating Texas is one of those things that kind of makes up a little bit for that loss to Bama. Now they're on track to be 10-2 again. And so, we'll see kind of how that plays out. But that's why I will say no, they won't, but I still think they have a chance.
Super chat from Greg Lisman. Thank you, Greg. Buy, sell, hold. The first 12-team playoff will feature the top 4 teams all losing.
Oh, wow. So, like, top 4 teams are all going to lose after they come out? Ooh, that's interesting. Right now, I would project the top 4 to be, because I believe the rankings are just going to be 1 to 12. They're not going to okay, here's the highest ranked team from this league, and that won't be determined until the conference championship games, correct? It's just going to be 1 through 12. And so, you could be the 4th seed, but not the 4th highest ranked team, is my understanding. It's still going to be the traditional 1 through 12. So I see the top 4 being some version of the winner of the Ohio State-Penn State game, right, is going to be in there. Oregon's going to be in there. Georgia's going to be in there. And possibly Miami, could potentially be that 4th team. Maybe they have a higher feeling, a view of somebody else that we're not thinking of, but that would be my guess. I think all of those teams have potential to lose games, certainly. I mean, they could lose title games. Georgia still has to play at Ole Miss. They have to play Tennessee. They have to play Georgia Tech. They have to play SEC. So it's possible. I think at least one of them runs a table, though. I will say that. I think at least one of those top 4 runs a table. So I'm going to sell that. But I don't feel super great about it based on how this season has gone, Trevor.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, Oregon's schedule is really soft. If Penn State beats Ohio State, their remaining schedule is really soft. Ohio State would have to play Indiana, but, their schedule is a little bit soft. But one of those teams is going to lose because they're going to play each other. Miami may run the table. Georgia may run the table. So it's possible, but because the two remaining teams in the Big Ten will have relatively soft schedules, even Ohio State is Indiana, but that's really it. Michigan's not very good this year, although it's funny. I would love to see Michigan beat Ohio State this year since they already suck. You know what I mean? It would make for a fun stretch finish to the season. Archer's going to be so pissed at me right now because I said that. I'm sorry, brother. I love you, Archer, but just got to go there, man. So, and then last super chat, and then we're going to get back to the other buy sell holds.
All right. You got it. Super chat from Andrew Burke. Thank you, Andrew. Buy sell hold on these head coaches still coaching their respective schools next season. Lincoln Riley, Ryan Day, Mike Norvell, Billy Napier, and Brent Venables.
All right, I'm gonna sell Lincoln Riley, and we have another question about that later, so I'll get more into it then. I'm gonna buy Ryan Day. I'm gonna buy Mike Norvell, just because I don't think it's just gonna be hard to justify firing a guy who did what he did the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. Although a 2-10 finish could result in that, but it's beyond that. It's the financial realization that they don't have the money to buy him out. Because you got to think, Florida State is an institution, doesn't have a ton of money. That's what they're always complaining about. They don't have the same kind of donor class, and they're already spending a ton of money on these lawsuits against the ACC. A ton of money. And if they're going to get out of the ACC like they want, they're going to have to eat a lot of money. They may get out, but they're not going to get out scot-free. And now you've got to pay tens of millions of dollars to fire your coach, when if you can just wait another year and, get a little bit less off of that, and let him maybe deal with some of the rebuild, and then you bring somebody else in to finish it off perhaps, or maybe you give him one more shot. So I'm going to sell him. I'm going to buy him being at the school. I'm selling Billy Napier, although he could make a huge impact on his ability to stay this weekend against Georgia. I just don't see that happening, dude. I don't think they have the horses to beat Georgia. And then Brent Venables is the interesting one. And I'm going to hold on that one for now, because I think it depends on how he finishes the year. Because right now, I don't think things are looking good for Brent Venables at Oklahoma. They're really not. And they're 4-4 right now. They've lost 4 of their last 5. Their only win was an ugly win on the road against Auburn. They've got Maine this weekend. Okay, so 5-4. Then they play at Missouri, which is winnable when you consider how much Missouri's struggling, but it's also definitely one they can lose. Then they got Alabama at home and at LSU. If they go 3-4 down the stretch and finish 7-5, and they've got at least 2 wins over one of, out of the group of Missouri, Bama, LSU, if they win 2 of those 3 games, that's enough to salvage his job, in my opinion, when you consider that they've got a nice one over Tulane, and they did beat Auburn on the road, and they were competitive against Ole Miss, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, so if I think he's got to win 3 or 4. If he loses to like Missouri, I mean, like Bama and LSU, just blow them out, and his big wins are at Missouri and Maine, because I don't know if Missouri is going to be ranked by then. Missouri this weekend is off. Maybe they're still in after that, but they're going to fall out. I don't know, man. His job is tenuous to me, so I'm going to hold on that one. I just need to see how they finish. If he can pull off a couple upsets down the stretch, I think even at 7-5, that'd be enough to save his job. But you're 4-4, and you're going in, and after Maine, you're going into the absolute toughest part of your schedule, and you're going to be 5-4 at Missouri, home against Alabama, at LSU. That's not easy, dude. But I'm holding on that one because I want to see how he finishes.
I'll buy Lincoln. I will buy Lincoln Riley. There we go.
Tongue twister.
Yeah, I will buy Lincoln Riley. I'm gonna buy Ryan Day. I will say the outcomes of the Penn State IU game, I think, will have major implications on what his job security is going to be going into next season. But I'll buy Ryan Day. I'll buy Mike Norvell for the reasons that you said, Brian. Billy Napier is a weird one for me, because I think out of all of the coaches listed, I do believe that he has had like the least impressive tenure. I think he's just going to get some sympathy for how tough Florida's schedule was this year. I mean, they played Miami in week 1. They played at Tennessee. And now in this game stretch, they play at Georgia, at Texas, home against LSU, home against Ole Miss. And all of that is without a bye week. So that is in back-to-back-to-back-to-back weeks, which is just brutal. And honestly, one of the teams that should be pretty happy that Florida State is not what everybody thought they were going to be is Florida, because then they finished their season again without a bye week in Tallahassee against Florida State. So I could see Billy Napier getting a little bit of sympathy for this schedule, but I think it has to be competitive games. It can't be going into all of these and getting absolutely blown out. I think that's going to kind of be his sentence. Then I'm with you with Brent Venables.
I'll say this, Trevor. If Ryan Day loses to Penn State and Michigan, he could be in trouble.
Yeah.
That's where I could say maybe there might be some push to say enough of this. We invested, because here's the deal, coaches. You beg for this money to buy your roster, expectations are going to be higher, just like the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, you won a Super Bowl 2 years ago, but we suck right now and we're losing money right now, so I don't care about the Super Bowl you won 2 years ago. That's what it's going to become. It's just the reality of it. So, and then with Billy Napier, here's the thing, Trevor. They got to have a winning record. They're 4-3 right now, which means he needs to go 3-2 in the final 5 games against Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, and Florida State.
Man.
That's going to be hard. But if he does that, I think that might be enough momentum to keep him, especially since I don't know that there's a lot of great options out. That's the bit saving grace for Billy Napier. There's not this young, coach that's just like everybody wants. There's not a Dan Lanning out there. There's not a Marcus Freeman out there that I know of that has that same kind of pull. There's not that group of 5 guy that's like Brian Kelly was when he was at Cincinnati, and it was just like everybody was like wanted that guy. I don't know that there is that right now. There's some guys we could talk about, but I don't know if they're that. And so that's, like we're going to buy all this money for another guy that's just as risky as he was. And I don't know that they're going to want to go the group of 5 route, because that's what they did with Billy Napier. He was the hot coach a few years ago, and look how he's panned out. So it's one thing to fire a guy, but you got to have somebody in mind to replace him. And that's the thing that could save some of these guys is there's just not enough. I don't know that Florida right now is in a sexy, attractive job either, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting if they lose those games. But I just don't see Ryan Day losing both of those games. He may lose one of them, but I don't see him losing both of those games. And Lincoln Riley, when I say Lincoln Riley, when I'm selling Lincoln Riley, it's because I think he'll leave, not that he'll get fired. There's no way they're going to fire Lincoln Riley, in my opinion. It's more about I think he's going to leave. That's just my prediction, that he'll leave. Yeah. He just seems like a guy that doesn't necessarily want to be there anymore. Yeah, but that's just outsider reading it.
Sure. If I'm the athletic director at Florida, to your point, if I do decide to move on from Billy Napier, first phone call I'm making is straight to Bloomington, Indiana. That's probably one of the first phone calls that I make, if I'm being honest.
But here's the issue, right? Kurt Cignetti's a really good football coach, but how well is that attitude gonna fly in a place like Florida that I think is a tad soft? This is a Pittsburgh guy that acts like a Pittsburgh guy. Played at West Virginia. He was at Alabama for 4 years as the receivers coach, but it's one thing to be a position coach. It's nothing to be a head coach. His most Southern job other than that's what? Elon, which is in North Carolina. Sure. That's my only concern is I think he's a heck of a football coach. I don't know if I'm him, if I would want that job, to be honest with you. I don't know if that would be a great fit for him. Florida may want him. I'm looking at this from a Kurt Cignetti standpoint. I've said all along, fit is important. Yeah. Randy Edsel didn't forget how to coach football when he went to Maryland. It was a terrible fit. Tom O'Brien didn't forget how to coach football when he took the NC State job. He's a Northeastern guy. He needed to stay where he was at Boston College. So some guys can do it. Nick Saban's a Northern guy from West Virginia. He survived and won a championship in Baton Rouge. You know what I mean? I don't know that that's a job that I would want if I was Kurt Cignetti. You just fired. And a big part of it is Florida's own fault. Hold on a second. A couple of years ago, you had a guy that went to 3 straight, major bowls, was a really good football coach, really successful in Dan Mullen, right? Let's remind people of what wasn't good enough at Florida. 10-3 Peach Bowl win, 11-2 Orange Bowl win, 8-4 that included an SEC only schedule, in which they almost beat Alabama in the SEC title game, lost by 3 points to LSU, lost by 3 points at a 9-1 Texas A&M, and they got blown out by Oklahoma in a game where a bunch of their players opted out for that game. And then the next year, after 3 top 10 finishes, you fired that guy, or 2 top 10 finishes, and then the year where they played in the SEC title game, you fired that guy. This is partly your own doing. You made yourself a less attractive job. So, I mean, I don't know that there's a lot of super attractive coaches out there. So that's something Florida has to consider. But if I'm Curt Cignetti, I'm like, no, I'm going to wait for one of these other jobs to come open here in the next couple of years, but because I think he's just arrogant enough. And I mean this as a good thing, as a compliment, just arrogant enough to say, I can win at Indiana. So this isn't my one shot to get that kind of job. I can win at Indiana. And some job's going to come open at a Tennessee, let's say Josh Heupel. I mean, let's say Oklahoma fires Brent Venables and Josh Heupel goes back home, just for argument's sake. Now all of a sudden that Tennessee job's up. It's a way better job than Florida. Way better job than Florida. And that's a little bit more in the region he has been in. I mean, if you're in Tennessee, you're going to recruit Ohio, you're going to recruit Virginia, you're going to recruit the Northeast a little bit, you're going to recruit the South. He's done all those things. And where in Florida, you're just recruiting South, basically. So I don't know if I'd take it if I was him. It's not like he's making $50,000 at Indiana. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm going to go look that up. What is Curt Cignetti's salary? Let's see here. He is making $4 million a year at Indiana. And as someone who lives in the state of Indiana, the cost of living here is pretty nice. Now, Florida's good too because its cost of living is high, but there's no state income tax. So it kind of somewhat bounces, but way higher cost of living down there, especially in a college town in Florida. So $4 million a year at a place where the expectations are much more manageable. I mean, you go 8-4, that's a success in Indiana.
Very true.
You know what I mean? You go 12-0 and beat Ohio State, you got a contract for life. You know what I mean? Like, you can stay there as long as you want, brother. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't want that job, to be completely honest with you. So that's just my 2 cents. That's an interesting buy so hold submission there, Andrew. That's good stuff. All right, let's get back. Yeah, let's get back to it here, Trev, and get to the ones that were submitted by our premium members.
You got it. I think this one we already did.
Okay.
Buy, sell, hold from Ballpeen Shillelagh. The current bye week and Shrouth's return will add up to an offense in the final 4 games of the season that meets the expectations most fans had coming into the season.
I'm going to say from a macro standpoint, yes. I think that their total yards, their ability to score points, that will be, and when I think macro, Trevor, I think more of the big picture offensive numbers. When I think micro, I think rushing versus passing and all that kind of stuff. I think the third down offense is going to be a lot better, all those type of things. They won't be what I thought they were preseason because I still expected their pass game to be better even than what it's been in recent games. I expected more from Chris Mitchell, and I don't think Chris Mitchell is going to all of a sudden in the last 4 games look like the guy from Florida International. I would love to be wrong about that, because if that happened, then this final 4-game stretch is going to be a lot of fun to watch. But I just don't, you know what I mean? So like, even though, but they're also a better running team right now than I thought they'd be coming into the season, especially when you lost Charles Jagasaw. So I think those things balance each other out overall. So I think that they can score 40 plus the next 4 games and, be 430, 450 yards per game and, close to 7 yards per play, that type of stuff. I certainly think they can do that. But it'll still look different because the pass game, I just don't think is going to be quite what I thought it was. But the reason the overall big picture thing is going to work out is because like I said, I think that the run game is definitely better than if you'd have told me before the season, Trevor, if you said, hey, Brian, let's say I'm interviewing you. All right, Trev, convince me to hire you. All right, Brian, here's my take. After breaking down Notre Dame, they don't have Charles Jagasaw. They're going to lose Ashton Craig for the season in game 3, and Billy Shrout's going to miss half the year. And they're going to put Anthony Knapp at left tackle, Sam Pelton left guard, and Notre Dame's going to run for over 200 yards a game and run for 6 yards a carry. And I'm like, okay, appreciate the time. Best of luck to you. Enjoy your job that you have now. And I hope you still listen to Irish Breakdown. take care. You know, being a bit hyperbolic, right? But I mean, there's no way that's going to happen. There's no way that's going to happen. But that's exactly what's happened. You know, and in 8 games, this team has ran for over 200 yards 4 times. And they ran for 198 in another game against a team that's currently ranked in the top 10 and averaged 5.8 yards per carry in that game and won on the road by 10 because of your ground game. So certainly much better than I thought it was going to be. Now, they've had a couple down games. That's going to happen. But overall, the run game is way better than I thought it was going to be. Way better. So I think the offense right now is scoring points and moving the ball the way that I thought it was preseason, Trevor. In the last 3 games, the Georgia Tech game was just a bad fourth quarter. Like they didn't finish. I mean, they were cruising in that game, and I'm like, this is what we thought this offense. And they just had a bad fourth quarter because they were up, and I think they just lost focus a little bit, in my opinion. But when you look at the Louisville game for the most part, and when you look at the Stanford game and the Navy game, like, yeah, this is what I expected the offense to look like. It's just doing it a little differently than I thought it was going to do it because of how good they are running the football. So that's my take. So I'm gonna buy that, and I do think the Schrouth return in the bye week, which gives that offensive line an extra week to really gel, could be huge for this offense.
I think you said it perfectly, man. Schrouth's return is going to help from big picture. You're welcome. It's going to help points per game. I will say that. I do believe so. I think from big picture, it's going to be what I believe Notre Dame's offense was going to do, moving the ball down the field. But I'll sell it from the standpoint of meets the expectations most fans had coming into the season, because I expected this to be a much better passing team. And that's not just on Riley Leonard. I expected Mitchell Evans to have a better season. I expected Chris Mitchell to have a better season. I expected Jaden Greathouse to have a better season. Now, there's a lot of conversation around, well, yes, in order for some of those guys to get the football, the offensive line needs to be better, and I understand the trickle-down effect there. I think to become a more efficient running team with Billy Schrouth in, and I think the passing game can expand with Billy Schrouth in there, but there's just some questions that I still have around some of their receivers, and I just don't think Billy Schrouth has a direct impact to them. Receivers being pass catchers, I just don't think that I don't know how much Billy Schrouth has an impact on them specifically. But from a big picture, yeah.
Here's why I would somewhat disagree with you, Trevor, is because I think that what the receivers have not played great this year. They've disappointed from what I expected, but they haven't been terrible.
Sure.
And what we saw against Navy, not an elite secondary, is they were getting open a lot. Why? Because they had time to throw the football.
Yeah.
You know, there's been several games this year that you and I have talked like, man, if he would have had more time, that dude was coming open. So that's where I think Billy Schrouth could have an impact. But I still think the receivers need to play better. My encouragement with them is, I think this game against Navy, we saw them, you and I talked about, they were playing with much more speed. They were coming off the ball with more urgency, in my opinion. And that was much needed. Much needed.
Yeah.
All right.
Another buy-sell hold from Balpine Shillelagh. The 12-team playoff creates so many important games and changes perception enough that in the next few years, the Heisman Committee decides to delay the award voting until after the playoffs. Sell.
And because the Heisman is always meant to be an award that's based on the regular season. Mm-hmm. And it should be an award based on the regular season. I mean, that's what it's about. They'll have a playoff MVP for who performed best in the playoff. So I'm going to sell that. I don't think that isn't going to, and I don't think should change the Heisman. Plus, once the season's over with, the interest then turns into the NFL playoffs, not, okay, who's going to win the Heisman? I think people would care a lot less than that. And you miss all the potential if the Heisman candidate isn't on a playoff team. You miss all the potential selling points of hyping up the Heisman contender playing in whatever bowl game you're trying to play. The Heisman winner, I should say. And I think I'm going to sell that.
Yeah, you brought up what I was going to say is there's a chance, one of the leading Heisman candidates right now is Ashton Jeanty from Boise State. And there is a little bit of a recency bias when it comes to all voting awards, right? And if a Boise State, a group of 5 team comes in and plays a 5th ranked Notre Dame defense or a 5th ranked Clemson defense or whatever.
Or say Georgia.
Georgia defense or a Texas defense. Like those could skew his numbers a little bit, which could hurt and be a defactor
Right.
away from what he did the first 12 games of the season. Right now,
his team isn't as good in those instances, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Super chat from Anthony Solomon. Thank you, Anthony. Buy, sell, hold. If I told you Notre Dame will score 30 or more points per game in the playoffs, how many games do they win?
At least 2.
Mm-hmm.
Will score 30 or more points. I mean, because I could see a scenario where they win their first 2 round games and then lose a 31-30, game to somebody in overtime. You know what I mean? Or, I mean, there's going to be some team that's just eventually going to have this defense's number. That happens to everybody. Yeah. I mean, you remember the 85 Bears, how dominant they were? Go watch the Dolphins game. Dolphins ripped them up. And that's the only game all year that defense wasn't down. It happens. It's going to happen. So at least 2. I don't think teams you're going to play probably in the first 2 rounds probably won't be able to do that. But if you told me they're going to score at least 30 in every game, and I like that he said every game, not average 30, because they could score 50 in the first 2 games and then score 20 in the next game and get destroyed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's that, actually it'd be 10, excuse me. Well, actually, it would be if they score 50, 40, and then 0, that's 30 points a game, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, but he said at least 30 in each game. And I say they're going to win at least 2, if not 3.
Yeah. 30 points or more per game in the playoffs puts you in contention to be playing for the national championship with this defense. Now, once you get into the semifinals, I think it gets a little bit more hairy than the first 2 rounds. But we'll see. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm. Let me take this one down. Sorry.
Buy, sell, hold from Coach Bent 574. Only counting design quarterback runs, Riley Leonard will be our 3rd leading rusher the rest of the season.
Easily buy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's 2nd or 3rd. I still say that there's a chance that in the final 4 games he actually runs it a little bit more than he did the last 3. And at least once. But I still think that you're going to see Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price have multiple big games in that stretch. So I'll buy that. And I like how he said, this is why I like how some of you guys phrase these things. And you guys really think that y'all have done so well at kind of getting the spirit of what we're trying to do here in the buy, sell, hold. And words matter. Mm-hmm. And so by leading, so if he just said Riley Leonard will be our 3rd leading rusher the rest of the season, I'd say sell, because I think he's going to be their 2nd leading rusher the rest of the season. But once you put in designed quarterback runs only, okay, now because like this past weekend, Riley Leonard had 83 rushing yards. Do you know how many of those yards came on designed quarterback runs? 7.
Yeah.
7. The rest of his, what'd that be, 76, Trevor?
Yep.
The rest of his 76 yards came on scrambles. So great. I mean, he was 5th leading rusher on Saturday on designed runs because Aeneas had 9. Kedren had over 50. Jadarian had over 20, and then Jeremiah had over 100.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
that's a great submission, Coach. Great submission. So, yeah. Yep.
Easy buy.
And by the way, I do track this because I track every play. And so then I separate between what is a designed run and when it's so like what I do is I track, I have like the number, like the target. So if it's a pass, who the ball carrier was. If it's a scramble, I don't put who the target was. I put SCR, scramble. And then, of course, I have run pass, a breakdown on there. Then I have the play on there. So you can easily look and see that it was a pass play, a scramble for 13 or 24, 17, whatever it was. So it's easy for me to then look at. And Pete Weber, you're on the message board. This is why you should read the film room I did on the game, because you'll see Riley Leonard's breakdown. Actually, you know what, Trev? Let's do a little thing here where we're going to give them a little sneak peek on this this film breakdown, right? People little helpful reminder of what you're missing out on if you're not on the message board. So
I like that.
I got this film room breakdown here that we have. So I'm going to give y'all a little bit. This is one of the reasons why you need to be on the message board. So let's make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. Okay, so this is what you're missing out on. So when you look at this statistic, so this breaks down the runs from the first team offense, and then you'll see down here, Riley Leonard buy back 2 carries for 7 yards in that game. So it breaks down, and that does designed only runs, and then of course you've got the 26-minute long video breakdown there. So is that 26 or 26-minute long video breakdown. So again, that's what you need to be on there for. Pete, you are a member, so I know you probably just haven't seen it yet, but yeah, I broke that down last night. So and I do that every game. So when I give you Riley Leonard's numbers in those games, those only include his rushing numbers. They don't include scrambles.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. And you can see that fantastic breakdown at boards@irishbreakdown.com.
Got another one.
Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. The regular season should start in week 0 for all teams, so we always have 2 bye weeks every year.
I mean, look, Domer Grizz in the past, I'd have been like, nah, man, come on. You just need 1 bye week. Just got to place it well. But now that these teams have to play 12 regular season games, at least 8 Power 5 teams, 4 teams a year have to play a 13th regular season game with the conference championship. And then to win a championship, you've got to play minimum 16 games, and you only get, 2 weeks off between the end of the regular season, the championship season, and the college football playoff. And if you lose your conference championship game and still make the playoff, you not only don't get a lot of time, you have to play 4 more games to win it all, which means 17 games for a bunch of teenagers. Yeah, they should start the season earlier and have an extra bye week. You get 2 bye weeks to work with. Absolutely correct. I love this, Domer Grizz. I would have opposed this a couple years ago, but as they keep adding more and more weeks to the season, or games that you have to play for these young men, and yeah, absolutely, yes, I would say that needs to happen. They should start the season last weekend of August and have the season go for basically 14 weeks in the regular season. Plus, then then you've got the conference championship games, and everybody gets 2 byes. You can do what those byes have. And if some team decides they don't want to play in week 0, then that's on them. But I think most people would find ways to work that in there, in my opinion. So, yeah, I love that. I'm buying that.
This might be a misunderstanding on my part, but do you have to play in week 0 to get 2 byes? Because Notre Dame didn't play in week 0 this year, and they got 2 byes. Ohio State played in
most weeks. That's true. The thing is, this year was unique because week 1 was at the end of August, and that rarely happens. Every few years that'll happen.
Gotcha.
So because week 1, so usually it'll start like September 3rd, 4th, or 5th, and then week 1 is that last Saturday of August. Every now and then it'll be to where the August 31st is the start of the season. Right. And so, and then then and you're going to have conference championship games in December. So that will add that extra bit into it, but that doesn't happen most years.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you, sir. Buy, sell, hold again from Domer Grizz. With this season's regular schedule giving 2 bye weeks to all teams, it's weird for the select few week 0 teams like Florida State to have 3 bye weeks.
Yeah, I buy that. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's a little too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very weird.
Buy, sell, hold from Sean McCardle. If you absolutely have to get 4 yards every single time you ran the ball, give me Kedren Young. In the next couple of years, there's going to be some teams tapping out after 4 quarters of him behind our massive offensive line.
Oh, buy. Yes, absolutely a buy. I mean, that dude is a beast, Trevor. I mean, he is an absolute monster. And you're talking about in a couple years, let's just say he's running behind an offensive line that has, let's just his junior year, and he's running behind Charles Jagasol, Gerby Lambert, Sullivan Absher, Anthony Knapp, and either Chris Tarrick or Will Black, or you know what I mean, or somebody like that. That's going to be a massive offensive line.
Yeah.
Massive. Sam Pendleton could be Sam Pendleton. That's going to be a massive offensive line. Yeah, they'll be tap outs. It'll be a lot like 17, because in 17 they were tapping out. There were teams that tapped out just because of the line. not because of the back. Now you're going to have the line and the back. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Sean. That's a great submission. Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, I also buy that if you need 4 yards every single time, I'm probably going to give the ball to Kedren Young. Although the way that Jeremiah Love is running this year, yeah, he might be your answer too. I mean, one of the plays I broke down in that run game breakdown, Trevor, and I showed some of the issues that they were having was just twists at times. They actually did a pretty good job overall picking up the twist, but just the problem that the twist can present. And on one of them, Jeremiah Love got hit. It was a second or third down in like 2 or 3. And Jeremiah got hit behind the line, 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Spun out of the guy, then got grabbed at the line of scrimmage and dragged him forward for a first down. Did not see that being part of his game this early in his career.
Nope.
So he's in that conversation as well. But it's nuts, man. I mean, it's like when you look at this backfield, I'm sitting there praising Kedren Young, and I'm like, Jadarian Price is like their leader in yards per carry. And Aeneas Williams already has forced his way on the field. You know what I mean? Like, dude, this running back room is loaded.
It's nuts.
Loaded. I mean, I love the combination of Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. But think about this. In a couple of years, they're both going to be gone. And we're going to be like, man, they were great. I love those guys. But they're going to be just fine with Kedren Young and Aeneas Williams and whoever they get in next year's running back class. I mean, or if they add somebody at the end of this year's class. It's just the job Dylan McCullough has done to completely restock and rebuild that running back room to where it's like, I don't know that there's a running back room in the country that I would trade for this one top to bottom. I don't think that there is. Like if you're saying, okay, I can have any back in the country, I love Jeremiah Love, but I'm taking the kid from Boise. He's special for just this season, right? But if you talk about like the room, nope. I'm not trading it for anybody. And I hope Jeremiah Love hears me say that and is like, I'm going to prove to you that I'm better than that guy the next 4 games. Go for it, brother. I would love to see it. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Yeah. You'll come at it from that angle. I'll keep talking about how he's going to continue to break out.
Go for it.
Jeremiah Love is just going to do what it's going to be a great balance. So look at us.
Yeah.
Doing our part.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Jeremiah Love's a stud. Yeah. And I think when his career is over, he certainly could be better than that. I'm talking about right now. That's the best running back in the country right now. That kid at Boise.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
That's not a knock on anybody at Notre Dame. Notre Dame, I think, has the best running back room in college football, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Boise has the best running back in college football right now.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from P. Fluke 1. You would rather see Michigan win another title than watch Brian Kelly win one.
Easy buy. Absolutely. Absolutely. As much as I dislike Michigan, I dislike Brian Kelly even more. And I actually used to like LSU and LSU's fan base until Brian Kelly went there, and then they turned pretty nasty. And now I just, like people think like, oh, you why are you so obsessed with Brian? I'm not obsessed with Brian Kelly. But when a fan base acts the way that they act and says some of the ridiculously awful things that were said to me in the year after he was hired, yeah, I'm going to take joy in your misery. 100% I'm going to take joy in your misery. I've had very, very few Michigan fans come at me the way LSU fans have. And that's not a fan base I like very much. Trust me on that. That's a pretty rough fan base too. It's more so that I know that they're now wallowing in their misery of who Brian Kelly is, and it forces them to defend him, which I think is hilarious. It's just hilarious that it's that way. But I laugh at Notre Dame fans too, because now if you go on Twitter, everybody tried to warn LSU fans about Brian Kelly. And I'm like, that's not my recollection, because I remember taking a lot of crap from Notre Dame fans in his last 2 years when I was hard on him. And I had to take a lot of crap. I mean, I've had Notre Dame fans say worse things to me in Twitter than anyone from LSU or Michigan has, because I'm a Brian Kelly hater. Now, very few of those people exist. They're all like, well, we warned them. I'm like, okay. I don't remember there being that many people complaining about Brian Kelly you know what I'm saying? In his last 2 years. But hey, it is what it is, right? Just like how many I've met 95,000 people that were at the Notre Dame Miami game in 1988. See, stadium only held 59,000, but there's 90,000 people that were at that game that weekend. You know what I mean? So, but I'd much rather see Michigan win than Brian Kelly. No question.
I would. I would too. Begrudgingly, I would too. There's a little bit of it'd be frustrating to watch him win one at LSU and not at Notre Dame with how long he was in South Bend. And one thing that I will say, the one cool thing about Michigan winning a national championship last year is like I like good football in the Midwest. And I think there's this notion that only the South has good football. And if there's one positive that I can draw away from Michigan winning the national championship last year is that it's good Midwest football, because there's a lot of people that believe that you're only a good football player or you're only a good football school if you're down in Alabama or you're down in Georgia or if you're down in Texas. So
I also think there's a lot of Notre Dame fans that never felt that Notre Dame could win that now believe Notre Dame can win because Michigan won. Like, well, if Michigan do it, then we should be able to do it. Right? That's
yeah.
Yeah,
I will say for me, it is very much a picking of a lesser of two evils, but I stand where I stand.
Certainly.
Yeah.
And I would love it if the like 2 years after Brian Kelly leaves, they win a title.
Oh yeah.
Go for it.
Yep. By so hold from Diffusius. After the season is over, Riley Leonard plays himself back into consideration for day one NFL draft pick.
I'd probably sell that just because I look at Riley Leonard. I don't know that I see first round NFL talent like to that degree. But I'm not a draft guy, so I'm gonna sell my ability to predict that as someone who's not a draft guy. I mean, I only watch very very little NFL, but I mean, the NFL, there is a desire for mobile quarterbacks in the NFL, playmakers a quarterback. But the difference is, as much as I love Riley Leonard in college, I don't know that he has. I know I've said before, there's NFL people, according to talking to Ryan, who has a NFL sources. I don't. There was people that felt he could be a first round draft pick at Duke. I don't know if they still believe that or not. I have no clue. Maybe the NFL does, but the NFL sucks at drafting quarterbacks. So what do I know? They do a lot of crazy things. I didn't think Trey Lance was going to be the number 2 overall pick either. I definitely didn't think that, there's been several guys. Zach Wilson, number 2 overall. No way the NFL's that stupid. There's no way anyone's dumb enough to take Mitch Trubisky over Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson, right? So I don't, hold on a second. There's no way Christian Ponder is going to get taken in the first round. So a lot can happen. Sure. If Christian Ponder's a first-round NFL draft pick in the NFL, then freaking Riley Leonard can definitely be a first-round NFL draft pick at quarterback, especially if he finishes the year on a continued ascension, But when I think first-round NFL draft pick, I think just best of the best, elite of the elite physical tools. And Riley has a lot of them: size, athleticism, all that. He's a gamer. I just don't know that I see the arm talent of a first-round pick. But again, there's a lot of other people that are better to ask that of than us, because we're not NFL draft guys. But I'm just telling you, that's my opinion as a fan.
The one thing that I will say is this NFL draft class, as far as quarterbacks go, is relatively deeper than what people might have thought that it was going to be in comparison to some other years. Definitely not as much as like a last year or anything, but Riley Leonard to be a first-round draft pick would have to jump guys like a Shedeur Sanders. Well, not jump them, but be up in contention with like a Shedeur Sanders. And if there's one thing that I can say, like living around here in Indianapolis, I think like a quarterback like Anthony Richardson kind of put some GMs on notice that you're going to have to draft better than just a big-bodied quarterback that can run and has some accuracy issues. Now, I will wholeheartedly stand on business that Riley Leonard is a more accurate quarterback than Anthony Richardson. Arm strength? No, not at all. But from a pure accuracy standpoint, give me Riley Leonard 8 days of the week. But I just a day one NFL draft pick, I think that would be kind of tough. I really do.
I know one thing. I've never seen Riley Leonard tap out of a game before.
Nope.
Just saying.
Just the exact opposite. There's times where it's like, dude, take a breath.
He probably should have.
Refusing to come out of the game. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold from Bayside Tiger 6. Next year's 2 deep defensive line unit will feature a player on the current roster not working with the defensive line? In asterisk, Brian cannot use Preston Zinter.
That's bull crap. That's my favorite go-to pick. Man, that's Bush League, man. Come on now. You're taking away my favorite guy. If you mean current, like a player on the current roster not working with the defensive line, I'm going to sell that. I don't, if I can't use Preston Zinter, then no, I know where people are going with this, and it's Kingston to Viper, and I just don't see it. Look, I have a friend of mine who's this, they need to turn him into Micah Parsons. I'm like, why? Like, when you have the depth that Notre Dame has at linebacker, you can use the case to say, well, that's why they should move him. But I would say, no, that's exactly why you don't move him on first and second down. You don't take him away from being a great first, second down linebacker. You then just use him in passing situations because of how much sub packaging you can do. Like, I think we're still living in this old school mindset of, you know, defensive ends play defensive ends and linebackers play linebackers and all that. And your starting defense is your starting defense. And so the only way for me to get Kingston Viliama-Austin as a pass rusher is to put him to defensive end. That's not modern football. He can rush them down first. He can rush off the edge on first and second down as a linebacker. Line games. Teams do that all the time. Bring the safety down to protect that gap and then, you know, slant him off the edge or bring him off the edge and play single high coverage, and boom, there you go on first and second down. And then on third down, you put him as part of a sub package. You've got all these other linebackers can play part of the coverage package, and then you rush him off the edge like you have. I don't understand why there's this push because he's a good pass rusher in those nickel situations. You want to all of a sudden move him to Viper. Like, how about you just keep doing what you're doing? Why are you trying to change it? You know? So if you're talking about working with the defensive line on a full-time basis, my answer, I would sell that. But if you want to get technical, Kingston does work with the defensive line when they're working on their third down packages. I've seen him do it. But so does other linebackers that are part. So does Jalen Sneed, and he's not moving to Viper either. So I'm selling that since I can't use my boy Preston Zinter. I'm selling that. I don't think Kahanu Kia is big enough to play off the edge. I don't think he adds value there. I like Kahanu at linebacker. You know, I don't think Bodie Cahoon has that kind of body right now. Maybe he might be that, but I don't see that right now. So if I can't use Preston Zinter, I'm going to sell it. I'm grumpy now. You took away my favorite answer. Dang it.
Well, in asterisk, he said Brian can't use Preston Zinter. I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy this because I do think Preston Zinter would be a really good fit off the edge. And I think that he could work his way into the 2 deep. So, Bayside Tiger, I am going to buy that and insert Preston Zinter at the 2 deep.
It's a freaking best answer you've ever given in Buy Sell Hold. That is awesome. You said Brian can't use Preston Zinter.
So like Brian highlighted earlier in the show, the wording of these questions today have been fantastic. So
that's awesome. I love it. I love it. That's awesome. Irish English, Trevor's not a cheater. He said Trevor's a cheater. It says very clearly Brian can't use Preston Zinter. It said nothing about Trevor can't use Preston Zinter. So that's great. This is great stuff. Great stuff.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's last brain cell. Notre Dame's biggest position battles next spring will be quarterback, safety, and defensive tackle.
Sell. Quarterback certainly is going to be there. I think safety will be there. I think safety is going to be a battle. You're going to have, obviously, Xavier Watts will be gone. Rod Hurd will be gone. Jordan Clark will be gone as potential safety options. You're going to have Adon Schuler coming back. You're going to have Luke Talich, I think, in the conversation there. Bronte Johnson will go into a second year. He'll be back from injury. Plus, you're going to have Jadon Blair coming in. And I would imagine that they're going to at least have their eyes open at portal for another potential guy to add some experience there and compete there. So I think that one will definitely be in there. So those two are there as far as, but I mean, D tackle, I mean, Gabriel Rubio is going to be a starter. Maybe you have a portal guy, but until there's a portal guy, I can't, like, I don't need to add the portal guy to safety to know there's going to be a major competition there. I just think that could also be in the mix. Unless they add a portal guy, I don't know that D tackle will be like a big position battle because, like, it's just, they're all going to play. It's a little different where there's going to be big position battles, or there better be big position battles, is along the offensive line. You know, like, I personally would not bring back the 2 veterans. Like, and I don't know if I'm Rocco Spindler, I'm not coming back to Notre Dame next year. It's just my personal opinion if I was in his shoes, because you know they're trying to kind of push you out of the lineup. They already did that. You know what I mean? And so, he did a great job. He's going to put some great film together. He can go be a fifth-year senior starter somewhere else and somewhere that's going to definitely believe in him. You know what I mean? And so, I think Anthony Knapp moves inside. I'd give him a shot to take over the center job next year, or a guard job next year. One of the two. Maybe you move Ashton Craig out to guard, if he's healthy to come back. You're going to have Sullivan Absher pushing for a starting job. You're going to have Gerby Lambert. I mean, to me right now, outside of maybe Billy Schrouth, I don't know that anybody along the offensive line is going to have locked down a starting job going into fall camp or into spring practice. So, because I don't know if Ashton Craig's going to be healthy enough to play in the spring, Trevor. I mean, he got hurt in September, so that would make it 6 months removed from surgery for a 300-pounder. I don't know that that's necessarily the place you want to be. Maybe. So I think the offensive line battles are going to be very ferocious, in my opinion. I mean, and look, Charles Jagasaw was the expected starter this year. I don't think Charles Jagasaw goes into spring as the no-brainer, no doubt about it. He's definitely the starter guy. He's going to have to prove himself in the spring again against, whether it be Anthony Knapp or somebody else. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think there's going to be some ferocious O-line battles, in my opinion, because it's a very talented room. It's just young. So that I'm there. I mean, I think the tight end battle is going to be pretty ferocious between Eli Raridan and Cooper Flanagan. I think that, the receiver competition, I think, is going to be pretty intense in the spring as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of really good positional battles in the spring. I would just put some others ahead of D-tackle right now. That's where I'm at. How about you, Trev?
Yeah, quarterback's obviously up there. Offensive line for me was going to be one that I was going to highlight because Notre Dame is going to be filled with champagne problems next year at the offensive line, which is a really good position to be in because there's so many young guys with great size. I'm very much with you on the Charles Jagasaw stance because it's just like, yes, he was the bona fide no-brainer starter this year, but going into next year, you have if they insist on keeping Anthony Knapp at left tackle, you're going to have a guy, barring any injury, that's going to have a minimum 12 starts under his belt at left tackle compared to Charles Jagasaw's one. Now,
which I would not like, by the way. I would not like that if they kept him there.
Same. I agree with you. I think Anthony Knapp is an interior player. I do. But then you also have guys like potentially Gerby Lambert at a tackle. You have true freshmen that are coming in. And if there's anything that we learned after this year is they are willing to play younger guys if they believe that they're the most ready to play. So I think that's going to be interesting, seeing Ashton Craig's health status going into the spring and into the summer is going to be an interesting conversation. So O-line's going to be up there. I would say, especially I think depending on what happens at the nickel position, I think Carson Hobbs isn't a guy that you can keep on the bench for much longer next season. I don't know if they would try him out at nickel or anything, but I think that would be interesting.
They have. And, I think Dallas Golden's a guy that maybe that plays there in the spring as well. I think they'll go get another portal guy there also. So, yeah, nickel's one that I could see that as well, Trevor. Absolutely.
Nickel's one. I like that you brought up tight end because right now between Eli Raridan and Cooper Flanagan, argument could be made that either one of them could be tight end one going into next year. So there's going to be a lot of interesting position battles. The wide receiver rotation, because I know Mike Brown, they talked about a 6-man rotation. Who that's going to be next year is going to be interesting. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of interesting position battles next year.
Look, for me, Trevor, just so I can clear things up, when I talk about the offensive line, I'm not talking about 5 guys battling for where they're going to play. I'm talking about 9 to 10 guys are going to be competing for a starting job. So this isn't where I'm saying, okay, Emil Wagner, Billy Schrouth, Ashton Craig, Anthony Knapp, and Charles Jagasaw are going to start, and they're just going to battle to see who plays where. I think those guys are going to be battling with potentially Ashton Craig, if he's healthy enough, Sullivan Absher, Gerby Lambert, possibly Christopher Tarrick, possibly a guy like Will Black. How does Peter Jones and Styles Prescott develop after, their freshman years? Those are talented guys as well. What kind of push does Joe Otting make going into his third year? You know what I mean? He's a talented kid as well. This is a really talented depth chart at Notre Dame on the offensive line. You just have to coach it up and figure out what's the best five. But, somebody said that they see Emil Wagner's definitely starting. I don't think that's definite. Will he have the major advantage at right tackle? Absolutely. I don't think Emil has played well enough where you don't even remotely think about giving Gerby Lambert a shot to play. I'd be nuts. That's how you end up not having the best team on the field. Like now, if Emil Wagner earns that spot again, great, fine. You got a full year starter under your belt, but you don't just hand that guy the job. You got to make him win it every year, and that to me is how it should be done. At least after the first year of starting, when you have guys like Gerby Lambert and Sullivan Absher and guys like that on the bench, you absolutely give them a shot to battle. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to win it. And the guys that we see, we could see the starting lineup could very well be Anthony Knapp, Charles Jagasaw in some capacity, Sam Pendleton, Billy Schrouth, and Emil Wagner. Kind of expected, right? It could be that. I'm just saying if it is that, it better be because they had a legitimate battle. And look, I challenged Joe Rudolph to do that last year, and he did that. He better not just insert Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler in the starting lineup again. And guess what? He didn't. They let a real competition happen, and Pat Coogan got beat out. Rocco Spindler got beat out. I don't know that I necessarily agree with both of them getting beat out, but that's a different conversation for a different day. But they had a battle, and they put the best guys in there. Tosh Baker. I mean, we kind of all anticipated Tosh Baker was going to be starting, at right tackle this year with Charles Jagasaw at left tackle. Well, even before Charles Jagasaw got beat out, Emil Wagner had won that job, or at least had gotten to the point where he was the number one, and then had to go earn it in fall camp, keep it in fall camp. But They led a battle. They absolutely led a battle. So I'm not saying that Emil Wagner doesn't start next year. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is he has not been so dominant like Quentin Nelson was in 2015, where you're like, oh, there's no way anyone's going to be able to beat him out next year. You let it happen. And then if he wins the job again, great. And that means like if Emil Wagner and here's why I say that. If Emil Wagner has to go through a real battle and he outperforms Sullivan Absher and Gerby Lambert and maybe Charles Jagasaw at right tackle, then their right tackle at Notre Dame next year is going to be really freaking good, because that's the only way he can start next year is if he beats those guys out, is he's really freaking good. Same thing if Anthony Knapp is a starting left tackle. If there's a real competition next year, not you're my guy, you started X amount of games, you're the incumbent. If there's a real competition at left tackle and Anthony Knapp genuinely wins that job, because of a real competition, not fair, but just you guys know what I mean by that, then I'm going to be totally fine with Anthony Knapp being the left tackle next year if there's a real competition. What I don't want to see is guys just get plugged in because they're the returner or they're the veterans or they're whatever else, right? That's my point. So that's kind of where I'm at with those, Trevor. Is like let a real competition happen and hopefully they play the best five. And if they do that, then this offensive line next year is going to be insanely good. It's still going to actually be relatively young, but it's going to be a lot more experienced and really talented. There's no doubt.
Emil Wagner is going to be a guy that I think I'm going to keep a relatively close eye on to close out the season, honestly. And here's why. A lot of the conversation that we've had about Emil Wagner throughout the season has been a lot around, we say it a lot in the post-game shows when the O-line conversation comes up. There have been moments where the left side of the offensive line has played so poorly that it overshadows the rest of the offensive line. It has. Now that Billy Schrouth is lined up at left guard and you put a more experienced player next to a young guy like Anthony Knapp, Emil Wagner, a lot of the conversation was he didn't jump off the page for me in a good or a bad way on Saturday. And now that the left side of the offensive line is starting to improve somewhat game over game, it's a small sample size, but especially with this bye week and Billy Schrouth coming back and in the role that he has now, I'm going to be interested to see if there's going to be a little bit more of a spotlight on Emil Wagner. I'm not saying that he's a guy that just kind of played meh, but just kind of skated by because another side played so poorly. But I do think that there are some things with Emil that could have been overlooked in comparison to what was happening on the left side. So I'm interested to see what happens with Emil Wagner these next 4 games.
I think Emil's been solid this year. In his first year, he's a redshirt sophomore. He's a first-year starter. He's doing fine. I don't have any issues with Emil Wagner. It's simply that we are in a situation where nobody, because of the depth of because of the depth of talent, no one should be assured of a starting offensive line. Like if Billy Schrauth just eats cheeseburgers and doesn't work out all offseason, you know what? He's going to get challenged too. Simple as that. Simple as that.
BK's last brain cell with another buy-sell hold around the offensive line. Absher and Pendleton will battle for the offensive guard spot currently occupied by Spindler.
I buy that there'll be two of the guys that are going to battle for that. Yes. Yeah. I think it'll be more than just those two. I could see if Ashton Craig is healthy, I could see maybe Anthony Knapp being there. I could see Anthony Knapp sliding inside the left guard and then moving Billy Schrauth back to right guard. I could see Ashton Craig sliding out to right guard and battling for that job if they decide to move Anthony Knapp to center. I could also see a scenario where Christopher Tarrick has a good offseason and reshapes his body a little bit. Because I'll say this about Christopher Tarrick. He doesn't move like the other guys. He's real heavy right now. But that dude is powerful. Like he's pretty nimble for his size. You know what I mean? But I think there's going to be a legit. And then here's the thing about Knapp and Pendleton and Absher and Lambert and Wagner and all these guys. They're all still very young. And there's going to be different levels of improvement going into the next season. Some guys are going to improve a lot more than others. Maybe Sam Pendleton has a monster offseason. Maybe he just kind of has steady growth and Absher has a monster offseason. Maybe Emil Wagner has a good offseason and gets better next year, but Gerby has a monster offseason or vice versa, right? I mean, that's the thing is not everybody develops at the same rate. And it's not about coaching. It's just some guys have more room to get better. A year in the weight room is going to impact one guy more than another. Both guys work just as hard, but one guy's body is just built to have a bigger jump than another guy's body, you know? And so those are all things that factor into it, in my opinion. So I buy that those will be two of the guys in the conversation for that. Absolutely. And honestly, if it's just those two, I'll feel really good about right guard being I think Rocco has done a really good job this season stepping in and settling things down. And Andrew Gilmore and I are disagreeing a little bit on Emil Wagner. He thinks he's been the rock of the offensive line. I don't agree with that, but I think Emil's been steady, right? Like I don't think he's been so good that it's a no-brainer he's going to win the job next year, but I think he's been steady. And I think him and Rocco next to each other now going for 5 games, they're starting to figure it out together. Like when you look at the Louisville game, which I think was only the second game they'd played together, there was so much miscommunication between the two of them that they're just turning guys loose. The last 2 games, especially, those two have been better in regard to that communication. Now, Emil has had a couple rough spots in those games, but the communication is so much better. Well, when the communication gets better, then you're going to see Emil play better down the stretch, in my opinion. But he's been okay, but he's been the most steady. But being steady is not the driving force behind being a starting offensive lineman at Notre Dame. It's a factor, but the point is Emil's going to get better. Emil's not, in my opinion, is likely not close to the finished product that he will be. Like, I think there's a lot of room for improvement for Emil that this experience and the struggles he's having this year are going to benefit him going into next season because now he's learned a lot. There's certain things you can only learn by playing. And Emil's learning those. So when he has games where he doesn't play well, yeah, it's not good for the present, but it's going to be great for his future if he learns from it and bounces back from it. And that's going to be a big part of it for me.
Another buy sell hold from BK's last brain cell. Notre Dame beats Texas A&M by minimum of 14 points if a rematch happened today.
Oh, I sell that. I mean, it'd be on a neutral field, and I don't know that. Notre Dame's playing really good football right now, and A&M's a pretty good football team. But I don't know that I'm saying minimum for. I think they could win by 13, win by 10. I mean, look, Notre Dame's a better team than they were when they played A&M in Week 1. I think A&M's a better team than they were in Week 1 also. I think their offensive line's better than it was in Week 1. I think their defense is learning more and more about how to run that defense. I think their quarterback situation is still kind of meh. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's like, Marcel Reed is phenomenal. I'm like, that's because you only saw him play against LSU. You didn't watch him against Bowling Green or against Arkansas. You only saw him against LSU. Well, you know who else does really well against LSU? Every other mobile quarterback on the planet. You know what I mean? So, their running backs are good. They're not elite. Their receivers are still big and slow. That hasn't changed. But Notre Dame doesn't have Benjamin Morrison anymore. So, I mean, there's just a lot of things that factor into it. I think Notre Dame's a better team. I think Notre Dame would win on a neutral field. I think A&M would be favored on a neutral field, and we're going to have to listen to that nonsense. But I'm like, yeah, but A&M was also favored in College Station. You know what I mean? Because if they played in the playoff, there'd be this mantra, the whole talking point, the whole time leading up, well, A&M's such a different team then. And we're just going to pretend like Notre Dame's the same team they were in September, right? That's how the storyline will be. But I would predict Notre Dame to win, but I think it would be a much more competitive game than that, in my opinion. Now, if they had to come to South Bend and it was a home and home this year, then I'd say maybe. But I think Notre Dame's – I think the game would be kind of similar to what it was last time, Trevor. Notre Dame's better throwing the ball right now than they were then. Notre Dame's a little bit more beat up in some other spots, right? So, no, I think it'd be a very similar game to the way it was last time on the neutral field. I think Notre Dame would win by 10. They would be more clearly the better team – because, like, again, Notre Dame had lots of opportunities to blow that game open in week one. This time, I think it'd be more of a real 10-point game. You know what I'm saying? Because they're both better football teams. I don't know. What do you think about that, Trev?
Yeah, I would buy that Notre Dame wins because I do wholeheartedly believe that they're the better football team from top to bottom. A minimum 14 points is like Texas A&M is still a good football team, right? Like, and I know that Notre Dame has looked really, really impressive the last couple of weeks. I do also believe that if Texas A&M played Stanford, Georgia Tech, and Navy, I do think they also win those 3 games. I don't know if they win by the margin that Notre Dame did, but a minimum 14 would be a lot. It also depends on where they play. Yeah. You know, I think if they go back and play this same game again at Kyle Field at night, I do not think Notre Dame wins by 14 points. If it's up in South Bend, maybe. Neutral field, we'll see. But I think that there's a lot of factors in just saying Notre Dame's a better team. They win by 14. Texas A&M is also a better team than what they were in week one as well. Buy, sell, hold from Peruvian Irish. Billy Strauss' return and move to the left guard position will be the single biggest reason for the significant improvement of the offense in the last third of the season. Reasons: improved left guard play, settled down pass pro from the left tackle, improved middle to long passing game, less punishing runs for Riley Leonard, general leadership.
Buy. I mean, I don't have a lot to add. I think he nailed it, Trevor. I think he nailed it. I buy that. Absolutely.
Yeah, he listed off the reasons that I was going to.
Yeah. I got nothing to add. I mean, that's really good. That's really good, Peruvian Irish. Yeah, you nailed it. Definitely a buy. And we already saw it in Billy's first game back.
Mm-hmm.
Now you get a bye week to kind of work together, and then you go in the last 4-game stretch. Yeah. And even if Billy Strauss wasn't in the lineup, Anthony Knapp was still getting better. It wasn't great progress. He still wasn't good, but he was better. I mean, he was better in the last 2-3 games, and he didn't play well, but he was better than he was in the first 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you add Billy in there, and that just helps him even more and more and more. Helps him slow down. You got a leader next. This is why they should have done it. Say it again. This is exactly why they should have Billy Strauss at left guard to begin with. Exactly why he should have been left guard to begin with. Your 2 most talented offensive linemen coming into the season easily were Billy Strauss and Charles Jagusah. Talented, not best, talented. Yeah. They should have been playing next to each other again.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, let's just make sure that I read his thing correctly, but yes, let me get this. Come on. It's doing it, Trevor. There we go. Okay, finally got it going.
Another buy, sell, hold from Peruvian Irish. Only 6 teams from the SEC and Big Ten will make the college football playoff this year, causing the SEC and Big Ten conference commissioners to call for 4 automatic bids for each in future college football playoffs.
Well, they're already doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's a buy. They're already doing it. I mean, I would say if only 6 make it, it'll cause them to push for more, which is absurd. It's like 2 leagues have half the bids. Like, shut up, stop your crying. But if there's only 6 teams that are in, that means only 6 teams deserve to be in. But they're going to do look if 8 teams from those 2 leagues get in, they're going to call to see. This is why we should have 4 every year, because we're clearly the best league. Why don't we just make it official and have our best 4? It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
4
yeah, they're already doing it. So yeah, I don't know whether to buy or sell it, because like I want to buy it because it's already happening, but I want to sell it because it's already happening and it's not because of that, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of selling it because it won't be because of what happens in the playoff this year. They're already doing that. So,
yeah. 8 automatic bids between 2 conferences is absolutely crazy when it's a 12-team playoff, and then 1 would go to the at-large bid. So there'd be, or the group of 5. So then there'd be 3 at-large bids.
Well, and their push for 4 is for the 14-team playoff that's going to come after this. So it's like, well, if you think that your team, the conference is the best, then they're going to get 4 anyway. I hate when we take away. That's why I don't love conference champions making it, but I get it. Okay, fine. Conference champions get in, whatever. But beyond that, I would not have anything automatic in there. I wouldn't even give the group of 5 an automatic bid. If we're trying to determine a true champion, the 12 best teams should be in there. The only exceptions being the Power 5 conference champs. I love Boise State, but they're not a 12-1 team if they're in the ACC, much less. Like somebody in the chat said they beat Boise State more than the ACC schools. I'm like, well, Boise State looked a whole lot like Syracuse did beating UNLV at UNLV. Come on, guys. They're not competing with Clemson and some of those teams. Come on. Not week after week after week after week. It's just like Boise back in the day. Boise on any given Saturday could play with anybody back in the day. But they did not have the size, the depth, or the talent to do it week after week after week after week after week. Like, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You can't – the sample size is way too small. You can't say, well, Boise State only lost to Oregon at Autzen Stadium by 3, so then they can play 8 Big Ten games and compete in the conference. I think that's an unfair – yeah, absolutely. Buy-sell hold again from Peruvian Irish. For whatever reason, Riley Leonard is a better thrower to the left side of the field than the right side. Accuracy and consistency.
I'd have to look at the numbers. That might be true now, but it wasn't true early in the season. Early in the season, he was not very good throwing to the left at all. I'd have to actually look at that. I'm going to see what PFF has, because this type of thing, they at least have something left-right they're pretty decent at. I'm curious what their numbers are. I haven't computed those in about a month. So let's see here. I guess they don't have just left and right. But, okay, so let me just go, because that doesn't really calculate it either. But it's similar. He throws a lot more to the right. But throwing to the outside left, see, that's 4, 9, 14 divided by, that's 10, 24. He's a 58.3% completion guy outside to the left. 7, 29, 30 divided by. He's a 62.5% passer to the right. So,
my
gut was more better to the right.
Yeah, I understand where the submission comes from, because he had that deep out route to Jordan Faison on the left side. He had that deep wheel when they stacked against Louisville to Jaden Harrison on the left. But that
he
wasn't
this weekend at Jordan Faison. We're kind of running to the left.
A lot of the, I think Chris Mitchell's touchdown in both the Stanford and the Navy game, he was lined up on the left where they ran that slant.
Mitchell was to the right. Left, he was on the left against Stanford. He was on the right against Navy.
Okay.
And he threw it over the middle.
Yep. And then Jaden Greathouse
was lined up to Bo Collins was to the left
at Texas A&M
against A&M. The third down throw to Jaden Greathouse was against A&M, but his touchdown pass against Louisville was on the right. His long completion this past Saturday against Navy was to the right. The touchdown pass to Bo Collins this week was to the right. The post route to Bo Collins was to the right. I mean, he's made throws to both sides. Yeah. But accuracy-wise, or I shouldn't even say accuracy-wise, completion percentage-wise, he's got a better completion percentage thrown to the right.
Yeah.
Overall than he does to. I will say this: his uglier throws have been to the right, but most of them.
Buy, sell, hold from Brian Kelly's family. Deion Sanders.
Trevor, time out. You got to put some respect on this man's name. You got to say it with the fake Brian Kelly Southern accent. Come on now.
Come on now. That's my bad. That's my bad. All right. let me run this back, and then for the second one, how about this? I'll read the first one. You read the second one. Let's see whose is better. Let's do it. Okay. Buy, sell, hold from Brian Kelly's family. Decent. Deion Sanders leaves Colorado after the season for a bigger Power 4 job.
So we were talking earlier about the Florida State job, right? Like if Florida State wanted to get rid of him, I could definitely see Florida State making a run at Deion. Like I could see that. Yeah. I could see that. Yes. And I think Deion's leaving Colorado as soon as his kids are gone. And by kids, I mean Shador, Shiloh, and Travis. Because he treats Travis Hunter like a son. And that's not an insult. It's not an insult at all. I mean, I wish he'd treat more of his players that way, but like Travis Hunter and him have a very different relationship, and that's okay. Because it started before he was coaching. So I think he looks at that kid differently, which is fine. But I think once those kids are gone, he's out. He knows. He knows when they're off the roster next year, they're going to be in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Did you see what he just put in the chat?
Yeah, I did.
I can't blame him. I couldn't blame him. He's terrible.
Yeah. Oh man. That was good. I'm buying it too. I'm buying it as well. So.
Oh, that's well done. All right, so my one from Brian Kelly's family. Coy Parrish earns overall All-American honors, not just freshman All-American honors.
I'm going to be honest. I hate to have you read the question and then answer it, but I'm not familiar with Coy Parrish, so I don't want to do this question a disservice. I'm sorry, Brian Kelly's family.
Yeah, I gotta send you the text he just sent me. I'm sorry, that's just really funny. So I mean, I know who he is, but I have not watched. He's a defensive back for Minnesota, and he's got like 5 interceptions on the season, but he's only got like 13 tackles. I mean, I know who he is. I can't tell you that I have watched him enough to be able to answer this question. But a true freshman with 5 interceptions is going to get a lot of recognition for all freshman All-American honors, but I mean, you only got 13 tackles. You got to do something a little bit more than just make interceptions, So, I mean, that's just looking at the numbers, but I'd have to watch him play a little bit more. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to sell that based on just the numbers. But here, hold on. Let me just send you what he sent me, Trevor. It's hilarious.
Okay.
So we got a super chat from Eddie Milton fan. Sorry, y'all. We're doing like a little inside joke here with Ryan. Go ahead, Trevor. We have a super chat from Eddie Milton fan.
All right. Super chat from Eddie Milton fan. Thank you, sir. Notre Dame has 4 position groups that are top 5 in talent.
4 position groups that are top 5 in just talent. Running back, yes. Secondary when everyone's healthy, yes. Linebacker when everyone's healthy, yes. I think tight end could be in that conversation. I think O-line could be in that conversation. I think quarterback could be in that conversation. I don't think defensive line is top 5 talent-wise. It's maybe top 5 production, or performance, but it's experience and that type of thing. So basically, we agree that the running back room is in the top 5?
Yeah.
Do we agree that the secondary, when healthy, is in the top 5?
Yeah.
So when you got Benjamin, okay, I agree with that too. Do we agree that linebacker, just from a talent standpoint, is in the top 5?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we'd have to say either tight end, quarterback, or O-line would have to also be in that conversation.
See, quarterback is tough. I guess I will break down each one individually for like what I think. Quarterback is tough. Yeah. Quarterback is tough in comparison to the other rooms because the other rooms you can just continually rotate guys in, and quarterback you have one guy, and that's how I look at it because it's tough for me to say, well, Kenny Minchie is a top 5 third string quarterback in college football because I've seen him come in the game and take knees and hand off the football. I believe that he could be. I mean, same thing with CJ Carr. CJ Carr isn't even healthy right now. Now I know we're saying if the room is healthy.
Yeah, because I think we're just looking at like the talent of the room top to bottom and how does it compare to other quarterback rooms top to bottom, not just present but also future.
Okay,
like that's the way. Well, I think that's the only way you can really look at it. Right? Is a quarterback is that way. Because if you're just talking about this season, then essentially you just have to compare, is Riley Leonard in the top 5 quarterbacks? Right? I mean, that, you know what I mean? Like, because like you said, you made the great point. Backups don't play.
Yeah, quarterback is tough. If you're looking at overall talent and the potential for the years on, I think quarterback could absolutely be in that discussion for sure.
O-line's the one. O-line and quarterback are probably the two that I would say when healthy have the most, or have the conversation to be the most talent.
Yeah.
You know, just God-given talent. We're not talking experience. We're not talking about, technique. We're just talking talent. It's hard for me to think of 5 offensive lines that have more when they're healthy. Jagasaw's healthy. Gerby's healthy, Ashton Craig's healthy. It's hard for me to think of teams that can have a third string player like Chris Tarek or
Joe
Otting and you know what I mean? Like I just have a hard time seeing that.
Yeah.
Really hard time seeing that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy it. How about that? I'll buy it, Trevor. Just because I think there's, you were going through the quarterback. I think between the 3 of them, tight end being another, you can accept that one of them is in the top 4.
Yeah.
Top 5.
Yeah.
This is funny. I'm not answering this question, but I'm going to have you read it anyway.
Super chat from Beezer12, Washing Beard. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the fantastic username. Brian, your Coach Prime. Irish Breakdown is Colorado. Who is your Shedeur Sanders? And who is Shiloh?
So it's Junior and Shiloh, right? Because he's got Deion Sanders Jr. also. I mean, I'd have to go with Vince as my junior because he's oldest. Stiers is eliminated from the conversation because he's older than I am. So none of them can be be that for me. After that, I mean, I'm not answering any of those questions. I plead the 5th. No hablo inglés. I'm just not even going there on this one. I love all my children the same. How about that, Trevor? I love they're all beautiful. They're all wonderful. They all bring great value to the table. So I'm not that's well played, Trevor. Send that to Ryan.
I will.
Yeah. So we've just decided that Trevor is my Shiloh. So Trevor volunteered himself to be Shiloh. Yep. So he's Shiloh. Yeah. So then that would make what? Who? I don't even know who else is my Shedeur, right? That's the Nick Kramer, I guess, would be my Shedeur, right? That's my 3rd. So there you go. So I love all my children the same. How about that? I love all my IB children the same.
There we go.
We'll just keep it at that.
Great answer.
So
Bisa hold again from Brian Kelly's family. Coach Denbrock has a bag of untapped tricks. Throwback screen against Louisville, for example, that will be pulled out down the stretch.
If needed. If needed. I think they'll be pulled out if needed. I don't think Mike Denbrock's going to necessarily use stuff like that if he doesn't have to. Just like he didn't use it against Louisville until it was needed. Like, we got to put this game away. Like, they were sitting on that. They could have used that at any point in time. But you wait for him to get to that moment where you need it. Because otherwise you may say, hey, look, I may need that in playoff game against Ole Miss or LSU or Miami or Penn State, and I don't want to use it now. It's part of the reason Mark Rogers and I got into a debate about, going for 2 early. And I said, look, I'm not going for 2 until I have to go for 2. And part of it is because you don't have a whole lot of 2-point conversions on your play sheet. And when you use one, it may not work again because now everybody sees it and they're going to be prepared for it. So I'm not using those until I need to use those. Unless it's like a trick play, like a swinging gate thing that people do, like Oregon's done that, where they just throw it out. I mean, that's different. I'm talking about a genuine 2-point play, not a fake extra point, genuine 2-point play. Not using it till I have to use it. So that would be my philosophy, and I have a feeling that's also Mike Denbrock's. We'll call it when I need it, if I need it.
Yeah, I think it's situational. Like, I mean, Marcus Freeman even kind of answered some of those questions around the fake punt and the fake field goal. It's when they get a look that they like. I believe that they have it, but I don't think that it's a situation where they're saving it so they don't put it on film until the final 4 games or until the playoffs. I don't.
Right.
Mike
it's
Denbrock.
More so, but you just don't need it. I mean,
Right.
I'm not going to call if I don't need it.
100%.
If I think it's big. Now, there may be some things I just do for kind of fun against a team we're going to blow out just to make other teams think about something, like that reverse throw, throwback pass, flea flicker thing. You know what I mean? Like, sure, that's kind of fun. I'm using that against Florida State because they suck and we're up 21 points. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah. Yep. Good one. Make sure. There we are. Okay.
Buy-sell hold from Beezer 12, washing beard. Riley Leonard improves on his recent production. He goes to New York for the Heisman ceremony and will win comeback player of the year.
I'm selling the first one. Like, Riley Leonard would have to play so dominantly in the last month of the season. And guy like Travis Hunter would have to get like hurt and not play. You'd need like Cam Ward to kind of fall apart down the last month of the stretch, and like nobody else to emerge for him to be in New York. Top 3 or 4. I mean, hey, he's playing great football. Like, I saw somebody the other day that had a thing where it was like Riley Leonard was 9th in the Heisman Trophy voting. And at first I'm like kind of dismissing it. Then I'm like, based on what the Heisman Trophy has become, he's the productive quarterback on one of the best teams in the country. Oh, okay. He put him in the top 10, whatever. But, I don't see it. Somebody said, don't they invite 5? Some years they've only invited 3. So I think the year Manti won it, wasn't it only 3? Or Manti was like it was Johnny Manziel, Manti, and like one other guy, Colin Klein, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it was Colin Klein.
And they only invited 3. So, and then there was the one year it was Woodson, Peyton Manning, Randy Moss, and then one other person. So, yeah, it depends. It depends. So yeah, I don't see him being in the Heisman conversation, like really in the Heisman. He'd have to just be, and I don't know if any of these games are going to be spotlight enough for him to be able to do that. I don't know. Not that Shedeur Sanders or Travis Hunter or Cam Ward are playing in any premier spotlight games either, but he would have to be like 200 yards passing, 100 yards rushing in each game, and Notre Dame's just scoring 50 a game. So, I mean, it'd have to be something crazy like that. Now, I do buy that Riley Leonard can and will win comeback player of the year if he keeps playing like he has now. Like, when you think about all he went through last year, and if he comes back and leads Notre Dame to the college football playoff and they go 11-1, and the fact that he's playing as well as he's playing recently, yes. Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Beezer 12, washing beard. Jeremiah Love will score a touchdown in every game for the rest of the season, including the playoffs.
Oh, gosh. So he's had at least one every game so far, right? He's had a rushing touchdown, I believe, in every game. Correct? At least one, and then he had 2 this past week. So he's got 9 in 8 games. Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Because he said score a touchdown. I could see a game where maybe he doesn't get a rushing touchdown, but he catches a 30-yard pass and takes it to the house.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Beezer 12, washing beard, buy, sell, hold. Dream scenario below. Notre Dame wins a national championship. Along the way, they beat an SEC, Big Ten, and ACC team, proving conferences are for suckers.
Well, I don't know if they're going to prove conferences are for suckers. But, I mean, look, they've already beat an SEC team that's could be in the playoff. That could already be done in the regular season. But, yeah, I mean, look, if they are a 4 or 5 seed, then they'll get an ACC team. I mean, excuse me, if they're a 5 or 6 seed, then they'll get an ACC team. They could potentially get an ACC team in the second round. They could potentially get an ACC team in the first round too. I mean, that's. I mean, my most recent projection I had, the one I did, I had them playing Miami in the first round. So that would be, an ACC team, and then there's a good. I mean, you're going to have to go through. You're going to have to at least beat one of those top 2 conferences to win a championship. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So what about you, Trev? Buy, sell, hold that one. I mean, I would love it if Notre Dame wins a championship.
I was about to say, I'm not
buying it because I'm just not there yet with this team. There's still things I need to see about this team. I think this team right now, the way they're playing, can win at least 1 or 2 playoff games right now.
Yeah.
Right now. Mm-hmm. Are they good enough to then beat a Big Ten and an SEC team in the semis and championship game? Let me see how this next month goes. I think they can play with anybody if they're on their game, but I still think there's areas where this team needs to improve.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they play in the playoffs like how they played against Navy, especially offensively, Notre Dame can compete with any team that will be in the playoffs. I don't know if there's going to be any scenario where they prove that conferences are for suckers, unfortunately. I do buy the fact that they will have to be, I mean, arguably 2 of the 3 conferences of those big 3 to win a national championship. So, yeah, I mean, I buy that aspect. I buy that it's your dream scenario. I would love nothing more than to wholeheartedly buy this and say Notre Dame wins the national championship. I would love in my lifetime going from never seeing Notre Dame win a New Year's Six Bowl to winning the national championship.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty sweet.
Somebody asked, Pete Weber says, what kind of IB party are we going to have when Notre Dame wins a title? I'll tell you what right now. If Notre Dame wins a national championship in the next 2 years, we will absolutely have a party in South Bend. Yeah. Like I'll rent the big space up at the club down the street, and we'll where my wife and I we have dinner a lot, and they have a big area that we are allowed to rent. We'll flat out do that. Flat out. We'll definitely have an IB party after the championship game. So keep that in mind, everybody.
I told Lauren that the minute Notre Dame wins a national championship and it gets solidified and you can tell in the game, I am hopping in the car and driving immediately up to South Bend, and IB Nation can find me somewhere on Eddy Street. That is exactly where I will be if Notre Dame wins a national championship. You can find me at O'Rourke's. You can find me at Brothers. You'll probably find me at Five Guys at one point in the night. I'll be up
He
there.
may not remember meeting you by the end of the night, but he will be there.
I will be up there. Don't you worry.
Yep. That'd be fun. I hope we have to find that out someday.
Soon.
Yeah, that would be nice, right? There we go. So Traverse City, Indy has a lot of these, which I love. So just be ready for a bunch of those from him.
All right. You got it. Buy, sell, hold. Our closest game, the remainder of the season, will be Virginia.
Sell. I understand where he's coming from. Senior day, overlook that team, all of that. I get that. I still think the closest game at the end is going to be the USC game. I still think that's probably going to be USC, Army, Virginia, Florida State in that order. It literally, you can just go the reverse order of the schedule is going to be my order of prediction of closest games. mean, USC's 4 losses this season. Now, they haven't played anybody as good as Notre Dame because I don't think Penn State's as good as Notre Dame, but Penn State's still a very good team. Their closest margin, widest margin of defeat this season is 7 points. I mean, their total margin of defeat this season is 14 points in 4 games. If Notre Dame blows them out, that's a heck of an accomplishment. Now, I think Notre Dame can move the ball and score on this team, but I also think USC against the Notre Dame team that's banged up could potentially have some success making some plays as well. I mean, they did score 20 last year, so yeah, I think that'll be the closest game.
Yeah. For the reasons that we talked about yesterday when we broke down the schedule, Brian, I think it's going to be USC rivalry game. It's away. It's going to be USC's opportunity to knock Notre Dame out of playoff contention. Mm-hmm. There's a lot more riding on it than just senior.
It somewhat salvages their season to some degree.
Yeah,
NFL players are going to be wanting to put some big time film on for NFL teams when they're playing against Notre Dame. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of revenge for what Notre Dame did to them last year in South Bend under the lights. Yeah.
Yep.
Another buy-sell hold. Notre Dame finishes top 10 in offensive efficiency and top 3 in defensive efficiency by season's end.
They're close. I mean, I think they're 15th in efficiency on offense right now. So if they keep playing offense the way that they are right now, yes, I buy this. They're already top 3 on defense. They're already there for one. Yep. Somebody said in the chat, Vince or Trevor, somebody said, Irish English said, heck, Brian might even have a beer. Listen, y'all. I was as big of a Broncos fan as a kid as I was a Notre Dame fan, even more so when I was younger. I watched the Broncos win back-to-back Super Bowls my freshman and sophomore year of college and still didn't drink a beer. If you think I'm going to drink a beer now at 46 with already having weight problems, you're out of your mind. I am not going to drink a beer no matter what. But I will definitely have some. I don't need alcohol to have a good time. And so, no, I will not drink a beer. Now, I'm going to have to apologize to my wife and say Mountain Dews will be consumed in large quantities that evening. But yes, that is about it. That is about it. So, no, I will not consume a beer. It was actually a running joke in my dorm my freshman year because some kid who was transferring he's like, hey, can I take a picture of you drinking a beer? I was like, bro, you think I'm going to drink a beer because you're leaving? He's like, no, just take this one. It's not open. Put it up to your mouth so I can have a picture and I can tell people that I saw you drink a bear. I was like, whatever, dude, fine. It's just like, with a camera. This is back in 1997. We didn't have cell phones where you can take pictures. You know what I'm saying? This is with a camera. It's like, whatever, dude. So, yeah.
That's funny. That's funny. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame wins the remainder of its regular season games by 10 points in each game.
I could buy this as possible. I mean, they've literally won 6 of their 7 games already by 10 points. And the one that they didn't, they were literally led by 10 points most of the game. And that team's better than anybody they're going to play down the stretch. Like I said, I think the USC game is going to be the closest, but I could see that being a 10-point game, 14-point game. You know what I mean? So yeah, I buy that as a possibility. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I haven't made predictions for those last 4 games, but Trevor, this isn't even like a hard buy. I mean, like a, oh man, you're a homer. I mean, look, the last 2 years, Notre Dame has won now what? They're 17-4 the last 2 seasons, right? They've had 2 of those 17 wins were by less than 10 points. They've won by 39, 53, 21, 24, 7, 28, 51, 38, 33, 32, 10, 59, 25, 7, 42, 18, and 37. So 15 of their 17 wins the last 2 years were by at least 10 points. The 2 that weren't, one game they led 10-0 at halftime and let that team back in the game. And it was on the road against a ranked team, top 25 team. And then the other one was a home team where they literally led by over half the game by 10 or more points against a ranked team. Those teams were both better than anybody that Notre Dame's going to play the rest of the way. So when Notre Dame wins, Trevor, they win big. Yep. So of course there's reason to believe that's not a homer take. That's just look at the data. When they win big. That's just the way that games go for Notre Dame. And really only only 14 of their 17 wins, I would argue, were necessarily competitive in the second half, right? That would be Duke, Louisville, and Texas A&M. I don't think NC State was overly competitive in the second half. Notre Dame ran away with that. It was close in the first half, but it wasn't close second half. So, I mean, yeah, that's a pretty easy buy. If they win all four, there's a good chance that all four of them are going to be by double digits. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, for those reasons that you just listed off, this is definitely a buy for me. And honestly, on the flip side of that coin, I think if we're talking about them not beating at least 3 of the 4 by more than 10 points, I think we're starting to have a conversation around like what happened during the game.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like I think it's as much that as it is if they will, you know? So that's where I'm at. Buy, sell, hold from Traverse City, Notre Dame. FSU will finish the season 1-11, but Mike Norvell will keep his job because of his 13-1 season last year.
Sell. If they go 1-11 and lose to Charleston Southern, he will get fired.
Yeah.
And should get fired. Like, seriously. Like, maybe 2-10, maybe. But, Trevor, for them to go 1-11, they'd have to lose to Charleston Southern at home.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I could see them going 2-10. They got North Carolina at home this weekend. I could see them losing that game. They're going to get killed by Notre Dame. They play Florida at home last game of the regular season. I could see them losing that game. It'll be a competitive game, but I could see him losing it. If they lost to Charleston Southern at home, he will and should get fired.
Yeah.
Like, you've completely lost your program if you can't even beat Charleston Southern. Like, that would be Charleston Southern's an FCS team. Let me go look at their schedule, their record right now, because they weren't good. They're 1-7. Their only win is over Furman, who's actually ranked. They lost 38-0 to Richmond. They got beat by Tennessee State. They got beat by Western Illinois, Trevor. You remember how bad Western Illinois was when we watched them play? Like, they got beat by them by 11 points. They got beat by Lindenwood, who's not very good, by 15 points. They got beat by Southeast Missouri State by 13. They just lost to Tennessee Tech. If they lose that game to them, he will no longer have a job. Like,
nope.
1-11 with a lost an FCS team. I don't care what he did the year before. There's no way that that's acceptable. I mean, 2-10 is bad enough, but like, I really feel like if they can win this weekend, there's an outside shot of them finishing 3-1 down the stretch. They can beat Florida at home. They competed against Miami this weekend, Trevor. They did. They just didn't have the horses to beat Miami. They could beat Florida if they play the way they did against Duke and Miami from a competitive standpoint, where they at least played hard, like the Duke game. They were terrible. That was 2 bad teams. But the one thing about Florida State in that game I'll give them credit for is they battled. They just stink. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's so awful. No way. So I'm selling the heck out of that.
Yeah, I mean, Florida State held Miami to their season low in points scored on the season. Mind you, it was 36, which just kind of goes to show you how many points that Miami can throw up on the board. But to your point, it was definitely
Miami poured it on late. Like, Miami was running up the score. They ran like a reverse throwback with like 4 minutes left in the game, up 23-0. It was like 23-7.
Yeah, which, I mean, almost reinforces your point about how competitive it was. They needed to reach into the bag of tricks to still score their all-time low in the season. So
I thought that was a bit garbage, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, I agree. But 1-11, it's athletic directors meeting them in the tunnel on the walk back to the locker room. Yeah. I mean, that's, if you lose to Charleston Southern at home, I think if you lose to Charleston Southern at home, they might have an interim head coach against the Florida game. I really believe that. I mean, that would be losing to a 1-7 FCS team already going into the game 1-9. I mean, if a 1-7 FCS team is the team that makes you go 1-10,
who will have since lost to Gardner Webb and UT Martin when they play Florida State.
Yeah.
And Eastern Illinois. That Florida State game's their last game of the year.
Yeah.
They'd be probably 1-10 going into that game. 2-9 at best. Like that would be so bad. Yeah, that'd be so bad.
Buy, sell, hold. LSU will implode and lose 2 more games, causing Brian Kelly to fire at least one coordinator because he can't take accountability for his own actions.
Well, I buy that Brian Kelly can't take accountability for his own actions, but I don't think LSU is going to implode and lose 2 more games. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily hate it, to be honest with you, but I just don't. Like, you know me, Trevor. Like, listen, I enjoy watching Brian Kelly lose, but I've also predicted him to win some big games this year. I mean, I was the only member of the IB staff that picked him to beat Ole Miss, because my dislike for him is not going to cause me to hurt my reputation by making predictions that are not likely to happen.
Sure.
They have a bye week this week. Then they play Bama at home. They can beat Bama. They can absolutely beat Bama. Then they play at Florida. They'll probably beat Florida at Florida. And then they play Vanderbilt and Oklahoma at home. I don't see any scenario in which they lose those 2 games at home. So I think LSU has a shot to run the table, especially if they beat Bama. If they beat Bama, they're not losing again. And they're going to be 10-2, and they're going to be in the playoff and should be in the playoff at that point in time. They should get in that large bid. If they run the table and their only losses are an early season close loss to USC and then a road loss to a really good A&M team where they led by 10 points at halftime, and then they beat Bama, they beat Ole Miss, beat Oklahoma, they should be in the playoff. Now, they should be not playing at home. They should be going to play someone at their place, but they should absolutely be a playoff team if they're 10-2. And as of right now, I don't know what I'm going to do with the Alabama game. I want to see what Bama does this weekend, Trevor, to be honest with you. I want to see how Bama performs. Actually, Bama's off too. So they both buys. They both get buys. I'm not sure how I feel about that game just yet. I could see them losing that game, but I don't think they lose anymore after that. I just don't think those teams are good enough to beat them, honestly. And you know who would scare me the most if I was LSU, though? It's Vanderbilt, because they have a mobile quarterback, and that's been kryptonite for LSU this season. They made Marcel Reed look like a dude that people who have never seen him before think that guy's a stud. Why hasn't he been playing all year? I'm like, he started 3 games. They averaged 20-something points a game in his 3 starts. He only looked like that against LSU. Same thing with Lenore Sellers. He only looked like that because he played LSU.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, their 2 most losable games is Alabama and Vanderbilt, and that's both at home. And LSU plays again at night against Alabama. So I just don't see them losing 2.
I don't see Florida beating them. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, Florida competed with them last year for a little bit. You know, LSU pulled away late. It was 52-35, but you know, I still don't see it. But here's the counter to that. They could be in for a letdown game after Alabama, win or lose.
Sure.
I remember going into 2022, me and Vince and talked about this, and Ryan and I talked about this, but like Marshall was our trap game, because we're like, if they win, they're going to be feeling themselves coming to that Marshall game, and that's a good football team. If they lose, they're going to be feeling bad going into that Marshall game. Like, that was a trap game no matter what the result was against Ohio State. And that can also be true by Florida. They're not good. Their coach is going to be fired. They're just going to have gotten killed by Georgia, most likely, you know, and I could see it. DJ Lagway goes off on that defense.
Yeah.
You know, so it'd be fun to watch. I'll be on Tiger Bait that night, baby. You can believe that. If they lose to Florida, I'm sorry. I hate to do it to you, but I'm going to have to be there for that one to watch that meltdown.
Yeah.
But I just don't see it. I think they're at worst, they're 9-3 to finish the season. At worst. If I'm just giving you honest, take my feelings for Brian Kelly away, just looking at that football team. No, I think they're at worst 9-3.
Yeah.
And I won't be shocked if they're 10-2. I'll probably pick Bama to win that game, Trevor. I don't know about you. Probably pick Bama to win that game, but I think it'll be a close game. I do. Because the reason is because Bama, because of LSU struggles with mobile quarterbacks. That's my thing.
Yeah, there's a good chance that Jalen Milroe puts up Heisman numbers against that defense. I mean, honestly, with how bad they are at defending mobile quarterbacks. So, yeah, I think the most losable game is that Bama game at home.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Ohio State loses to both Penn State and Indiana, creating 2 scenarios. 1, there's a meltdown in Columbus and Ryan Day is on the hot seat. 2, Penn State and Indiana make the Big Ten Conference Championship game over number 1 Oregon, creating a wild scenario that creates a rule change in how teams are picked for the conference championship.
Here's a crazy freaking idea. Go back to divisions and just make them more balanced divisions. Like here. I mean, I get it. You got 18 teams. Okay, have 9 teams in each league. You know what I mean? Like play, just say, hey, look, this is so dumb. This whole thing is so stupid. But number one, will there be a meltdown in Columbus and Ryan Day's on the hot seat if they lose both of those games? You better freaking believe it.
Yep.
And if they then go lose to Michigan, he might be out of a job. 8-4 is a bad enough season at Ohio State to lose your job. I don't think it's going to happen, but yes, he'd be on the hot seat. It would be a scalding hot seat if they lose to both Penn State and Indiana. So he literally play 3 good teams this year, and every single one of them beat you. That would be a bad look. In that scenario, I mean, because I'd have to go look at but they could run into that scenario where Oregon could be left out based on certain things. I don't know how that'd be, but if that did, they got it. I mean, they got to change the rules. But I don't know how you can't perfect an 18. You're going to have years when you're going to have teams that are undefeated because they don't play the other best teams when you have that many teams in your league. You need to go to some sort of, I don't know. What would be actually pretty awesome with these leagues is they should go back to scheduling 11 games in the regular season in these big leagues, or schedule 11 games. And then the last week of the season, your 4-pod team, you have 4 pods, right? 4 divisions in your league. The top 4 teams in those pods play in that last week. And you could even have everybody else play a 12th game, but the last, the 2 pods are going to play. So then it's a conference game for everybody, right? But you basically play seedings for, you know what I mean? So everybody plays seedings, so you could have the 2s play the 2s and the 3s play the 3s or whatever and create some really good TV. But then your top 2 team, your top 4 teams play, and the winners of those 2 games then go play in the SEC championship the next week. That'd be great TV. That'd make you a crap load of money. You basically have 2 conference championship weekends. It'd make a crap load of money for ESPN with the SEC. It'd make a ton of money for CBS and Fox and NBC and whoever else, that the Big Ten's on, right? Aren't they on like 37 different networks? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. That would make for some great TV. Great TV. Would it not? Would that not add some crazy intrigue to the conversation? Yeah, that'd be huge. Yeah. So do something stupid. Do something like that. I mean, if we're just gonna throw out all the tradition of these things anyway and have these stupidity of multiple undefeated teams in a league because they don't play each other, then we might as well if it's gonna be about money, then let's just go all in and make it about entertainment and money. Let's just you know what I mean, and just do that. And just do that.
Yeah, so, almost on a smaller scale, do what college basketball does. And there's an ACC tournament, a Big Ten tournament before the March Madness tournament. Just do that on a smaller scale. I like that idea. That'd be cool. And it would make an insane amount of money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and like I said, everyone's still playing 12 games because then the teams that aren't playing those final 2 games are still going to play games that day. Everyone's playing that day still. Yeah. That's what I would do. And Jordan, I love it when I get fired up, man. Like, so he said, sorry to fire you up, Brian. I love it, dude. I think it's a great submission. I'm not blaming you for the stupidity of the Big Ten. You've made us talk about it. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. I mean, as far as that scenario goes in the previous buy, sell, hold, I'm definitely buying the first one. It would be, if they do that, then Ryan Day would be going on his 3rd or 4th year, not even competing for a Big Ten title in a row.
Yeah.
As far as the second one, I legitimately don't see a scenario where Oregon is left out of the Big Ten championship.
It's whatever the tiebreakers are. There's people that have said, based on how certain things could go, if there's 3 undefeated teams, Oregon, based on what the built-in the rules of the Big Ten are, they could be left out.
I guess I would have to. That is nuts, but I'd have to go back and look at the rule because then
it's not just the next ranked team is not the one that gets in. There's like other criteria. Right.
Well, right. But I'm saying, like, Oregon has already beaten a ranked Boise State team, and I know that's not in conference, but they also have a ranked win over Illinois, and so does Penn State. I use only ranked win and only ranked.
Right, but that's not the rules of the Big Ten. It's like record. It's like record of common opponents and all this other nonsense. That's what they have it like it's boom. It's not like who's had the most ranked wins. It's not who's ranked the highest. Like it should be head to head, conference record, head to head, who's ranked highest in the college football playoff rankings. That's what it should be. You know what I mean? If you have to get all the way down to that, to your point, Trevor, but that's not what the rules are in the league, sadly. It's this other nonsense that's just dumb. Like it makes no sense. But yeah. Somebody sent me that the other day. I was like, this is crazy. Like these tiebreakers are insane. So it's like something about common opponents and all this other kind. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. So like if Indiana beats Ohio State by a touchdown, well, then they'd have a better win than Oregon's 1-point win over Ohio State. Right? So if Penn State and Indiana both beat Ohio State by 2 points or more, then they both beat Ohio State more convincingly than Oregon did. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just the whole thing is weird, and it's what you do when you bring 18 freaking teams into your league. The Big Ten has. You remember how you said the Big Ten plus 1, and that's the Big Ten plus freaking 8. It's stupid. It's also dumb. It's also dumb. Yeah.
Okay.
It's also dumb. The Big Ten is stupid. They're good at making money. They're bad at making good TV. Like the SEC is setting records like every week. I mean, being hyperbolic, but like every week it's like there's some huge SEC game between two great teams that's got 10 plus million views. Wasn't it recently the SEC had 2 games with over 10 million views? It was like, I think it was Bama, Tennessee, and then Georgia, Texas on the same weekend. And then the Big Ten's over here, and Oregon doesn't play Penn State, and Penn State doesn't have to play. I mean, it's also like, I love that the SEC said year 1, we're having great games because we're going to tell people this is why we did this, because so we can have great games every week. Now they're not going to do this every year, but they were trying to make a statement where the Big Ten was like, no, let's give all of our top teams relatively soft schedules, except for Ohio State, who we're actually going to give a somewhat challenging schedule to. Happen to play Oregon, Penn State, and Michigan. And nobody saw Indiana coming.
Yeah.
Nobody saw it coming.
I just went and I looked it up on the Big Ten website. It's not win margin. It's just win-loss record. That's the tiebreaker, is the win-loss record of conference opponents. So even if... Which is also dumb because you could play a team that's not very good that has a record that's better because they play a freaking soft schedule. Mm-hmm.
So dumb.
Yeah, crazy.
So dumb. That's why I say the rule should be head-to-head. It should be conference record, obviously number 1, right? Head-to-head, because then there's no tiebreak, but then head-to-head, and then who's the highest ranked in the college football playoff rankings? I mean, honestly, that should be it. Because if the whole point is to get to that, right, then that's what's best for you. I mean, so if you're going to sell out for money, you might as well completely sell out and go that route. And then that way you don't have to worry about a team like Oregon, who's clearly better than Indiana, be left out. At least right now. I mean, look, if Indiana and Penn State both smack Ohio State and Oregon didn't, then we can maybe be having a different conversation about whether or not Oregon should be ranked higher than those teams, right? I mean, is that at least fair? If they both beat Ohio State by 10 plus points, which again, it's not going to happen because with number 1, I don't see Ohio State losing to Penn State and Indiana. I just don't. I don't. But I almost kind of want it to happen, not because I hate Ohio State, but because I want the Big Ten to look stupid. That's why.
Buy, sell, hold. Blake Hebert has a better college career than that kid from Mississippi.
I'm going to sell that right now. I mean, look, I like Blake Hebert. I'm very happy that Notre Dame picked him up, but I'm not going to pretend like Deuce Knight is not a really talented player. And he is going to a system for now that does fit his style of play. I mean, it does. Notre Dame would have as well, but it fits his style of play. And he's going to have a much easier path to playing at Auburn than Blake Hebert's going to have at Notre Dame, which is partly why he didn't come to Notre Dame. He didn't want to have to compete against the CJ Carr. It's what I was told by multiple sources. He didn't want to compete against CJ. So Blake Hebert, on the other hand, said, yeah, I'll compete against those guys. I like that.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I'm going to sell just because I don't like predicting who's going to have a better college career before 2 kids get to college. Like it's just so tough to gauge.
So you have to base it on who's the more talented player right now and who's going to the better fit. and the better opportunity to play, and that's still deuce.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. There will be more underclassmen starting next year than this year. True freshmen, redshirt freshmen, and sophomores.
Okay. You quarterback maybe, running back no, wide receiver maybe, at least one spot. Offensive line probably one, maybe two. Defensive line one for sure, or one potential. Bryce Young. Linebacker maybe one. Secondary maybe two. So that's 8. I think that's fewer than this year. If we're talking just first or second year players, I think it'll be a little less than next year. Because the 23 class is going to so dominate the depth chart next year. Yeah, that's the rising juniors. That's Jeremiah Love, Drake Bowen, Jaden Alsbury,
Jaden
Greathouse, Jordan Faison, Christian Gray, Don Schuler, Boubacar comes back, potentially Armel Mukam has a breakout like that. Sam Pendleton, Charles Jagasol, like Sullivan Absher, that Cooper Flanagan at tight. You know what I mean? Like that class is going to dominate the starting lineup. Yeah. Now, if you'd to say more in the 2 deep next year than they're in the 2 deep this year, I'd have gone with you. Because I think the entire 2 deep is going to be filled with first and second year players.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is going to be super young next year, but super talented.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying.
No, you're good. Buy, sell, hold from Traverse City, ND. Assuming Notre Dame runs the table, they will be seeded no worse than 6 and win 2 playoff games.
I could see Notre Dame run the table and still be 7. And like, look, if Texas runs the table and beats Georgia in a rematch, and Miami runs the table and loses to Clemson in the ACC title game, if Ohio State runs the table and beats Oregon in a close game, those are 3 teams that all might have an argument to be ahead of Notre Dame, even if Notre Dame runs the table. Just, so now I don't think all 3 happen, but like right now I have Notre Dame projected as a 7 seed in my projection because I have Oregon ahead of them because I have Ohio State and Oregon both running the table in the regular season, and then Ohio State beating Oregon in the rematch in the Big Ten title game. That's my prediction there. And so Ohio State would get the automatic bid, and then Oregon would be the 5. I think I had them at 5. And then I have Georgia going 11-2. I have Georgia running the table in the regular season and then losing a rematch to Texas in the ACC title game or SEC title game. And so then I have Georgia because if Georgia goes 11-1 against that schedule, and I'm not punishing them because they lost a rematch to a top 5 team. They would have a better resume than Notre Dame. I don't know that they're necessarily a better team. That will get figured out in the playoff, but that would be a much better resume than what – I mean, for them to go 11-1, Trevor, they would have had to beat Texas on the road, beat Ole Miss on the road, lost to Alabama on the road in the last second game, beat Tennessee at home. That's a better resume than what Notre Dame would have. It just is. And so I would put them ahead. Like that would be my thing. Miami at 12-1, if they lost to Clemson, that would be a tougher one because I don't think Miami's schedule has a whole lot in it, to be honest with you. Like they're like their best win at that point in time would probably be Notre Dame's second or third best win. That's Louisville. And that's arguably the third best win on Notre Dame's schedule right now.
Sure.
Because it'd be A&M number 1, Navy 2, Louisville 3. That could flip if Louisville keeps winning. But that's, yeah. So right now the 2 playoff games, if Notre Dame is a 6 seed, I think they win 2 playoff games. If they're a 5 or a 6 seed, I think they win 2 playoff games. If they're a 7 seed, that gets a little bit tougher. We'll see who they draw in the second round. But yeah, if they're a 6 seed, I do buy that.
Yeah, no worse than a 6 seed. That's tough because that's essentially just 5 or 6. So I'm going to sell the first part. I do believe that Notre Dame could win 2 playoff games just by the makeup of what their team is. I know the second game is going to be very determinant on who the draw is, but I'll sell the first part. I'll buy the second part. Buy, sell, hold. Assuming Ashton Jeanty continues his dominance the remainder of the season, he wins the Heisman.
I buy that. Here's the reality of it. Whatever you feel about Travis Hunter, there will be a bit of a protest vote against him because they don't like Deion and they don't like Colorado. And honestly, Travis Hunter's not endearing himself very well right now with some things he's saying. I just don't think he's helping himself out perception-wise. And there's a chance that some of the West Coast media could split their vote a little bit with Shedeur Sanders. There'll be some people that might vote Shedeur as that guy instead of Travis. That's why you always get a little nervous unless it's a year where it's someone from Bama was going to finish first and someone from Bama was going to finish second in 2020. That was, it's like with Mac Jones and Devontae Smith. But most years when there's a viable third candidate in that scenario, that viable third candidate wins because the vote gets split from the 2 guys on that one team. So I think there's going to be a bit of I'm not saying this is right. I'm just telling you how it's going to be. There will be a protest vote against Travis because they're going to look at Ashton Jeanty and say, this kid is a dominant player. He played great against Oregon and he's humble and he doesn't play for Deion Sanders and he doesn't act like the way that the kids at Colorado. I mean, look, people can hate on Colorado and disrespect them. And look, they're a quality team this year, but with all due respect, some of the stuff that gets thrown at Colorado's deserved. You guys act like you're something that you're not. You know what I mean? Like just go play ball. Show a little humility and go play ball. Show an appreciation for the spot you're in and go play some ball. But they don't. They act entitled, and people don't like that. Right or wrong, people don't like that. And when you've got the Jeanty kid who's just every week just, hey, man, I'm just happy to be here. God is good. And Travis Hunter makes that comment kind of tearing down Ashton Jeanty a little bit and hyping himself up. And then Ashton responds by being like, hey, he's a great player. I'm just going to keep doing what I do. He's a phenomenal player. I'm just going to keep going out and, breaking records. And you know what I mean? Like, it was like, okay, that stuff matters. You can say it shouldn't matter to voters. It should just be about the production on the field, and that's fine, but that's not reality. I'm talking reality. That's what I would say. And I would say that Ashton has taken a very mediocre team and made them a lot better because of how good he is. So that's where I'm at. So I will buy that he wins the Heisman Trophy.
It's tough. A running back hasn't won the Heisman since 2015 when Derrick Henry did. And Derrick Henry had, an insane year. Ashton Jeanty in his remaining games will need close to 1,000 more rushing yards and 10 more rushing touchdowns, which is doable based on the pace that he's done. I just think that, unfortunately, the Heisman has turned into a quarterback award. It has, especially over the last couple of years. I think Travis Hunter, what he does on the field is impressive because he plays both sides of the football and he's very good at both. From a number standpoint, I don't know if he will because I don't know. I think it would be tough. I would like to see Ashton Jeanty do it for all the reasons that you just said, but I very easily could see it going to Cam Ward just because Miami's undefeated and they're going to be a playoff team. And
possibly. I don't know that. I'd be very curious to see what the hype is about Cam Ward because, again, you're going to look at it and be like, dude, you've played nobody. You've played nobody. Where at least Ashton can talk about, look what I did to Oregon. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Possibly Cam Ward, but I just think this is the year that a quarterback doesn't win it. I think voters kind of like having opportunities to not give it to a quarterback. That's why they gave it to Devontae Smith instead of Mac Jones. It's just there's often not a big time running back at a big time school. Well, that's also true this year because Boise's not. But it's just not a great year for quote unquote Heisman contenders. And if Miami drops a game between now and then, it's going to really hurt his thing. But I just think that like you mentioned his numbers though. He's got 1,300 yards and he's only played 7 games. So if he keeps up his current pace, at 196.7 yards per game, he'll have 2,358 yards at the end of the regular season. And then he would then have a conference championship game. And he's got 18 touchdowns in 7 games. That's just rushing touchdowns. He would also have, let's see here, he would have 31 rushing touchdowns at the regular season. So he would actually have numbers that surpassed Derrick Henry in regular season because of the rate he's at. Because I think, Trevor, what if you're in your math, when you look at his yards, perhaps you're thinking he's played 8 games like most other teams, but he's only played 7. So they've already had their bye. So he's going to have 5 games left plus the championship game. So he could have 6 games left. So he could be over 2,500 yards if he stays on his current rate, which is nutty production. But the thing he'll always be able to point to is I played against one of the best teams in the country, currently the number 1 team in the country, and he rushed for 192 yards and 3 touchdowns in that game, and they almost won on the road.
Yeah.
He also played a currently ranked Washington State team, and he ran for 259 yards on 26 carries and 4 touchdowns against a Washington State team that is currently ranked in the top 25.
Sure.
Gave them their only loss of the season.
Right. Look, I'm not saying that I don't think he deserves to win it. I just have no faith that I just have no faith the committee won't give it to him. Your
points were spot on, Trevor. I'm just saying I think that because it's a unique year where there's not that preseason, like Jalen Milroe's not in the conversation.
Sure.
Carson Beck's not in the conversation. Quinn Ewers isn't in the conversation for various reasons, that there's years where you see something like this come along.
Yeah.
And his numbers are just so insanely good. And he's done it against 2. Like, who's the ranked team that Travis Hunter will have dominated? Who's the ranked team that Cam Ward will have built his resume on? Ashton Jonty's got it on 2. He's got 2. And that's kind of where I'm coming from, because it is a unique year. If Quinn Ewers was healthy and playing well all year, okay, give it to him. If Carson Beck was playing like he did last year, it'd be a no-brainer. Not that they would deserve it, but to your point, it's going to go to a quarterback on one of the best teams. And there's just not that. There's just not that this year. So that's why I say I think he could do it. I think he'll do it. Now, again, teams are going to do what UNLV did last week and just put all their resources stopping him, and maybe he doesn't finish as strong as he did. I mean, he had 128 yards, and he needed 33 carries to get there against UNLV. Because they were just like, look, you're not gonna beat us. Somebody else is gonna have to beat us. And he still was able to make a lot of plays. But
yeah,
like San Diego State, Nevada, San Jose State, Wyoming, Oregon State, can those teams do it? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know if they can still do it. Because everybody else tried to stop them too, but UNLV at least had enough players to maybe pull it off.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
Buy, sell, hold. Golden, Denbrock, Mickens, and Deland will all be at Notre Dame in 2025.
I'm going to hope by that one, buddy. I mean, I'm confident Denbrock will be, and I'm, the rest, I don't know. I mean, they're going to be hot commodities at other places. So I'm going to hope by that one, Trevor.
I'm with you. I'm hoping that it will. So hope by. Marcus Freeman wins Coach of the Year after Notre Dame wins 2 playoff games. I don't actually know when this award is picked. Buy, sell, hold.
It is picked before the postseason. And if Indiana's 11-1, I don't see how you don't give that to Curt Cignetti.
Agreed.
I mean, look, 11-1. If Notre Dame goes 11-1, Marcus Freeman should be a finalist for that award. When you consider they did play a quality schedule, you think of all the injuries they've had, the adversity they've had to overcome, he should be a finalist for that award. But if Indiana's 11-1, and even if they get killed by Ohio State, the job that guy has done at Indiana this year is they just beat the defending national runners-up convincingly with his backup quarterback. Like, he's done a phenomenal job. So unless they just implode down, I mean, you could even argue if they go 10-2 and they have 2 close losses, you could still make a case for Curt Cignetti being Coach of the Year. If Vanderbilt pulls off another upset and beats LSU like we talked about, and they finish 8-4, 9-3, Clark Lee deserves to be in that conversation for the job he's done at Vanderbilt. Like, this, my opinion, a Coach of the Year award should not always go to the guy with the best record on one of the best teams or something. It should, who did the best coaching job? And as good of a job as Marcus Freeman has done this year to go 11-1 at Notre Dame, if he does that, to me, it pales in comparison to the job that Curt Cignetti will have done at Indiana if they go 11-1. It just would. I mean, they didn't beat anybody. It's Indiana. I don't care if they didn't play Penn State or Michigan or, you know what I mean? They will play Michigan. I don't care if they played Oregon or Penn. It's freaking Indiana. You know what I mean? Like, beating Nebraska by 49 is a heck of an accomplishment. Beating Washington ever is an accomplishment. It's Indiana. If Clark Lee wins 8 or 9 games at Vanderbilt, he should be in the conversation. It's Vandy. They beat Bama. They would have beaten LSU. You know what I mean? Like, they almost beat Texas. Those are way better coaching jobs than anything Kirby Smart could do this year. And that's not a knock on Kirby Smart. It's like, dude, you're Georgia. You should win 11, 12 games every year. You know, Sark, you're at Texas, man. You should win 11, 12 games every year. Dude won 9 games at Vandy. Dude won 11 games at Indiana. To me, Curt Cignetti right now is if the season ended today, Curt Cignetti's getting I think Marcus Freeman is the job he's done to get this team out of the dumpster of that Northern Illinois loss to the point where they really haven't played any competitive games is needs, with all the injuries they've had, is admired. But I still think that I can't give it to them because you still lost to Northern Illinois. You just can't go there. You're Notre Dame. And so, you know, Curt Cignetti, and the thing that hurts me with Clark Lee is that Georgia State loss is for the same reason why I'd have a tough time with Clark Lee for Coach of the Year. But, you know, if Curt Cignetti's 11-1 and his only loss is at Ohio State, dude, it's one of the biggest no-brainer Coach of the Year awards I would have ever voted on if I was a voter. I'm not, but that's a heck of a job. It's Indiana.
Yeah.
Like right now, the Indiana football team is significantly better than the Indiana basketball team right now. Words that have literally never come out of my mouth.
Yeah, it's about expectation, right? Even with the injuries, the thing is if Notre Dame ended up going this year, 9-3 or something because of the injuries, the conversation that a lot of people would be having is, yeah, the injuries were tough. You're Notre Dame. Your 2-deep roster is supposed to go out and beat half of the teams in college football regardless.
You could have literally started your entire second string, and you still should have beat Northern Illinois, with all due respect to Northern Illinois.
Yeah, absolutely. The
and
expectation.
We said before the game, that's a quality football team, Trevor. But you did not have injuries that should cost you that game. It's as simple as that.
Well, that's the thing it's a quality opponent. Notre Dame is more than just a quality collegiate football team. So
Navy was a good opponent. Notre Dame still should have won by double digits.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there is nobody that ever has said in the history of college football, IU should go 11-1 this year. In any year ever.
Indiana might make the playoffs have never been spoken by anyone except Dud. It's called the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my bad. Right. You know what I'm saying? No, that's a heck of a job. That team would have to utterly collapse down the stretch for me to not see him winning it. So sell.
Absolutely. And final buy, sell, hold from Traverse City, ND. Buy, sell, hold. I have too many buy, sell, holds.
Sell. Did a great job, man. You had great submissions. Great. Because I honestly, when I saw how the long list you had, I was actually I'm not going to include all these. There's too many. But then I'm like, okay, that's a good one. 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 There weren't any that could cut out. They were all good. So you get props for that. Well done.
Yeah.
Job well done, my friend.
Buy, sell, hold from JG Whitetown. Notre Dame will average 40 points this season, currently at 36.6.
All right, let me do some quick math here, Trevor, because I want to see what they'd have to do in the final 4 games. So Notre Dame let's see here, 40 points per game times 12. Did it say regular season?
No, it just says average 40 points this season.
Okay, so let's go ahead and say they would have to average 46.8. We'll just say regular season. They'd have to average 46.8 points per game in the last 4 games of the year. That's a lot. It's doable. It's actually doable, in my opinion. But I don't think they will do that. I mean, they're going to have a game like the Georgia Tech game. They're going to have a game where they play well enough to win convincingly, but they don't score 50. You know, like Virginia on Senior Day. I could see a game where Notre Dame wins convincingly 34-13, where they're a little sloppy like they tend to be on Senior Day, you know, and emotional, and they don't play great. It's all that. Senior Day just sometimes they do. They beat Wake Forest when you're 38-0. I think they beat BC on Senior Day like 44-0 a couple of years ago, right? Wasn't that game against BC Senior Day? The snow game where they won 44-0?
Yeah, I think 2019 was also Senior Day. I was at that game. I think the final score was like 44-9 or something.
Yeah. It was a lot closer at halftime, and then they just ran away with it in the second half. Had that Braden Lindsey jet sweep. Yeah, it was 40-7 was the score for Notre Dame that week. So, I mean, yeah, we've seen Senior Days where they play well, but we've also seen a lot more, like Syracuse 45-21. That was a sloppy Senior Day against a really bad team. Georgia Tech, actually, you know what? They've played actually better on Senior Day in recent years. 55-0 over Georgia Tech, 44-0 over BC, 45. You know what? They've actually played I did my own thing when, for a long time, people were like, oh, Notre Dame always loses after playing Navy. I'm like, no, they don't. That hasn't been a thing in a while. And somebody on Twitter earlier this year, like, Notre Dame just seems to always struggle with Stanford. And I just went and pointed out that, like, other than the 2 years ago, they've literally dominated Stanford the last 5 years. And I did that to myself. Because I still remember all the sloppy Senior Day games, Trevor, but the closest game they've had on Senior Day the last 5 years is 24-point win. So, but I still, I mean, USC, Army, those are decent teams. They're going to have a game where they score like 60 something for me to say they're going to be at 46.8 in the next 4 games. So I'm going to sell, although I do think there's a chance that they could top their record of regular season points from last season. So, because if they scored 509 and then they scored 40 in the bowl game, so they scored 469 in the regular season. So if they score 44 points a game, they could top last year's points per game margin. That might be doable. But adding a whole nother field goal on top of that is going to be pretty tough. So, but I would predict they'll at least be at 38 points per game by the end of the year, which is kind of on par with where I thought they'd be by the end of the season. But 40 is a lot. 46.8 is what they'd have to do last 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, that would take a beat down to Florida State, which is completely possible. Which is completely possible, but we would be talking about Notre Dame did to Florida State what they did to Purdue.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Even their last 3 games where they've scored 51 and 49 in 2 of their last 3 games, they're still only at 43.7 because they had the 31-point game against Georgia Tech. That's the down game. And when you're scoring 31 points and that's like, it's just, you can't do it. That's a pretty good day. By the way, speaking of, we are going to have, just a reminder, we are going to have our IB tailgate for Florida State this year. Just a reminder of people. I haven't talked about it a lot, but we are going to have our IB tailgate for the Florida State game.
You're cool. Cool. Buy, sell, hold from JG Whitetown. The remaining teams won't score a combined total of 40 points against Notre Dame.
I think they'll be slightly above that. I think Notre Dame in the next 4 games, like that's the thing we pointed out yesterday, Trevor. The first 5 games and the second 3 games are like almost identical in yards and points, between 11 to 12 points. And I think that'll be true in the final 4 games. They'll dominate a couple opponents, but somebody's going to score 17 or 20 on them. And you know what I mean? And get a garbage touchdown late. So I'm selling that. I mean, if they give up 41 points, that's barely 10 points a game. That's dominant football. But yeah, I can't quite.
Yeah. I mean, breaking it down mathematically, I mean, if Notre Dame holds both Army and call it USC to 14 points each, Florida State and Virginia will only have to combine for 12 points to get to 40. But I mean, that's a tall task. One, to hold a Virginia team to only 6 because they have shown flashes in the season where they can put up points. That's not allowing garbage time touchdowns. And then on top of that, that's holding a very dangerous Army offense and rushing attack. And a USC team that can definitely score more than 14 points a game to 14 points in that scenario. Right. I'm going to sell it. That'd be really tough.
If they do that, this team is going to go into the playoff hot.
Yeah.
Hot.
Yeah.
Red hot.
Buy sell hold again from JG Whitetown. This year could be a perfect storm for Notre Dame, not only to compete in the playoffs, but play in the championship game.
Buy. Yeah, I buy that. I mean, look, Trevor, there's no great team this year. Every team has flaws. Notre Dame did this. I'm like, yeah, well, this team did that. Everybody's flawed this year. Notre Dame's getting hot at the right time so far. They got to continue it. But I'll say this, they cannot afford any more injuries if that's going to happen. And that's a tough ask for the next set. To get to the title game, they're going to have to play 7 more games just to get to the title game. That's a tough ask.
Gosh.
My thing right now is my expectation is can Notre Dame win 2 games in the playoff? Yeah, right now, the way they're playing, I do think that they can do that. But to win 4 or to win 3, that's a tough ask. Are they capable of it? Yes. Yes, they are. The way they've played the last month, yes, they are. And when I watch everybody else play, absolutely they are.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'll buy it. This year could be the perfect storm for Notre Dame to not only compete for in the playoffs, but play in the championship. Yes, it's possible. It's a lot more possible now than I would have thought it was 3 weeks ago.
Sure.
Not just because how Notre Dame played, but because how some other teams. Texas looks incredibly vulnerable. Right now, Georgia's beatable. Bama's beatable. Ohio State's beatable. Oregon's beatable. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, man. I mean, the one thing in common of all the teams that you listed off is they have yet to face a defense like Notre Dame's. That's going to be the one kind of ace in the hole that Notre Dame will always have. Now, to your point, team has to stay healthy. And through 7 games, that's going to be a tall ask. Going to be a tall ask.
For a young team?
Yeah. And I mean, sometimes winning the national championship, a lot of it is about timing. Sometimes you're just the better team in a year where you're like, there's just not that 2019 LSU. There's not that 2021 Georgia.
That's why Georgia got to the that's the only reason Georgia got to the title game in 2017.
Yeah.
If that 2017 Georgia team would have made it to the 2018 playoff, well, first of all, they wouldn't have, because 2017 Georgia doesn't beat 2018 Notre Dame. They were good enough to beat 2017 Notre Dame by a point, but they don't beat 2018 Notre Dame. And they would have got smacked by 2018 Oklahoma. And they would have got smacked by – maybe they could have beat Oklahoma because Lincoln Riley's not a very good coach. But they would have got destroyed by Bama and Clemson and Notre Dame that year, in my opinion. So they would have replaced Oklahoma, not been in to play Oklahoma. Because remember, Oklahoma lost a game that year. So if 2017 Georgia would have been there and they would have had one close 3-point loss to Bama in the SEC title game, they probably would have got in over Oklahoma. In this scenario, that's the only scenario they would have been able to get in is to get in over Oklahoma. They're not getting in over 12-0 Notre Dame. They're not getting in over undefeated Alabama. They're not getting in over undefeated Clemson. Right. They would have only had a shot to get into an Oklahoma team that had lost to Texas that year. Mm-hmm. And if they would have gotten in that year, they would have got smacked by whoever they played, because they would have played. They would have played Bama. Wasn't Bama the 1 seed that year? Mm-hmm. So yeah. Because I think Clemson was the 2 and Notre Dame was the 3, right? Mm-hmm. Bama was 1. They'd have got killed by Bama, and they would have got killed by Clemson in the 2018 the 2017 team playing in 2018. They got killed by those teams. Doesn't take away from what they did in 17, Trevor, but it just was that right. Like that Bama team in 2017 would have got killed by all the teams in 2018.
Well, yeah, I mean look, to your point. There's very few teams in the grand scheme of the 4-team playoff era, right? There's very few teams that you can go and insert into other years of that 4-team playoff and say, yeah, they'd probably win still. And that list is very short in comparison. Like, I think you can make that argument for 2019 LSU, 2020 Bama, 2021 Georgia. I'd be willing to hear out conversations around 2018 Clemson as well, just how that defense was put together. And offensively, you had true freshman Trevor Lawrence, you had T. Higgins, Justin Ross came in out of nowhere. That was that playoff. Travis Etienne in the backfield. So, but over that year, that span and stretch
was crazy good that year.
Oh my God, yeah. What, all 4 of them got taken in the first round or something crazy? Was that when they had Dexter Lawrence, Christian Wilkins, Clellan Ferrell, and had one more guy.
The 5th guy was not, I believe. I think it was Austin Bryant. I think it was their other defensive end for Clemson, I believe.
I think you're right.
Let me go look at that real quick. Clemson. Yeah, it was Clellan Ferrell, Christian Wilkins, Austin Bryant, and
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence, yeah. And they also had Xavier Thomas was his. He was really good that year before all the injuries. Albert Huggins they had, and then Dexter Lawrence got hurt in the playoffs, and they didn't miss a beat.
Yeah,
didn't miss a beat.
That's insane. That's so insane.
Yeah, they were really good.
So I think you can make that argument about that team, but there's very few teams that you could go and insert. I say all that to say sometimes it is about timing and just you're hot at the right time. You see that in the NFL all the time. You know, sometimes it's a team that not a lot of people think a lot of in the regular season. I mean, when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl in 2021, I believe, I mean, they were like they were either, I think they were 10-7 in the regular season. They just caught hot at the right time and ended up playing for a Super Bowl.
Didn't the Giants win a Super Bowl one year where they went 9-7?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they beat the Patriots that one year where they went the second year they beat the Patriots? Wasn't that when they were 9-7? Do you remember what year that was?
2007.
Was that was the 07 team? Because what was the year that they beat the Giants when the Giants were or the Patriots when the Patriots were undefeated?
07.
So no, I'm thinking of the 11 year. Were the Giants 9-7? The Giants were 10-6 in 07. I'm talking about the 2011 year, the second time they beat the Patriots. They were 9-7.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they were 9-7 that year and won a Super Bowl.
Yep. So sometimes it's just
beat Tom Brady, the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. For the second time. I mean, sometimes it's just when you get hot. So could it be? Absolutely buy. Absolutely buy. Now we'll see how things shape out at the end of the year, but who knows? Buy, sell, hold from JG Whitetown. Notre Dame will replace the ACC with the Big Ten with scheduling.
Anytime soon, probably not. It depends on if ESPN is able to get out of their contract with the ACC. Because if they get out of their contract with the ACC, then Notre Dame's contract with the ACC is voided. Mm-hmm. And I do think Notre Dame would – I think the chances of Notre Dame signing a partnership with the Big Ten are greater now than they've ever been. Not to join the Big Ten, but to sign the same partnership they have now with the ACC, with the Big Ten. I think the Big Ten commissioner now is smart enough to know that there's advantages to the Big Ten to have Notre Dame, especially in you're competing against the SEC now for the senior. You know, you've got Notre Dame even as a part-time. The ACC found out that even having Notre Dame as a part-time partner is better than not having them at all. And if it wasn't for their partnership with Notre Dame, that league would be in even worse trouble than it is. And so I could see that if that contract gets torn up in the next year because ESPN has an out clause, they do, then I could see Notre Dame doing that with the Big Ten, especially now that you've got NBC as part of it. And, Pete Bavach was part of that, all that stuff. I could see that. I could see that. But that only depends on, will the ACC lose their ESPN contract? That's the only way that could happen, in my opinion.
Buy, sell, hold from the history expert. Leonard Moore impresses enough to gain freshman All-American honors. Oh,
buy. Yeah. He's only started 2 games so far, but he's played a lot and he's made some big-time impact plays. I'm definitely buying. I'll be a little bit surprised if he's not a freshman All-American at this point in time, especially how he's going to play the down the stretch. I'll buy that.
I would too. I would say him. Bryce Young has the opportunity as well. The more playing time he gets, especially once they start playing more traditional offenses. So, yeah, but I'd buy for Leonard Moore. Buy, sell, hold. Mean Girls gets mentioned at least 3 more times before Notre Dame finishes this season.
Sadly, because we do buy, sell, holds, and you all get to bring these questions up, sadly, that's a buy, but I pray that it's a sell. I pray this is the last time the word Mean Girls gets mentioned on our show. But sadly, I don't think that's going to be the case. Let's move on.
Buy, sell, hold from Dano. Notre Dame is hitting their stride.
Buy. Yeah, let's go to the next one because I think these two things go together. That's an interesting one.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame has hit their peak.
Sell. It could be true, but I don't think it's inherently true. I don't think it's like they can't play any better. I don't think that's the case. I think the offensive line can get better. I think the receiver play can still be better. I think there's still room for Riley Leonard to even play at a higher level. I think the defense has some things that they can do better as the guys get back into the rotation. I don't think they've hit their peak, but they certainly have hit their stride. There's no doubt about that. Defense is just kind of still doing what they've been doing. This is all about the offense. Defense is like, hey guys, we're waiting on you to catch up to us. You know what I mean? But yeah, I buy the first. They are hitting their stride. I sell the second. They have not hit their peak. Well, they could. They could end up struggling the last 4 games, and they could have hit their peak. I just don't think they have, so I'm selling it right now.
I will sell that they hit their peak on offense. And from a specific perspective, I buy that they hit their peak on defense, and I don't mean that in a negative. Right now they're giving up over their last 3 games 11.9 points per game. I don't see that number going down.
So you do think they've hit their peak on offense?
No, I said I was selling the offense.
I thought you said buy. Okay.
No, I'm selling that they've hit their peak on offense. And on defense, looking at it through a certain perspective, I buy it because I just don't know if you can ask a defense to give up less than 11.9.
Yeah, when you're at the top, it's hard to peak any higher than that.
That's what I'm saying.
We played King of the Mountain as kids, right? Like there was nowhere above. There was no god of the mountain that was above the king of the. Once you're in the top, you're in the top. There's nowhere else to go but down. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Buy, sell, hold. Ohio State's purchases are living up to expectations.
The Ohio State guy in the chat's really offended by that. He said, Ohio State got 6 guys out of the portal. The purchases narrative is a little weird. Bro, just own it. I mean, Ryan Day, your head coach literally said we need $14 million to put this team together. You think those portal guys came for nothing? If the same thing was happening at Michigan, you'd be talking about this. You'd be using the same exact language. It's okay. It's okay to say that. That's the rules. No one's accusing them of cheating, but they're accusing Ohio State of doing what Ohio State has said it's going to do, which is essentially they need X amount of dollars to put a roster together. And so that's what they did. So, so the question being, the purchases are living up to expectations. Some are. I mean, this is it's hard to buy or sell this. I mean, I think Caleb Downs has been pretty flipping good from what I've seen in games that he's played. I think that Quinshon Judkins is as overrated as I said he was coming into the season, Trevor. I mean, I try to tell people this. He's an overrated running back. First few games against Akron and Western Michigan and Marshall, what did people say? Oh, look how good he is. Look how good he is. Here's what he's done once they got to league play. And they've played Michigan State, Iowa, Oregon, and Nebraska. So it's not like murderer's row. 11 carries for 54 yards, no touchdowns. 13 carries for 78 yards, no touchdowns. 11 carries for 23 yards, 1 touchdown. 10 carries for 29 yards, no touchdowns. So once they got into league play and stopped playing teams that aren't very good, he has rushed for 184 yards in 4 games, and he's done that on 45 carries, which is good for an average of 4.1 yards per carry. He is overrated. He always has been overrated. The fact that they turned him into their lead back and not Travion Henderson is a coaching issue that is part of the reason why that team has not played to their potential as a team, in my opinion. But Caleb Downs has certainly, in my opinion, Trevor, lived up to expectations. I think that absolutely he has. I'm trying to think of who some of their other. Let me go look at their roster real quick. Will Howard. Will Howard's actually played well for what I think he is as a player. I mean, he has. It's lived up to expectations. I can only go off my expectations, I guess. I mean, so I guess if we're going off my expectations, then Quinshon Judkins has been exactly what I expect him to be. You know what I mean? Julian Sand, I think that was a good pickup. He'll end up being good. Seth McLaughlin's been okay. Will Howard's been a little better. So I think overall, on the whole, I'd say if I have to put them all as a group, I'd say they've lived up to expectations as a group. Lived up to my expectations. Some have been a little better than expected. Quinshon's not been as good as what other people expected, but he's done exactly what I expected him to be. An overrated back that's going to pour it on against bad teams and then occasionally step up in a money game because, that's what he's about. He's about that life, so I've always felt it was a mistake to go get him. I understood the need to go get another running back because of Travion Henderson's injury history. I just wouldn't have gone for him. That's kind of how I look at it. So I think by and large they have lived up to expectations so far.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it depends on the position that you're talking about. Caleb Downs has. I mean, Quinshon Judkins has in their two biggest games. I mean, he averaged 2.1 yards a carry against Oregon and 2.9 against Nebraska. That's not good. There's no spinning 2.1 yards a carry. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
In the same game where Travion Henderson against Oregon averaged 8.7. I mean, there's no justifying it. I think Will Howard lived up to
that fourth down runner. He got stuffed. He literally took the contact. Like, I'm watching Jeremiah Love at 205 pounds. See a guy in the hole on fourth down. I'm running you over. And then on fourth down against Oregon, I see Quinshon curl up like he's going to take the hit and doesn't get the fourth down. Like, that was one of the softest runs I've ever seen a running back make.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I agree. I think Will Howard lived up to our expectations. I think there's some Ohio State fans that are waiting for them to live up to their unreasonable expectations of Will Howard. I'm not saying that it's anybody in this chat or anybody that I know, but just through social media, there's been a lot of people talk about Will Howard being what Joe Burrow was to LSU in 2019. I just didn't see it. Never saw it. Never will. So I think that depending on who you're talking about and what lens you're looking at it through, I would say for the most part they have. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, sure. Bye. Buy, sell, hold from JPIS for Notre Dame. Notre Dame defeats SEC number 2 at home in the first round of the college football playoff, or in the first round of the college football national championship playoff. Does that count as first big bowl game victory in 30 years, or does Notre Dame then need to defeat Miami in an actual New Year's Day bowl game, the Orange Bowl, the next week to remove the stigma that Notre Dame has not won a New Year's Day big bowl game in 30 years?
Yeah. Bye. I mean, look. So defeats SEC number 2 at home in the first round of college football playoff game. I don't think that happens. So number one, I don't think the number 2 team in the SEC is going to be a 9 or lower seed. So I don't think that happens. But let's say for some reason it does. Let's say Notre Dame wins their next 4 games by 50. Let's say that the number 2 SEC team is a team that has multiple. Let's say Tennessee loses again, Georgia loses again, A&M loses to Texas, and then Texas beats somebody in a rematch. And so every team in the SEC has more than 2 or more losses. Oregon runs the table. Ohio State runs the table. Ohio State wins in a shootout. They're 5. Miami wins out. Clemson wins out. Clemson beats Miami in a great game by a field goal. Miami's ahead of the number 2 SEC. And then let's say that Notre Dame is ahead of I don't even know who I don't even know how you get a scenario where the number 2 SEC team isn't at least 8. You know what I mean? So I just have a hard time getting there. The best case scenario is that Notre Dame's an 8 seed and then the number 2 SEC team's a 9 seed. That's the best case scenario. I don't know who that 4th team would be that would knock them into a road game. You know what I mean? So now, if you could say if you're talking about their home, so if he's saying if they beat the number 2 SEC team at home, meaning at the home of the number 2 SEC team, then sure that would. But the thing, JP, is I wouldn't even overcomplicate it. If Notre Dame wins a playoff game, that is the biggest win that they've postseason win they've had in 30 years. I don't care where the game is played or who they play. Barring that it being a Boise State or a Navy or a UNLV or a, some team, Louisiana, who's 7-1 now, you know what I mean? Barring it being that, I certainly think that any playoff win, home, away, whatever, would be the biggest postseason bowl victory the Notre Dame's had in 30 years. So that doesn't mean that's the end all be all. And we celebrate New Year's 6 conversation is over. That those 2 things to me are not the same. So name me Trevor, if Notre Dame plays a Power 4 team in the first round. So let's say my projection is true and Notre Dame plays Miami or the number 2 ACC in the first round of the playoff at home. Name me a bowl game that's been a bigger win than that in the last 30 years for Notre Dame. So that would basically be 1995 until now.
I don't know what you could say. I mean, the next closest one is probably the Music City Bowl when they played LSU
I
when
would
they
say
had Leonard Fournette.
the Camping World Bowl in 7. That was an 8-4 LSU team. I'd say the 17 LSU team was probably better than that. So you could say that one. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that they've had a lot of other games. You're like, wow. In the Sun Bowl last year, the Gator Bowl over South Carolina was a really good win, but this would be way better than that. So yeah, I would say now. I think to get the new, so because he had kind of two things, right? He says, does that count as the big bowl game victory in 30 years? Well, yeah, it counts as the big bowl game victory. To remove the stigma that Notre Dame has not won a New Year's Day bowl game in 30 years, no, I don't think it does that, because it's going to be played on December 19th or December 20th. And then you're going to have another game on January 4th that's going to be in a neutral field in a bowl game. So to me, you're kind of asking two questions, JP. And so winning at home is the biggest bowl victory they've had in 30 years. It doesn't wipe away the 30 years thing unless you beat Georgia, Texas, or Bama. See what I'm saying? So in order to do the second part, then I think you need to go and win a neutral site game in round 2. So I think he's tying them together, but I don't think they do go together because he used it different. He says, does that count as the first big bowl game victory in 30 years? Yes, it does. But then the second part says, does that remove the stigma about not having won a New Year's Day big bowl in 30 years? I think those are two different things.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from here, JP. My answer to this is very simple. I would rather Notre Dame win a playoff game in the first expanded playoff than I would have them not make the playoff, but then go play in like the Fiesta Bowl against another team that didn't make the playoffs. That's how I look at it personally. So I'm a playoff win above all else, because a playoff win is a next step towards playing and winning in a national championship, but just going and playing in another random New Year's 6-day bowl game that's not a part of the playoffs, then I couldn't care less. But I don't want to say I couldn't care less, because if Notre Dame does eventually go and play in that game, I would want them to win, right? Mm-hmm. But if somebody were to ask me, hey, would you rather Notre Dame advance to the second round of the playoffs or not make the playoffs but have an almost guaranteed win in a New Year's Day game, I would rather them advance to the second round of the playoffs for sure.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from Poe Welch 84. Bryce Young is the best D lineman in the 2025 class. Or in 2025,
I think he means in the 25 season.
Yeah.
I could buy that as a possibility. It's either going to be him, or if Boubacar's back to full speed, or possibly Josh Burnham. Maybe Gabriel Rubio steps up next year, but I think with the way that, like you mentioned this the other day, with the way that Bryce has developed over the last month, you go into the offseason, you get him a full offseason in the strength program, and then he comes back next year with a season under his belt. Yeah, I could see him being their best defensive lineman next year,
Yeah, absolutely. Buy, sell, hold from Poe Welch 84. Christian Gray becomes an All-American this season.
Sell. He's been very good for the season, but All-American, no, he's not at that level yet. He's not at that level yet, especially since he's come back from injury. You could have maybe argued that the first 4 games before he got hurt. But he's been good the last 3 games, but not great. He was excellent the first 4 games before he got hurt. He hasn't been quite as good since he came back. Now, he could come out in the next 4 games and maybe go off, but I mean, to be an All-American cornerback, you've got to be great all year, or you've got to have a lot of picks. I think he's got one, I think.
Yeah,
right?
He should have like 6, but yeah, he has
one. Not going to argue with you on that one, man. Actually, how many picks does he have this year?
He's 1 or 2.
Yeah, 1. He's got the 1. Yeah, I know he had at least 1. I just had the one against Miami, Ohio. But you said, he should have about 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless he has like an end of the season like what Ben Morrison had in 22.
Yes.
Where he rips off like 6 interceptions or 5 interceptions in 2 games. Maybe.
Right, because he had 3 against Clemson, right? And then he had
2 against Clemson, 3 against Boston College.
Right, exactly. And it was like, okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So and that was within a 3 to 4 game stretch. Let me pull up their 2022 schedule. So it's
Yeah,
Clemson, Navy, Boston College.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, he did 5 picks in 3 games. It'd have to be something like that.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, showing what kind of kid Benjamin Morrison is, that also came right after his worst game of his freshman season against Syracuse.
Yeah. Well.
And we got called for PI, got beat for a touchdown. It's the worst game he played that year. And then he bounces back with a dominant game against Clemson. That's what you want to see.
With a pick 6 in one of the coolest environments I've ever been at live.
And his first pick was the more game-changing.
Yeah.
And that was huge. Huge.
Yeah.
His most impressive pick was probably the first one he had against BC. I didn't see it. I mean, I was there and I was like, well, how did he get to that ball? Remember the one he dove in front of the little hitch route on the sideline? I was like, how did he get to that ball? It was insane.
Yep.
Insane.
I was watching the game on TV and you could see nothing on TV because the snow was falling so hard.
Well, his first pick was earlier in the game.
Yeah. There was I was going to talk about there was another pick that he had where it was like a screen pass that was tipped.
The third one, yeah.
And it was just, I mean, you couldn't see anything. I just saw the ref kind of run into the screen and go like this.
Like, how did he see the ball? I was up in the press box, Trevor, and if you think you couldn't see a lot on TV, imagine what it was like trying to watch that game from the press box. No,
I was about to say the post game show for you that day had to have been. Yeah, it sounded like they were playing great. Second half, I don't.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Buy sell hold from Do It To It. I had a terrible but still awesome first game experience seeing the 09 UConn game.
Yes, I'll buy that because
we'll buy that as well.
First game I watched Notre Dame play, they lost 38-0, and it was still an amazing experience. Game sucked, but the experience was great. So, yeah, I'm with you.
Buy, sell, hold again. Coach Washington has been the best position coach this season.
Al Washington has done a very fine job this year. Very good job. But Mike Mickens is still their best position coach. I mean, they lost Benjamin Morrison, and their secondary's been lights out in the 2 games since. I mean, the job he's done this season, starting 2 true sophomores, and now he loses his All-American corner, and he's got to replace him with a true freshman. He's done a heck of a job. Job. And then getting Jordan. I mean, Jordan Clark's playing the best football of his career. Xavier Watts was an All-American last year, and he's gotten better this year. The players have to put in the work, but when you see a consistent pattern of just excellence at a position, I mean, and the job that Al Washington has done this year, especially get his veterans to bounce back. But I would have said maybe if he would have had his veterans playing like that all year, and then got the growth from Jordan Patelho and Boubacar and Burnham and Junior and all, then maybe we can have this conversation. But there was no 4-game slump to start the season from the secondary players like there was from the D tackles, and that's kind of part of it. But that doesn't take away from overall he's done an outstanding job this season. But if we're comparing 2 guys that have done a great job, who's done the best? It's the guy whose players have been balling out from the start of the season to now, and that's Mike Mickens.
Yeah, I mean, Al Washington is definitely in my top 5 for position coaches and what he's done to help overcome the injuries. But when you look at what Max Bulla's done with that very young linebacking core, when you look at what Dylan McCullough has done, yeah, man. I mean, it's so hard. And honestly, another person that not a lot of people have talked about, but what Gino Guidugli has done to help Riley Leonard settle into this offense, what him and Mike Denbrock are starting to tag team with, I think he needs to be talked about, not as the best, but
he's done a nice job of getting him better. I just think he should have done a better job earlier.
Agreed.
Same with like Al Washington, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
But you're right there. There's a lot of coaches doing a fine job, especially guys who maybe didn't start off well that are coming around now. And I mean, Joe Rudolph, I've criticized a lot this year, but his group's coming off their best performance of the season, in my opinion. So
yeah, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
but the job, Mike. I'm sorry, Mike. The job Mike Mickens done, with all due respect to those other guys, and I would even argue that you could argue that Max Bulla's done an even better job at his position than Al Washington's done at his position. For the similar thing, that rough 4-game start from your veterans, and the fact that your D-line played like they did against Northern Illinois is why. But again, we're splitting hairs between guys that have all done a great job. Like, right, your defense is arguably the best in the country because all your assistant coaches are doing a great job. You know what I'm saying? But so we're kind of splitting hairs of which coach has done a great job, has done the greatest of those great jobs, right? Like, I don't want this to come across like I'm banging on Al Washington because he's done a really good job. So I'm just saying when you're talking about three guys that have done a really good job, what's the separator? Well, one guy's group has been excellent all year. The other guy has done a great job with a bunch of young guys, and the other guy's doing a great job now, but they weren't necessarily doing a great job early in the season. And so of the excellent job all three have done, I would go Mickens, Max, and Coach Washington on defense. That's how I do it.
Absolutely.
They're all doing a great job.
100%. It's spoiler riches, man.
Yes, I mean, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold. Older than dirt. Junior Tuihalamaka is the surprise of the season. He's close to what Jordan Botelho was doing since he got on the field. Where did that come from?
Well, I mean, I'd say he's finally looking comfortable with the position. I mean, I buy that he's the surprise. I mean, the kid played 0 defensive snaps the first 2 games. 0 defensive snaps. Like, didn't think he was good enough at all to get on the field against Northern Illinois. Like, compared to who else was out there. 0 defensive snaps. And then to come off the bench cold, not expecting to play against Purdue, and to do what he did, that's a very pleasant surprise. Junior was a 4-star kid coming out on my board as a middle linebacker, and I thought he could eventually maybe play defensive end. I always thought he was more of a big end than he was a Viper. But, I mean, he had 4 pressures against Navy on Saturday, according to Pro Football Focus. I mean, he's playing really good football. I just think he's finally comfortable playing as an edge player, as a guy who grew up as a middle linebacker. I think he's just finally getting comfortable playing that position, and it's been a huge blessing for if he. It's like all these players quitting and transferring and all this. You know what? Junior Tuihalamaka and Rocco Spindler and Pat Coogan all had every reason, based on what we view as acceptable in our modern society, to quit the team and transfer. All 3 of them, at the very least, to pout and be in their feelings and be mad. And I'm sure they were pissed off. But the way that all 3 of those guys were locked in to when their number was, because here's the thing, Trevor, there's being pissed off and then there's pouting. Pissed off means I'm pissed off that I'm not playing, but I'm going to show up every day and I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do, even though I think I should be playing. Pouting is when you're going half button practice, you're not locked in, you're not putting the same film study in, you're not prepared. Junior Tuihalamaka doesn't come off the bench and play the way against Purdue if he didn't film study that week like he was going to play. Can't happen.
Yeah.
I don't care who you're playing. It doesn't happen. Same thing with Rocco and Bill and Pat Coogan. Those guys you cannot do what they've done without you, because you can't just flip that switch on like, oh shoot, I've been pouting the last 3 weeks, but I got to play now, so I'm going to turn it on and play. It doesn't happen that way at this level. Those kids were locked in. Were they happy about where they were? I can promise you they were not happy about where they were, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I don't want any kid to be, hey, I'm happy being a backup. Unless you're like a walk-on, I don't want you to be happy being a backup. But still understand, like, okay, but that's my role, and this is what I'm going to do my best to be ready if my number's called. And all 3 of those kids were ready when their number was called. And you can't do that if they weren't putting in the work every day, even though they were probably in their feelings a little bit about, or not even in their feelings a little bit, even though they were not happy about not playing. It just speaks volumes to each of those young men's character.
Yeah.
And with Rocco and Pat on offense, but Junior on defense has been if he doesn't step up the way he has, this defense is still good, but it's not as good. He's done an excellent job. Absolutely. I love what that kid has done. And then getting Burnham back, so you can kind of play both of them. You know, Georgia Tech game was a little bit more of a Burnham game. Navy was both of them. I hope that what we saw on Saturday lets them feel like, hey, you guys can play Junior at both spots if you want to. I think that would make some sense. So, yeah, I'll go. Can you think of anybody else that's been a bigger surprise this year positively than Junior?
Jordan Clark. He was mine. He would be the guy that I would list for in contention with Junior Tuihalamaka. Because and this is just a personal evaluation for me. Maybe I just didn't do a good job of evaluating him coming out of Arizona State. But personally, I didn't think much of him coming out. But I was like, okay, yeah, good addition at depth. Like use him at nickel, almost in a Thomas Harper type of role. And maybe I just need to learn.
Thomas Harper.
Yeah, like
didn't think he was going to be as good as Thomas Harper.
That's where I was, and so I was just like, all right, well, I guess we'll kind of see what this kid's going to be all about. And he's played extremely well. So I would
argue he might be better than Thomas Harper. Not early in the season he wasn't, but it now again they haven't played the pass offenses like they played last year.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean he's been really good.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Jordan Clark would be another one of mine.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one.
Buy, sell, hold from Older Than Dirt. The coaching staff will have the Fighting Irish ready for the Florida State game next week and race out fast enough to give Steve Angeli a series or even 2 at the end of the first half. Then Kenny Minchie will start the second half as the second-team offensive line, and even some freshman receivers get mixed in. I know maybe a hopeful buy.
I'm still going to sell it because I think the first part of what you said is true. I think that Notre Dame will, if they could have them ready to play that game and race out fast enough to have a blowout at halftime. I'm still giving my starters the entire first half.
Yeah.
I don't love making wholesale substitutions in the middle of a game unless it's second half, and then because you've already prepared for it because you're already up big, and you talk about halftime usually. But I'd say come out in the third quarter if it's a blowout, it's 35-0, and you play Steve for a couple series, and then you get Kenny in there and let him play the rest of the game. I think that's absolutely what they should do. And I honestly would just give Steve a series. I mean, he's played enough this year. He played enough last year. You know what he can do. Let's see what Kenny can do. Because let's say, okay, but Steve's the backup. All right, well, what if Riley goes down in this next couple games and Steve's your starter? You still have to play 6 games to win a championship, 7 games to win a championship. So, I mean, because if Notre Dame's going to win a championship, they're halfway through the season right now. That's it.
Gosh.
They have 8 games left.
Gosh.
Think about it. They're 7-1. If they win a championship, that plays 16 games. They're halfway through the season. So you need to make sure Kenny's got some of that work as well. Just nuts to think about. It's really nuts to think about.
I am going to buy the first part that Notre Dame's going to come out fast. And unfortunately, I'm going to sell the rest. I will buy it in the spirit that I think that's what they should do. What I think they will do is play Steve for most of the third quarter and give him a series in the fourth, and then have Kenny come in and hand the ball off, because that's just what has happened the entire season. So, unfortunately, I'm with you, Brian. I think that Kenny needs the experience. I mean, what better way to get a young guy developed than game reps? Even if it is coming in at the end of the game to hand it off and, maybe throw a quick now screen here and there, but game reps are game reps, and that's always going to be valued above what you can do for the scout team or the third team offense. But I don't think they pull their starters before the half. I just don't think there'd be a need to do it no matter what the score is. And I think Steve comes out and plays probably the majority of the second half. I think that's what will happen, but I don't buy that's what should happen. It's where I'm at with it. Buy, sell, hold from Older Than Dirt. CJ Carr is back healthy enough to hand off to Kedren Young for a fourth quarter touchdown drive or 2. And then Justin Fisher and some other practice squad kids will see the field.
Sell. I mean, CJ Carr, Kedren Young part, sure, but I don't think they're going to be. I mean, now we're kind of like, okay, well, let's not disrespect Florida State so much that we're just acting like they're going to put scout team guys on the field for, I hope so. But I'll buy the first part, but let's just see if they come out and can dominate that game first.
Yeah, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Having seen the new kids play more, Irish Breakdown fans will begin begging for wholesale roster moves, ignoring the need to win the last 3 games, including the last 2 against possibly very dangerous opponents.
So, sell. No, that's not going to happen. Some people might do that, but there's always that. No, yeah.
Sell.
No, yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Aiden Benami. Notre Dame would beat IU football by 13.5 or more points.
Where's the game at? A neutral field? I would say, yeah, I'd buy that. I love what Indiana's done, but the problem with Indiana's team is they're playing right into Notre Dame's primary strength with what they do, which is throwing the football. And while I think Indiana's defense has improved, they gave up 28 points to Maryland, 24 to Northwestern. It's a great story. I don't know if that. I mean, it'd be close. It'd be close to that, I think. On a neutral field, yeah, I'd be close to that. It's a great story, but no. I mean, they beat Texas A&M by 10, and I think A&M's a better team than Indiana is. So I'll buy that.
I think I would buy it regardless of where they play. No disrespect to the home field advantage for IU, but it's Notre Dame plays better when they're on the road. They beat Purdue on the road. Not saying that Purdue and IU are on the same level as far as their football team, but I mean, on the road, Notre Dame beat Purdue by 59. They beat Texas A&M at night at Kyle Field, which I don't care how good Indiana's playing. Kyle Field is a harder place to play than IU's home field. It just is. So,
especially since their players are better.
Yeah. So, yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Andrew O is a target in response to lack of wide receiver recruiting, or those aren't correlated at all.
They're not correlated at all. The recruiting him has everything to do with them wanting potentially a second tight end and nothing to do with wide receiver recruiting.
Sorry, I was laughing at your comment in the chat. That was good. I appreciated that.
Yeah. I didn't understand that line of reason. It's like we're not insulting Ohio State by saying they're buying players. That's the rules. Well, they're paying a fair market price. Okay, so if I go to the groceries and I pay a fair market price for bread, am I not buying it? Am I not purchasing it? It's fair market price. You're still purchasing it. Like it's the same thing, No,
Brian, you're selling the bread on the fact that why they need to come to your house.
Yeah. You're still, well, then everyone's doing that. Yeah, exactly. That's the rules. Riley Leonard didn't come to Notre Dame for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Buy, sell, hold. You'll have B. Smith on next week to give us some laughs on how bad Florida State is.
No, that's a sell. If I bring Brian on to talk Florida State next week, we'll do an honest analysis of Florida State like we will everybody else. He'll probably talk about their struggles, but I wouldn't laugh about it. I feel like that'd be disrespectful to the opponent that are about to play, and I don't do that. We don't. Unless it's Michigan. I couldn't help myself. Sorry.
Buy, sell, hold. Iden Benami. Mike Elko's statement after the LSU was about Brian Kelly.
I know he said it wasn't about anybody in particular. It seemed way too specific to not be about somebody in particular. I just don't think it was about BK. I think it was about Jimbo. I do, but I think it's a better story if it was about Brian Kelly. I would like it if it was about Brian Kelly. I just don't think that it was. And I think there's a better chance that it was just in general, because if Mike Elko would have said that and he had replaced David Cutcliffe at Duke, people would have said he's just pushing back on the type of coaches he's recruiting against, and it's not about the guy he replaced or the guy he beat, right?
Sure.
If they'd have beat Notre Dame last year and he would have said that, they wouldn't have thought he was talking about Notre Dame. They wouldn't have thought he was talking about Marcus Freeman. They wouldn't have thought he was talking about David Cutcliffe. Just in general, because he could have been talking about Kirby Smart for all we know.
Yeah.
Fast talking, he could have been talking just in general. This is what a lot of coaches are: fast talking, politicians, saying all the right, you know what I mean? That's not what we do here. I could see that. I could see that too.
Riley Leonard is an 8 out of 10, 10 being highest comfortable level in our offense, and as the quarterback of our team. Buy, sell, hold.
I think that's fair. Right now, I'd say that's fair. He's not completely where he needs to be, but I was kind of thinking maybe 7. But I think 8 is, after the way he's played this past game, the way he handled pressure against Georgia Tech when the offensive line was collapsing late in the game, I'd give him an 8. I'd give him an 8. My gut was 7, but I'll give him an 8. I think that's fair. Because, again, 10's the peak, and I think he's a lot closer to that than maybe he was a month ago.
Yeah, I'll go 8. I mean, you don't respond to starting out a game against Georgia Tech, going 2-4 with 8 yards and a pick, and then doing what he did after that, and then playing how you did against Navy if you're not very comfortable in what you're doing. I'd go 8. Another buy, sell, hold from Iden Benami. We will beat the remaining teams on the schedule by 2 touchdowns or more.
Kind of had one similar to this before. I don't know if I'll go 2 touchdowns or more. I was comfortable with the 10 or more. I don't know if 2 touchdowns or more is necessary, but I mean, I'll buy it as a possibility. Again, of the 17 wins Marcus Freeman has had the last 2 years, 14 of them have been by more than 10 points.
Yep.
So it's possible. Wouldn't be a shocker. I'm going to say no, because I think there could be one that's like 10. So yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Burnout 85. Coach Rudolph has hit Coach Freeman's standard for this year on the offensive line play.
Standard in regard to coming back next year, yes. Standard on this is good enough for offensive line play at Notre Dame. No, I don't think that. I don't even think Joe Rudolph would think that this team is played to the standard that you expect an offensive line to play at. I don't believe that. I think maybe he and I might disagree on the reasons why a little bit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But no, I don't think that will be. I don't believe that to be true.
No, I saw that as well. I don't think there's any way that Coach Rudolph will sit back and look at the state of how the offensive line has played through 8 games and be like, all right, guys, now we've done it. We're here. I don't believe that. I don't. It's kind of interesting. Burnout 85 actually, he responded to his own buy-sell hold.
Oh, yeah?
He said, I've got hold on this. I don't think he's hit the standard they want to hit for performance, but considering the youth and injuries, I think they've been showing enough progress.
Yeah, and that's where I think Marcus Freeman will be on that, to be honest with you. I think that's where he'll be like, hey, listen, we need to be better, but, you know, and part of it's going to be how they finish the last 4 games. Like if the Miami game or if the Navy game is the peak, right? Oops, I don't know why that came up. I hate it when it does that. I'm trying to download something for Vince because he hasn't set up the show yet, and it opened up in that. Sorry about that, everybody. But you know what I mean, Trev? Like they got to finish well. You know what I mean? Like they can't go back to the way it's been. You know, there's a scenario in which the offensive line kind of collapses in the final month of the season, and then there's a problem. But if they just steadily build on what they did against Navy, then it'll be like, hey, look, we got to get better, but nice job rallying and figuring it out and you know, dealing with the injuries and all that. You've recruited well. There's no way he'll fire him, in my opinion, at that point in time. But it'll be like, hey, next year, no excuses. You're going to have all these guys back. They're going to be older. Like, we need to be a dominant line next year. That's kind of how I see it. So yeah,
100%. Buy-sell hold from Hayden 32. Some lack of success in wide receiver recruiting is beyond Coach Brown's control.
To a degree, some of it, yes, some of it, not all of it, some of it, yeah. He can't control the lack of success in previous years, what the offense has or hasn't done, pass game wise and all that in recent years. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Another buy-sell hold from Hayden 32. With the offense starting to put things together, it's going to help Notre Dame flip a key wide receiver late in the process.
They have to build on what they've done. It like passing for 209 yards a game is not going to all of a sudden cause a guy that's looking at USC or Miami or something like that who's throwing for a bunch of yards to flip. But if they can build on what they've done now, they will have a shot to do that. Yes. I had a little nugget about something like that on the message board, an intel piece on the message board about that very topic, actually.
Some of it's going to come down to just overall team success as well. Right. Like if Notre Dame continues to win games and they make the playoffs and win a game in the playoffs, that's going to be attractive to anybody, regardless of how you get there. Right. So,
yep.
Buy-sell hold from Hayden 32. Notre Dame lands a big, highly anticipated recruit before the end of November.
Buy.
Notre Dame also looks into adding another corner in this class or the portal because of injuries and depth scares we're currently having. Buy-sell hold.
I think that depends on whether or not Benjamin Morrison comes back or not.
Yeah.
Like if he comes back, then no, you don't. But if he leaves, you'd have Christian Gray, you'd have Leonard Moore, and you'd have Carson Hobbs returning as scholarship corners. And then you've got the 3 incoming freshmen. I don't know that they'd want to go into the season with a freshman having to be in the 2 deep immediately, right, and then it's freshman after that. So I think you'd maybe look for a portal corner, but it would most likely be a depth guy in the portal. But like that's similar to where they were this year, and they made the decision to just go with what they had. Mm-hmm. But I could see them adding like a portal guy that's a depth player, maybe an Ivy League guy, a group of 5 guy that just wants to kind of be part of the team and help out. And I could see something like that. I could also see them deciding to maybe cross-train some guys from safety to be emergency corners. But I mean, 2 of your freshmen, you absolutely are expecting to come in and play right away. Yeah. Mark Zachary and Dallas Golden, especially Dallas Golden, you're expecting to play right away.
Sure.
So I could see in that scenario, like, hey, look, I think we're good with Carson, with Leonard, with Christian, but I think it all depends on ultimately what Benjamin Morrison does.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. The return of Gabe Rubio and absence of Jason Onye are somehow connected.
Hard sell. They have nothing to do with each other. Just coincidence that happened at the same time. Notre Dame would much rather have a right Jason Onye and Gabriel Rubio both back.
Mm-hmm.
Has nothing to do. One has nothing to do with the other.
So, buy, sell, hold. Reese's Christ. Riley Leonard finishes in top 5 of the Heisman.
Sell, but I would love to be wrong, because if I'm wrong, it means Riley Leonard has a monster finish to the season. But I'm selling. I think he's top 10. Yeah, top 10. I think he'll get top 10 votes. But if he keeps doing what he's doing now, he'll get top 10 votes. But no, and that's also partly why I could see Notre Dame not pulling him in the first half against Florida State, is to kind of let him pad his stats at least for half, and then pull him.
Buy, sell, hold. This is the starting offensive line for the last 4 regular season games.
Gosh, I hope so. I'm hope buying that, because the only way it won't is if there's an injury.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame ends with a 5 or 6 seed.
I mean, right now I'd say sell, just because right now in my projection I have them as a 7. I think the number 2 Big Ten team, either Ohio State or Oregon or Penn State, whoever's the 1-loss team that doesn't win the league, is the 5. I think that right now probably the number 2 SEC team, barring it being a 3-loss team. I could even see an 11-2. Like if Georgia runs the table, loses to Texas in a rematch, and they're 11-2, I think they'll have a higher seed than Notre Dame, and honestly should at 11-2. Yeah. If they go 11-1 in the regular season against that schedule, and their only loss being to Bama, you say, well, it's not about losses. Yeah, true, but Georgia can match Notre Dame in wins, if not better wins, because they'll have a win over Texas, which is better than, maybe it's not as good. Maybe A&M beats Texas, and then Notre Dame has the better 1 win, but then their next best win is over Ole Miss. Then their next best win would be over Tennessee. Notre Dame doesn't have anything to match that after at 2 and 3.
31 point win over Clemson.
And so then I'm going to penalize Georgia for playing in the SEC title game. I don't know that I would do that, honestly. It's possible, but I don't know that I would do that. I think you'd have to have some things that have to kind of go in their favor to that. But that's why, like right now, my projection is at 7. But I do think they still have a chance to get a 5 or 6 seed. That's not out of the question at all. I just think right now, the way that some of the, Georgia bouncing back and beating Texas kind of put a little wrinkle in that, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. So,
buy, sell, hold from K-Turn 5. CJ Carr wins the starting job in the spring or fall.
As long as he's healthy, when the season ends, buy. It won't be as blowout as people think. I think Kenny Minchie's going to battle the heck out of him, and I could see Kenny winning that job as well. But I'm still going with CJ for now.
Buy. Yeah, I buy it as well. The quarterback competition in the spring and in the summer is going to be crazy. I don't think people understand how close that it's actually going to be. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will flip 2 to 3 wide receivers in the 2025 class.
So it may be 1, but I don't think it'll be 2 or 3. Well, since they lost Jalen Cooper, I don't think it'll be 2 or 3. That's 1 is what I'm looking for now.
Buy, sell, hold. Mike Elko wins a championship before Brian Kelly.
Buy.
I'll buy that.
Yeah. I've said I don't think Brian Kelly ever wins a national championship. So I think Mike Elko has a better shot at doing that than Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I do too. I think Brian Kelly is always going to be the coach that keeps his team in talks about it, but doesn't finish.
And he's the reason why they won't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's not willing to do what it takes to win. And he's too arrogant to look in the mirror and be like, hey, I'm the problem.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold. Again from K-Turn 5. Notre Dame scores more points than their season average in all of the remaining games. Ooh.
Scores more points than their season. Yeah, I think they'll average more than 36.6 in the last 4 games. Because they'll have at least 1 or maybe 2 where they kind of pad the stats a little bit with the blowout. At least 1. So, yeah. I'll say that. It's got to average 36.7, right? That's doable.
Yeah. Buy.
Did we get all? Yeah, we did. Okay.
Buy, sell, hold from Mr. Emil Wagner. great name. The SEC will not have a team in the championship game.
I'm going to sell that. I think the SEC is actually very good this year. And I'm not someone who always believes it's always the best conference. I don't. I thought last year was a down year in the SEC. I definitely did not think that they had the best team in the country. Oh, if Georgia would have made it, they'd have beat Michigan. No, they wouldn't have. For the same reason they got their butts kicked by Bama. They beat up on a bunch of nobodies during the regular season and got their butts kicked in the trenches and against the one team that was good enough to beat them in the trenches. This year, there's some really good SEC teams this year. Texas has a chance to make a run. Georgia still has a chance. I mean, Georgia's not as good as they've been, and they're a little overrated because everybody thinks they're still like the best team in the country. They're not, but could Georgia win the SEC? Yeah. Could they win 2 games to get the title game? Yeah. Yeah, the SEC champ only has to win 2 games to get there, and then they're going to play the 8 or 9 seed in the second round. You know what I mean? In the quarters. So I'm going to sell that. I think an SEC team will have a shot to get there. It's not a given. Like Trevor, there's a chance that they could the 8 or 9 seed team that beats them in the let's say the SEC is the number 1 ranked team. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the team that beats them in the second round is another SEC team. You know what I mean? Like, you know. Same thing in the semis. It's not out of the realm of possibility that a 1 or a 2 seed SEC team doesn't get beat by a, 6 or 7, 8 or 9, 10 seed of SEC team. So I'm selling that one.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, around Georgia and some of these other teams in the SEC, I'm going to have the same conversation that we've had about Notre Dame. Sometimes it just depends on when you get hot. Notre Dame's starting to get hot, but like you said, there's 8 more games to go if Notre Dame has to win a national championship, right? So I think it's the same question could be said about a Georgia, about a Texas, right? Could be about Texas A&M. Maybe that win over LSU at home is what propels them forward, and then they knock off Texas and go play in the SEC championship game. Who knows? But I think the SEC will have a team in the national championship. I do.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold again from Mr.
And keep in mind, Trevor, too, like I am not one of those SEC's the greatest people. You know what I mean? So I'm not like, it's not me buying, you're just buying in the hype of the SEC. I don't do that. I just think this year there's going to be too many teams in, and there are some teams that are really good. And here's the other thing too. The SEC scheduled themselves in a way where all the teams that get in are going to be battle tested, where Oregon get into the playoff and literally the only good team they've played all year is Ohio State, or Ohio State and Penn State, or Ohio State and Indiana, and they play nothing else the rest. I mean, Penn State could get to the Big Ten title game, and they've literally played like one really good team all year, where Georgia could have 3 losses and smack all those Big Ten teams because they're really there's something to say about that. How many times have we said this year, like, I don't know how I think this team should win, like Texas. I said, I think they should win, but I'm worried that they haven't been tested yet. And then they look what they did. That was my big thing about the Ohio State Oregon game. I said, I worry about Ohio State. I picked them to win, but I worried about them having played no one close to the speed that Oregon had, because they played Michigan State, Iowa, Marshall, Western Michigan, and Akron to start their season. And that bit them in the butt. Where, part of the reason I think Georgia beat Texas is because they had to play Bama, Kentucky. They'd had to play Clemson. They were battle tested, where that was really the first really good team that Texas had played all year.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to matter for the SEC when they get into the postseason. I think they've scheduled very smartly this year. Very smartly. And it's going to help them in the postseason, in my opinion. Like, let's say a Big Ten team making the playoff and having to go to Notre Dame is playing arguably their toughest game of the year. Like, it might be the toughest game for an SEC team, but it's like we've played comparable games like this. We had to play at Georgia. We had to play at Tennessee. We had to play at, A&M. You know what I mean? And It's a whole different animal than these, games that these teams in the Big Ten are playing this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Buy, sell, hold from Mr. Neil Wagner. Jaden Daniels hit a lot of LSU's deficiencies last year.
Oh, yeah, we've talked about that a lot. That's a easy buy. Easy buy. And I actually think LSU's done look, I dislike Brian Kelly, but he's done a decent job with this team this year. I mean, Bryce Baker was a great hire. That defense is way better than it was last year. Now, you saw some of the flaws that they have in the Texas A&M game and the South Carolina game, but when you consider how bad they were last year, he's done a heck of a job turning them around, Trevor. Heck of a job. So Brian Kelly's done a good job with that LSU team. Yeah. He just has done a great job because he's just not that coach anymore. But look, I mean, they got a shot to finish this year with the same record they had last year with Jaden Daniels.
That's
yeah.
As tough as
they
it
were
is
a
for
borderline
me to,
6. They were a borderline 500 team if you take Jalen Daniels off that team last year. I've said that before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, LSU lost Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., Mike Denbrock. I mean, what Brian Kelly has done this year is impressive with what they had lost. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm.
Buy, sell, hold. Cam Williams not seeing the field this year is troubling.
Yeah, he should play more, especially with all the issues they're having. You tell me you can't find a way to get a guy that dynamic on the field to run some couple of the routes. Yeah, I buy that. I buy that. Guy that talented when your pass game is struggling that much you should be able to find a way to get him on the field. And they're not even putting him in for mop-up minutes. So unless he's hurt, I have a problem with that.
Yeah. I'll buy that. I'll buy that it's troubling. I don't know from which angle yet. Like, I don't know if it's troubling from the player perspective or the coaching perspective.
That's fair.
And
that's fair.
Because I will say, at the end of the day, like, he is still a true freshman. So every
talented team in the country plays true freshman receivers except for Notre Dame.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like, so wide receiver is one of those positions that a freshman should be able to play. I mean, Micah Gilbert was battling for a starting job, and now he can't even earn a single first team snap. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
That was going to be the guy for me that I think is more troubling from like the coaching standpoint, because in the spring, a lot of the conversation was around Micah Gilbert. It wasn't around Cam Williams. Right. It was, Micah Gilbert is going to play some minutes for us. Like, multiple coaches said that. And now I guess at least he's getting in mop-up duty, I suppose. Right. But I thought we were going to see him a little bit more. But for Cam Williams, I buy that it's troubling. I just don't know on whose side yet.
And I don't know that he's healthy either. I mean, that's the thing. He may have been hurt the last month for all we know.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from AST 12321. Notre Dame's offensive line has improved enough that the offense wouldn't grind to a halt against the other elite defenses in college football that it could encounter if it came to making a playoff run like Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Penn State, or Tennessee.
Hold. I don't think one game against Navy makes me say that that's true.
Yeah. I'll
I need to see it a little bit more. Yeah.
I'll hold it as well. Just the sample size is too small, like you said.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold again from AST 12321. Love and Price would be the best running back tandem in the playoff if Notre Dame makes it in.
Hold, because I'd have to go look and see some of the other teams. I mean, look, anything with the Boise's going to, I don't care who their number 2 is. That's going to be a pretty dynamic 1-2 punch, right? Yeah. Or Oregon's got a nice little 1-2 punch in the backfield. They're in the conversation. I'll say this. They're in the conversation, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know who Texas has behind Jadon Blue.
I take Notre Dame's 2 kids over Texas's 2 kids. I would take that one. I'd take him over Georgia's 2 kids. Miami's got a nice 1-2 punch at running back with Damian Martinez, and I always forget that other kid's name. Dang it. But they got Damian Martinez, obviously, who's coming off a 100-yard game, and Mark Fletcher. That's who it is, the redshirt freshman, or actually sophomore. Jordan Lyle is a freshman who's got 245 rushing yards, but like they're in the conversation as well. I like Damian Martinez. Those guys are both averaging 5-7 yards a carry. So like I said, there's some groups that'd be in the conversation, but like I'd take Notre Dame's 2 guys over Ohio State's because I don't think much of Quinshon Judkins in a lot of different ways. And I like them coming out of high school. Some of the stuff I heard about why he left Ole Miss and the way he plays in some of these games, it's like, nah, dude, you're just buying time till you get to the league. That's what you're doing. In my opinion.
I will say too. I mean, I'm also taking Notre Dame's running back tandem over most, if not all, in the country, not just in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Another buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's performance against USC's offense will give a strong indication of how it would fare against some of the better offenses in college football.
Nah, I sell that because USC's offense is good, but it's not great. I mean, their offensive line's not that good. Their quarterback's okay. Their receivers are dynamic. Their running backs are okay. I mean, they're scoring barely 30 points a game. So it'll be a test, Trevor, right? Like it'll be a test, but like shutting down USC doesn't mean you're going to go shut down Texas's pass offense. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean you're going to be able to handle Oregon. So yeah, I'm selling that one. It'll be a good test for the playoff, but it won't tell me, oh yeah, if you did that. I mean, look, they already played that game. That's Louisville.
I was just about to say. Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, no, you're good. No, you're good. Great minds, dude. Great minds. I'm with you. Look, I wish we could have seen a Louisville matchup where Notre Dame secondary wasn't so banged up that game.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's hard to gauge. It's like, well, no, I mean, well, look what Louisville's pass offense did against Notre Dame's. It's like, sure. At one point, Jordan Clark was playing field corner because Christian Gray was ruled out a couple hours before kickoff, and a true freshman was getting his first start, and Ben Morrison spent some of the third quarter in the locker room. So I think that's a little tough. But, yeah, from like an overall test standpoint, Louisville with Colin Lacey, Ja'Cory Brooks, Chris Bell, Tyler Shuck, yeah, biggest test. Buy, sell, hold. Al Golden, Mike Denbrock, Dylan McCullough, and Mike Mickens will be on Notre Dame staff in 2025. Wow, that is a mirror question from AST 2321 from. So, okay, well,
buy.
Dove into it. Hope buy. Hope buy. Buy, sell, hold again. This weekend we'll have at least one major upset.
I'll buy that because we've kind of just had that every weekend. Like, remember the weekend of the first buy? And we're like, there's really no any like great games that weekend. You know, like I'm trying to remember. Let's go back. It was the first weekend of October. It was the weekend of Vanderbilt. So you had the first bye week. Vanderbilt beat Alabama. I did not see that coming. Arkansas beat Tennessee. That was a huge bye. Now, I actually thought that could happen, but, you know, I didn't, you know, Washington beat Michigan. That one I kind of predict. I didn't see Minnesota beating number 11 USC that weekend. You know what I mean? Like that was an upset to me. I did not think SMU was going to beat number 22 Louisville. I mean, there were no games. Well, there was, I think, only one game between ranked teams. That was Missouri and A&M. It's a lot like this weekend's game this weekend where there's not a lot of great ranked versus ranked games this weekend. And actually, are there any ranked Penn State?
Yeah.
So there's Penn State, Ohio State, and I think that is it.
Pitt
Reminds me a lot of that weekend, Trevor. Pitt SMU. It reminds me a lot of that weekend where Vandy goes out and beats Bama and Arkansas beats. So I think there will be something, you know, whether it's. I mean, I don't think Duke has a shot against Miami. I hope I'm wrong. I could see like Arkansas upsetting Ole Miss. I could see Air Force upsetting Army. You know, those rivalry, those Air Force, those academy games can go a little bit wonky from time to time. Depends on which version of Minnesota shows up. I could see them upsetting Illinois. You know, I could see Texas Tech upsetting Iowa State. I could see Michigan State with their defense upsetting Indiana because Curtis Rourke, the issue with Curtis Rourke is not only is he hurt, he may play this weekend, last I read, but it's a thumb injury. Trevor, you played quarterback. Thumb injuries can get real funky for a quarterback, especially when it gets colder, you know, and so that could be an issue. I could see something like that. I could see South Carolina upsetting Texas A&M, you know, so I could see. Yeah, I could see a lot of those different things happening this weekend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Blake Horvath injured his thumb, and he was having trouble on pitches. Right. You know, the fumble that was recovered in the end zone, he just went to throw it and just dropped it. He was untouched. I could see Louisville over Clemson. I think this is a dynamic passing offense that Clemson hasn't faced yet this year. But Louisville's kind of been struggling lately. So, and Death Valley at night, Clemson's Death Valley at night is a tough place to play.
I'm wondering how that comeback win over Boston College last week impacts Louisville's psyche.
Yeah.
Because they were toast. They were down 20-0, Trevor, and came back and won that game. I wonder what that does for their psyche. Like, does that get them back on track? Because to your point, they had not been playing well. I mean, they had lost 3 out of 4, and they're down 20-0 to BC. Like, could this be the thing that is the cast? They go beat Clemson this week. They go beat Pitt. You know what I mean? Where they go on a run now because of it. That will be very interesting. But I still like Clemson in that game, but I don't think that's a game that should be dismissed as a potential, like you mentioned. It should not.
Buy, sell, hold from AST 12321. Michigan will have actual consequences, at least attempted to be imposed by the NCAA for its cheating scandal.
So I think they want this to go away. And Michigan sucking this year is enough for it to go away. I think they'll do what they've already done, and make it, hopefully it goes away. I think that's what they're going to want to do.
Yep. Another buy, sell, hold from AST 12321. At least one successful coach at a historically significant program will voluntarily make a job change in the carousel this year.
Buy. I mean, we've already talked that I think Lincoln Riley does that.
Buy.
Now, you could argue maybe he hasn't been a successful coach at USC. That's fair. But yeah, I buy that. There's going to be some coaches like, I'm so tired of this nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from JRH. When looking at the current top 25 rankings, NIL has been positive for creating disparity, even though major flaws exist.
Completely agree. And look, I don't know that there's any flaws with NIL in principle. I think there's flaws with the way that it's executed. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, Diego Pavia going to Vanderbilt's a big reason why they beat Alabama. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Notre Dame coaches and players have responded the way you hoped they would after the Northern Illinois game. Buy, sell, hold.
Absolutely a buy. I mean, we question, hey, where's your leadership? Who's your leaders? Where's your heart? You know what I mean? Where's your mental toughness? And it wasn't the only time we questioned that. The Miami game was another one. Where are you?
Mm-hmm.
And they have responded incredibly well. Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely a buy.
Hard buy.
Did get a super chat from our guy DK. Says, been nice to actually see the day show live. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad that you're with us today. And thank you very much for your super chat. Very, very much.
Buy, sell, hold from Ryan S7. In the last games, Leonard averages over 75 yards on the ground and over 200 in the air.
Buy. The ground one's the one I'm questioning because he's been over 50 something the last 3 games. Mm-hmm. But I think there's going to be a game down the stretch that he goes for over 100 and boosts it up.
Yeah.
So I'll buy that.
In the last 3 games, the offense averages over 225 on the ground and over 200 through the air. Jaden Greathouse leads the team in receiving yards for the last 3 games. Buy, sell, hold.
I could see that. I could see him doing that. As far as the yardage, so 225 would be more than what they've done so far this season. Boy, I'm having a 225 is a lot. I could because when you're only talking about 4 games, Trevor, it just takes one game of 130 because you lit them up in the passing game. And their entire focus was on slowing down your run game to kind of drag you down. You know what I mean? That's like if you look at the last 3 game stretch, Notre Dame went for 229 against Stanford, 168 against Georgia Tech, and 265 against Navy. That's 220.7. Even though they had a 229 and a 265, because you had that one game of 165 that dragged you down. You had a 3 game stretch where you went for 362 against Purdue. You went for 270 against Miami of Ohio. And then you had 117 against Louisville. And so then your average is 249.7. But think about it. You were way past that in 2 of the others. Is there a game where they're going to get 362 the rest of the way? I don't. Maybe. Florida State could be. They're terrible. Their run defense is terrible. Virginia's out of the top 50. That's what I was just looking up was the rush defense numbers. Virginia's out of the top 50. USC's out of the top 50, but Army's like third. So, and they shorten games. So, I mean, I could see it. It's possible. But if you were to flip those, I might actually feel better about that. 225 in the air and 200 on the ground. But I'll sell that because I think there'll be a little less than 225 on the ground, and I think they'll be a little over. He said over 200, but I think they'll be under 225 on the ground. And they could go for 215 a game the next 4 games. That's phenomenal. That's excellent football.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they'll average over 200, Trevor. I just don't think it'll be 225.
Yeah, no, I agree. 225 on the ground is a good chunk. And then you also have to look like averaging over 200 through the air. I like, but there are some games that I could potentially see it being them up big and they just stop throwing the football.
But you know what though, Trevor? Here's the thing I like about what Marcus Freeman is. He hasn't done that yet. Like there's been 3 games that Riley Leonard came out of the game less than 200 yards and they still went over 200 as a team, or at least 2 games, right? Purdue, he came out and he had like 112 and they still went over 200 because they let Steve and Kenny throw. And then the game against this past weekend against Army or Navy, Riley goes out at 178. They bring Steve in and let him throw, and they go over 200.
Sure. Yeah.
So, and especially now that you're entering like that stretch of where you got to really have some impressive, like make a statement wins. Yeah. Yeah. But I'll say this: if they're over 225, then it's more likely that to what you just said is true. Like if the run game thing happens, that means that they are ripping teams up on the ground. And then maybe you have a situation where they average like 190 in the air because they, like you said, they're up 42-3 at halftime over Florida State or Virginia or something like that. Yeah. Which I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying like that would be the scenario.
Right. Buy, sell, hold again from Ryan S7. Christian Gray surpasses Watts as the team's leader in interception. He's got to start catching them at some point, right?
He'd have to have 3 and Xavier would have to have none because it's 3-1 right now. And I'm sell that. I mean, he could get 3 if he starts catching the ball. And Christian was a receiver in high school, so it's not like he can't catch. He just, you know what I mean? He just hasn't balled it in. But that would mean Xavier gets none. And that's the part I can't go with on there.
I'm with you. I'm not selling the fact that Christian Gray can't get the numbers. I'm just selling the fact that Xavier Watts gets 0 interceptions the remainder of the season. 3 picks in 4 games including one against a triple option team that averages less than 10 attempts a game. With Xavier Watts getting none is that's what I sell. But yeah. I could see. I like the spirit of your point, Ryan S., because I do think Christian Gray could finish the season really well. Yeah, I do too. Buy, sell, hold from John A1. Notre Dame will have a wide receiver eligible to return to the field in 2025, break out in the final 4 regular season games as a star.
I'm going to hope by that one. I'm going to hope that they finally get Jaden Greathouse really going on because like every game, it's like he has a big catch early and you're like, all right, here we go. Like, let's do it. But then nothing else. So I'm going to hope by that one, Trevor. If you're asking me like, okay, you're betting your mortgage on it, I'd be like, no, I'm definitely not doing that. But
yeah,
if you're like, is it possible? Yeah, it's possible.
Sure. My conversation around the receiving core is going to be the same until proven otherwise. I don't care who it is, as long as it's somebody who has returning eligibility in 2025. Hope it's Jaden Greathouse. I hope it's.
I don't care. It could be Jordan Faison.
It could be Jordan Faison. It could be maybe Cam Williams comes and is lights out. Maybe it's Mike. Yeah, could be KK Smith.
I forgot about Jordan Faison. He could be a good one too.
Yeah,
I was just focused on Greathouse, but it could be Faison too. But yeah, it'd be nice.
Mm-hmm. Another buy, sell, hold. Bryce Young will have at least 1 sack and 5 pressures versus Florida State.
Buy. Yeah, I'm by that one. I could see something like that because I think Bryce would also get a couple snaps with the number 2s.
Yeah, buy.
And their offensive line's a mess.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Louisville will upset Clemson, and Clemson will still make the playoffs.
So what you're predicting is that Clemson beats Louisville, or Louisville beats Clemson, but then Clemson runs the table and then beats whoever, Miami, SMU, whoever in the ACC title game and makes a playoff. I'm going to sell that. Here's how I'm going to sell that. If Miami gets beat by Louisville, they won't run the table, and they won't beat someone in the postseason. And in my opinion, a 10-2 Clemson team that doesn't make the ACC title game is not a playoff team. What's your win at that point in time, Trevor? Like, that's the thing, is the committee's going to say, you know, what are you building your resume on? And if Clemson, let's say Clemson goes 10-2 and they lose to Louisville, then their two best wins this season would be over Pitt on the road and Virginia Tech on the road, maybe South Carolina. Like, that's what you're building your resume on. Hey, we had really good losses. But the other part too is if they're not good enough to beat Louisville at home, I don't know that they're good enough to run the table the rest of the way. So I think if they lose to Louisville at home, barring them just destroying their Final Four opponents, I don't think Clemson's a playoff team. I mean, they have not beaten a team right now, Trevor, that has a winning record. That's why I said Clemson shouldn't be ranked ahead of Notre Dame. Yeah, they got a better loss. Yeah, losing by 31 is better than losing by anything to Northern Illinois. And I don't say that sarcastic. I mean that losing to 50 by Georgia is better than losing to Northern Illinois. But you also then have to say, okay, but who did they beat? Never beaten anybody. So this would be the first good team they've played since Georgia. And if they lose to them, they're not a playoff team.
Yeah, agreed. That's been my biggest gripe with Clemson this year as well. And kind of like what you were talking about earlier in the show of you're kind of waiting for teams to be battle tested. If you're Clemson, you don't want to wait to find out if you're battle tested in the ACC championship or the first round of the playoffs. I mean, that'd be
now getting back-to-back games against Virginia Tech and Pitt will be tests for them. But it's not the same as like what these SEC teams are going through. I mean, freaking Virginia Tech lost to Vanderbilt. So
fair. Buy, sell, hold. Iowa State finishes 2-3 in their final 5 games.
Hell, I don't think Iowa State's as good as people are making them out to be. But Texas Tech at Kansas, home against Cincinnati, at Utah, home against Kansas State. I mean, look, John, that's doable for your thing to happen. Like, look, they could lose to Texas Tech at home, they could lose to K-State at home, they could lose at Utah. And I think losing at Kansas is not out of the realm of possibility. Kansas is having a rough year. They are 2-6. Trevor, here's the margin of defeat that they've had this year: 6, 3, 4, 11, 4, and 2. And they've lost to 2 ranked teams. Like they took Kansas State down. Like people say, oh, they barely beat Kansas. Like Kansas sucks. They're too. I'm like, yeah, Kansas is having a bad year, but like go look at their games. They are in every single game they played this year. So they're due to upset somebody, and it could be Iowa State. I think 3-2 is more likely than 2-3, John. It's your submission is out. I think if you'd have said 3-2, that'd have been a lot easier buy for me than 2-3. 2-3, I don't see happening, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility because they're like Iowa State's a lot like Clemson we were just talking about, Trevor. I mean, right now, Iowa State's big wins are what? They had a road comeback win over Iowa. Their next best win is what? West Virginia, who just fired their D coordinator. Their final stretch is tougher. Texas Tech, Kansas, Cincinnati, Utah, and K-State. It's tougher.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think 2-3 is significantly more doable or 3-2 is more doable than 2-3, especially just because I think 3 of those games are at home. So they would have to drop a game at home as well, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
Another buy, sell, hold from John A1. Ben Morrison will be a second-round draft pick. Christian Gray and Leonard Moore will be first-round draft picks.
I got to see a lot more from those guys before I'm putting them in first-round picks. So I'm going to hold for now. I need to see a lot more from those guys. Just time.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from John A1. The recruiting services have Notre Dame class ranked where it should be, 13 to 15 range. It's got good talent, but it's not a top 10 class.
I disagree. I think this is a top 10 class. I do. I think it's one of the best offensive line classes in the country. They got a 4-star quarterback. They got one of the best tight ends in the country. They have one of the best they have arguably the best secondary class in the country. It's an outstanding linebacker class, in my opinion. It's a good, not great D-line class. Running back is okay. Receivers solid. I mean, yeah, it's not as good as we hoped, but it's still got 2 top fit 250 players in it. You know what I mean? So it's like, this is a top 10 class. It's a bottom of the top 10 class right now that can go higher if they're able to flip a receiver and get Madden Faramo and, you know, land Andrew Olesh and some of the guys, you know what I mean? So like, it's got a chance to finish higher. It's still a top 10 class for me. It is. There's good balance. They've got impact players at all the right positions, and there's multiple positions where you could say they have the best group in the country at that position. And if they get Madden Faramo, that's another position where you can say they have one of the best O-line classes in the country. They have one of the best secondary classes in the country where you could say I'll put that group up against anybody.
Yeah.
They also have one of the best tight ends in the country. If they get Madden Faramo, then I'm going to say I'm going to take Madden Faramo, Anthony Sacca, and Josiah Key and say that's in that conversation as well, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Trevor, I need to quickly go let Rita out. So can you handle this one?
You got it. Buy, sell, hold from Joe Allen 72. If the SEC and Big Ten don't consistently get 3 or 4 teams each into the new playoff format, they will jump ship and create their own league or championship without the rest being invited. I get where you're coming from here because the SEC and the Big Ten are trying to be their own secular league. I don't think that happens for a money standpoint. I don't. And there's a good chance that they will consistently get 3 to 4 teams into each playoff. I mean, 3 probably more likely from each because, I mean, you look at the Big Ten this year, there's a good chance that Oregon, Penn State, and Ohio State make it. There is a chance that IU makes it. Right now, they're one of the highest probability teams to make the playoffs. Then out of the SEC, right now, Texas A&M can make the playoffs. Texas can make the playoffs. Georgia can make the playoffs. So there's a lot that has to happen between them not getting that consistently. I will say it definitely errs more on the side of 3 than it does 4. Because right now, if you sit down and you break down who they have, I don't know. I don't know what the format would look like if they went and created their own league. Because they would essentially just have 11 to 12 games every regular season just playing each other, I suppose. Which I guess now argument could be made, like we said back earlier in the show, the Big Ten has enough teams where they could play 12 Big Ten teams and still not play 6 of the teams in the Big Ten, which is crazy to think about. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they would be able to. I don't think they would go off and join their own league. I don't. So, yeah, Joe, I'd like to see if you're in the show. I'd like to see if you had an idea on the format of what that would potentially look like. But for me, I just don't see them going off and doing their own. So, but it's an interesting thought. It is an interesting thought. Currently waiting for Brian to get back from letting Rita back inside. Look at that timing. Look at that timing. What up, Brian?
How are you?
Good.
Sorry, Angela's gone and Rita's barking because she has to go to the bathroom. So
no worries.
Quite a few left.
No worries. Buy, sell, hold from PJC 1122. The 1989 Irish are the best Notre Dame team since the start of the 1977 season. You can do since the start of 1988 if you just want to do teams you have seen.
Well, no, I mean, the 89 team was the most dominant and the most talented, arguably, but the 88 team's the best because the 80 team won championship.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you're to tell me, okay, I can take any Notre Dame team and put them up against the best of anybody else, I'd probably take 89 because of just the talent on that team. But, you know, they couldn't get it done in the Miami game. And the 88 team did. So, I mean, the schedule the 89 team played was nuts for them to, I mean, and be as good as they were. It's insane. But that's where I'm at.
Would you say then from call it 1988, the last national championship, excluding them, is the 1989 team also the best team that has not won a championship then? Okay.
Oh, yeah, because nobody else has won a championship, and that team should have won one. they lost to Miami, and we've talked about in the past about why and all that. But that was a phenomenal team. 93 would be second, but that team was not nearly as dominant as the 89 team. They didn't play the schedule that the 89 team played either. That was a dominant team with Hall of Famers on it and all Americans all over the place. That was a really, really good team. Really good team.
Buy, sell, hold. ND Blitz. Ben Morrison returns for the 2025 season.
I'm going to hope buy that one, but right now I'd probably lean towards sell if I was thinking practically, but I'm going to hope buy that one because I think his stock has never been lower than it is now because of the injury and just some other factors. But I hope so. Could you defense next year with Leonard Moore and Benjamin Morrison and Christian Gray? One of them moves to nickel. Oh boy. Like, honestly, that's what I'd even consider selling Benjamin. Like, hey, listen, man, come back and be our starting nickel. Like, like you could be phenomenal in that role. Maybe put Leonard Moore there. But yeah, I would strongly consider that.
Yeah. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it as well. Buy, sell, hold. Kurt Signetti is somewhere else in 2025. I'm
going to sell that. Because I think he's arrogant enough to be like, I'm going to show you that I can win here. I'm not saying he's going to stay at Indiana forever, but I could see him. Part of it, Trevor, just it depends on what jobs open up. But for now, I'm gonna buy that one.
Yeah, I'll buy it for now, just because a one and done is very rare, especially when it's the season is very good. So I'll buy it for now. Buy, sell, hold. Lincoln Riley is an NFL coach in 2025.
I'm gonna buy that because I think he's gonna leave, and I think NFL is where he's gonna go. But I'll say this: he may be in a situation if they don't finish strong, if they don't run the table and at least compete against Notre Dame, he may not be wanted at that level. And that's also why that Notre Dame game concerns me a little bit, because best way to show that I'm an NFL coach is to go against a guy like Al Golden and have success. Say, hey, look, 2 of the last 3 years I've ripped Al Golden up. I think that's the best hope he has. So I'll buy that.
Yeah, I agree. And if he does go to the NFL,
I don't think he should be, but I think he will be.
I don't think he'll be a head coach in the NFL. I don't even know if he'll be a coordinator, but I could see him being some offensive coach in the NFL.
Trevor, you're giving the NFL too much credit. Way too much credit. Cliff Kingsbury got a head coaching job in the NFL.
Fair enough. Buy, sell, hold from D-Troll Hunter. Does Brian Kelly really seem like he cares?
Buy. What he's saying here, like he sent me an interview yesterday. This is one of the most apathetic interviews I've ever seen in my life. I think Brian Kelly's collecting a paycheck at this point in time. I do. I think Brian Kelly thinks he cares, but not like he did when he was at Grand Valley and Cincinnati, and that fire's burned out. That fire's gone.
Yeah. Yep. Another buy, sell, hold from D-Troll Hunter. LSU's team has a higher ceiling than Notre Dame's.
Sell. That was referring to a comment that Josh Pate made, and I don't know the context of Josh's comment. I don't know if he's talking about they have a chance for a higher seed. I don't know if it's I don't really know if he thinks they have a higher ceiling as a team and talent wise and all that. He's very high on LSU for some reason, and I don't understand why. I really don't understand why. LSU's a good football team this year. They are. I've said that. But they are not a team I look at and say, boy, this team, like, this is not last year. They don't have Mike Denbrock. They don't have Jaden Daniels. They don't have Malik Neighbors. They don't have Brian Thomas. Jaden Daniels is killing the NFL from what I can tell by stats. You know what I mean? And just Malik Neighbors, when healthy, has put up really good numbers. And just, no, they don't have a high. They're like, here's the thing. People say, well, they have better offense than Notre Dame. Do they really? Do they? You sure about that? Because, like, here's what I know. Right now, I know that Notre Dame is averaging about 4 more points per game than LSU. That's what I know. I know that Notre Dame is averaging 36.6 points per game right now, and LSU is averaging 32.8 right now. I know that LSU is averaging 6.5 yards per play, and I know that Notre Dame is averaging 6.4 yards per play. I also know that if you look at the data, that Notre Dame has done a better job against inferior opponents. I actually did some breakdown on this because somebody had said that, and I was like, okay, here's the deal, Trevor. Notre Dame is scoring more points per game than LSU, but the gap's even greater than if you just count Power 5 games. If you just count Power 5 games, Notre Dame is scoring 40 points a game against Power 5 opponents, and LSU scoring 29.3. Notre Dame is averaging 6.4 yards per play against Power 5 teams. LSU's at 205.9. Yeah, LSU throws it a lot better than Notre Dame. Yeah, they're throwing for 319.7 yards per game. Notre Dame's only averaging 200, but they average the same amount of yards per attempt against Power 5 teams. That's it. Notre Dame averages 214 rushing yards against Power 5 teams, and LSU averages 102.8. Notre Dame's averaging 5.7 yards per attempt. LSU's averaging 3.6. The difference in yards per attempt in passing between Notre Dame all season, LSU's averaging 7.9 yards per attempt. Notre Dame is averaging 6.9 yards per pass attempt. That is not as great as the gap between those two teams running the football. Notre Dame's averaging 6 yards a carry. LSU's 4.2. So Notre Dame's got a better red zone defense. They have better red zone touchdown defense. They've turned the ball over fewer times. You cannot make a convincing argument that they have a better offense than Notre Dame. And if they do, it's slight. Notre Dame has a significantly, astronomically better defense than LSU does, even with all the improvements that Bryce Baker has made this year. And he's made a ton. He's done a great job this year. He's dropped them down. They're giving up 22.8 points per game. And when you consider the schedule they're playing and the talent that they have, that's a really good job by him, in my opinion. You look at their total offense dropped from or yards allowed dropped from 416 last year to 360 this year. That's a really good drop. Yards per play from 6.1 to 5.7. That's a really good drop when you consider who they've played. He's done a really nice job. Their defense still isn't in the same universe as Notre Dame's defense.
Not even close.
Not even in the same universe.
Nope.
And so like that's what I'm saying. It's like, no, they do not have a hot. They do not. And Notre Dame's offense is ascending, and LSU's offense has kind of sputtered a little bit its last two games. Because let's not forget something here real quick. While Notre Dame has averaged over 40 points its last 6 games, LSU has topped out at 34 in their last 3 games. In 2 of their last 3 games, they've been held under 30 points. LSU has only scored over 40 points a game this year twice. Once was against an FCS team. They've had 1 game of over 40 points against an FBS football team. Notre Dame has done that 3 times. So don't tell me that LSU has a better offense than Notre Dame does this year. Don't tell me that. But I can. But even if you were able to make a case, and I'm like, all right, cool, we'll agree to disagree. There's no sane person that's going to be able to tell me that they have a better. And I don't even think an LSU fan would even try to tell me that they have a better defense than, or even a defense is even close to as good as Notre Dame's. I don't think they have anyone to even try. And if you want to say, okay, fine, overall numbers, we play a tougher schedule. Okay, cool. You have a common opponent with Notre Dame. That's LSU or A&M. And Notre Dame held them to 13 points. You gave up 38 points. Notre Dame held them to 246 yards. You gave up 376 yards. You gave up 5.5 yards per play. Notre Dame held them to 3.6 yards per play. A&M ran for 242 yards against LSU. Notre Dame only allowed 246 yards total against LSU. So, against A&M. So there's no, we're 8 games into the year. We kind of know who these teams are to some degree. No, there's no way you can tell me that they are a better team. There's no way you can tell me that they even have a chance to be a better team. Like what defensive players showing up, right? Let's remember that Danny, hey guys, Larry Bird's not walking through that door. You know what I mean? Like, hey guys, Tyrone Matthews not walking through that door. Justin Reed's not walking through that door, right? Daniel Hunter's not walking through that door. You are who you are on defense. You are who you are on offense. And that's a good team. While they lost last year, hey, it's a nice job. They've done it. Brian Kelly's done a nice job with that team this year when you consider just the outstanding elite talent he lost off last year's team. That they're 6-2 with a chance to go 9-3 against that. That's a heck of a job. Not just a heck of it. It's a good job. It's a good job, right? But you're not in the same universe as Notre Dame right now, in my opinion. Not even close. They have a better offense than you, and they're seriously, Notre Dame has a better offense right now than LSU. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Has that been true all year? No, because in September, LSU had a better offense. But right now, Notre Dame absolutely has a better offense than LSU right now. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Buy sell holding.
I mean, real quick. I mean, no, LSU had more yards against Texas A&M than Notre Dame did, 429 to 356. That was in Notre Dame's first game. But LSU went for 5.9 yards per play. Notre Dame went for 5.6. There's not that big of a difference. And that was the first game of the year. You know what I mean? Like in a brand new system, you're in game 8 and you barely did better than what Notre Dame. You rushed for 24 yards against Texas A&M. Notre Dame ran for 198. So no, their offense is not better than Notre Dame's. It's not. So there's no argument to make that LSU has a higher ceiling. And all their best skill players are all veterans. Like, who's going to miraculously get better? Garrett Nussmeier's been on that team for how many years? It's not like Riley Leonard, who's just now kind of getting comfortable with a new team. I just think that's a bad argument to make. And I like the guy that made it. I love Josh Pate. I think he does a really nice job. He's just had some really bad Notre Dame takes this year, in my opinion.
Buy, sell, hold again from Detroit Hunter. The biggest surprises of the season so far: Indiana, Vandy, and Florida State.
Boy, I would have to buy that off my gut reaction, Trevor. I think Iowa State's been a nice surprise this year. I do. I mean, I think they're a little over it, but they've been a very nice. BYU's been a great surprise this year. I mean, I think BYU being as good as they are might even be more surprising than Vanderbilt being 5-3. I mean, BYU's 8-0, and they've beat 2 ranked teams. Like, that's a heck of a job. I think Vandy's considered a surprise because they beat Bama. I mean, that's a shocker. And just if you said, "Hey, Brian, you got to bet your mortgage on either BYU going undefeated or Vanderbilt beating Alabama," I'd have easily put my money on BYU being undefeated.
Yeah,
I never thought twice. There's no way Vanderbilt's going to beat Alabama. Have they ever even done that? Period once ever? I don't know that they. You know what I mean? Like, no, I that's been a huge surprise. But BYU's, I would consider BYU as a 1. I would consider them as a 1.
Yeah. I'd throw BYU in there. The rest of the teams that have been listed, yeah, unfortunately for Florida State, not a surprise, as in a good surprise like the others. It's the craziest. In my lifetime, it's the craziest fall off I've seen of a team. Legitimately. I say that with confidence.
Never seen. Because even, I mean, one of the closest that I've ever seen is Notre Dame from 06 to 07. But that 06 team was better than this Florida. That 07 Notre Dame team is better than this Florida State team.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they won 3 games. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, they're so bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
This is the last 2 right here.
You got it. Buy, sell, hold from Detroit Hunter. The Big Ten will feel they deserve more spots than they get due to their soft schedules.
Yes, I buy that 100%. Yeah, I absolutely buy that.
Yeah, I definitely buy that they feel like they will deserve more spots, but will they?
Yeah, no, I think he says. I think he's right. They will feel like they deserve more spots due to their soft schedules, and I believe that 100% to be true. Give me a 2 to 3 loss Georgia team, or even a 3 loss Bama team over a 1 loss Indiana team if their only loss is against Ohio State. Like, honestly. Because, like, yes, you have a better record, but you beat no one outside. You know what I mean? Like, you beat no one. Go play Bama's schedule and tell me what your record is. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be something to that. Like, I've heard people say that about, if Notre Dame had to play, LSU, like some LSU knucklehead said this, and well, if you guys had to play our schedule, I'm like, we did play a team on your schedule at the same place you played them. They beat you by 15. Notre Dame beat them by 10. Like, what are we doing here? But with Indiana, you can legitimately make that argument. Like, they have beat their best wins over an Arkansas team or Nebraska team that we're seeing is just not that good. They're better, but they're just not that good compared to some of the other wins. So, yeah, I mean, Penn State, that's a soft schedule. They're going to go 11-1 like they always do, 10-2, 11-1 because they schedule inferior teams out of conference. Like, I would love to see Penn State actually play someone really good out of conference. I just would love to see. Go play Alabama. Go play Texas A&M, go play, Georgia, go play Clemson, teams that Notre Dame has scheduled and played or has scheduled and will play. You know what I mean? Go play Oklahoma. So, play somebody outside of West Virginia in your non-conference, so, yeah.
And to take us home, Detroit Hunter with a final buy, sell, hold. The Big 12 doesn't have a path to 2 playoff teams.
I sell that. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, Trevor, so we won't harp on it again. But the reality is, if BYU goes 12-0 and loses to a Kansas State team they had already beaten once, there is a pathway to them getting a second team. Now, they would need some help. They'd need a couple teams to get knocked off, and that, like, they can't have, they can't have LSU at 10-2. Like, if LSU's got 2 losses, Tennessee has 2 losses, not Bama, because Bama and LSU both can't have, but Bama or LSU, whoever, the winner of that game only has 2 losses. Georgia has 2 losses. Tennessee has 2 losses. Texas only, let's say Texas wins the league. A&M has 1 or 2 losses. Like, that's 5 teams that all are going to deserve a bid over a 1-loss BYU team. If Penn State loses to Ohio State in a close game and they go 11-1, and Ohio State runs the table, wins the Big Ten, and Oregon only has 1 loss, none of those teams have great schedules. Those teams are all probably you're going to get in over BYU. They're going to need a little bit of help, in my opinion. But there's still a pathway. It's not going to be easy, but there's definitely a pathway. As long as it doesn't include Iowa State. That's the only – and here's the other thing, too, is if you're the Big 12, you better hope BYU's not your champ.
Right.
Because they actually have the best resume to potentially get in with a loss to get in without winning the league. K-State can't get in without winning the league, because not winning the league means they'd get a second loss, and the rest of their schedule is not good. Iowa State can't get in with a loss because the rest of their schedule is not good. They're going to bank on we beat Iowa and Kansas State. That's it. I don't think that gets them in. BYU can say, hey, we beat one of the best teams in the ACC. We beat a 10-2 SMU team, and I think at their place. And we beat Kansas State by 29. They're a top 25 team. You know what I mean? And then we beat Iowa State. We lost to Iowa State in a close game, whatever, something like that. Or we lost K-State to a rematch. They'd have a shot. So if you're the Big 12 and you want 2 teams, you better hope that BYU runs the table and loses in a very close game in the Big 12 title game to a 1-loss K-State. Because I think K-State would get a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt than Iowa State would with a loss, because they would get a rematch over the team that beat them. You know what I mean? I think I think K-State, BYU is the only pathway they have to 2 teams with some help from other places. That's my stance, Trev.
Yeah, at this point in the season, it will be tough. But where we stand right now in the grand scheme of college football is there's a path to almost anything. I mean, it's the end of the season. I've said it ad nauseum, is that this is going to be a very crazy November for college football. And I'm excited to kick back and watch it happen and hope our boys take care of business.
Yep. That's going to do it, Trevor. Why don't you go ahead and take us out of here, man, for one of the longest Spice of Holds ever. But you guys had so many great submissions, man. So many good ones.
Yeah, the submissions today were fantastic. Make sure you guys bring that energy again in the mailbag on Friday. Tomorrow, Brian and I will be back 1:00 to talk about what else we're looking for Notre Dame's bye and talking about their season moving forward. And then he'll be on with Bill Bender.
It might be me and you based on a text I got from Bill. So I got a text with chat with him, but it may be me and you previewing the weekend. So we'll see.
Okay. Good deal. Well, I will be here tomorrow in some capacity, talking with Brian about Notre Dame and potentially the rest of the college football schedule for this weekend. But in order to make sure that you are up to date with all the things Irish Breakdown, make sure to hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, that notification bell for when we do go live. Share this podcast with your friends and family. Leave us a 5-star review. And as always, hit us up at boards@irishbreakdown.com. Brian has a great run game breakdown there. He's going to do a pass game breakdown. It's where we have all of our exclusive content to keep you guys in the now. But until tomorrow, I'm Trev. That's Brian. Thank you guys for being a part of the Irish Breakdown podcast today. See you tomorrow.